This is Donald Parham. You're listening to Chargers Unleashed, part of the LA Football Network. Stay jiggy.
And this is Chris Rupp II, Chargers outside linebacker, and make sure you check out Chargers Unleashed. Shout out to Chargers Unleashed, Sebastian Joseph Day, you know the vibes, we outside.
You checking in with Mike Williams from the LA Chargers, and you're tuning in to Chargers Unleashed.
You're listening to the Chargers Unleashed podcast with your host, Dan Wolkenstein and Jake Hefner.
Welcome to another edition of Chargers Unleashed. Jake Hefner and Dale Wolkenstein here with you from the LA Football Network. Today's show, of course, is being brought to you by BetOnline, Charger Bolt Family, and Rock Solid Sports Memorabilia. If this is your first time tuning into the show, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. Dan Wolkenstein, count it down with me, my friend. 17 days away.
525,600. No, 17. We're only at 17. You've gone through so many thousands. We've made it to 17, Jake. We're like in the ones now. Like next up, in a few times, we'll have single digits here in like a week.
As I said it last week, you know, three weeks, 2.5 weeks, as it gets closer, it still doesn't seem like it's that much time until the NFL draft. But I'm telling you, for those that are obsessed with it, NFL fans everywhere, these next 2.5 weeks are going to suck. And I will say that repeatedly as we get closer. Yes, absolutely sucks. We're just biting our fingernails, wanting draft day to get here, the Christmas day of the summertime or spring, technically. But, God, we're so close. Dan Wolkenstein, how are you, sir?
We're so close. I'm great. I hope everyone had a tremendous weekend. Easter, if you celebrate it. I hope everybody had some fun with their family, friends, loved ones, pets, you name it. Doesn't matter. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I'm doing wonderful, Jake. I'm so excited for this episode. Long overdue. We get to talk about the cornerback fits for the Los Angeles Chargers. Can't wait. We're going to get into our 5 through 1 for each of us for best fits, as well as talk about the honorable mentions, get you a couple bonus guys that we'll talk about here for you to pay attention to. I'm doing great, Jake. How was your weekend? How are you feeling? How are you liking this cornerback class?
There's a lot of guys to like in this cornerback class, my friend. And I know that on paper, when you look at the Chargers roster with Asante Samuel Jr., with Mike Davis, obviously new faces like Jasir Taylor, and then the possibility, we don't know the exact timeline of J.C. Jackson possibly returning to this lineup. You may think to yourself, like, hang on. The Chargers are stacked with cornerbacks right now. They have a good starting group. Don't put it past yourself. We know from Brandon Staley's comments following the end of the season, in his own words, you can never have enough good defensive backs. So we got a plethora of guys that we're going through today. 5 for Dan, 5 for me. All 10 of these guys are guys that we both favor. And we're putting this in the form of best fits for the team. So players like the Devon Witherspoons, the Christian Gonzalez's, the Joey Porters, you know, unfortunately, if the Chargers were in a better position, they would probably be getting more higher consideration for these players. But these 3 guys are just unfortunately going to be
Spoiler alert. If any of those 3 guys are available at 21, they are our number 1. Pick them. Run it and pick them. You're good. But, like, the chances of them not it's just not going to happen. But Joey Porter, Gonzalez, any of those 3 at the top, automatic number 1. We're going with realistic, top fits. They would automatically be our number 1 fit for the Chargers. Would you agree?
Oh, yes, I would agree.
That's
100%.
Okay.
So, but Dan and I have kind of split this up. Obviously, Dan's going to talk about 5. I'm going to talk about 5. And there's a variety of different things that go into some of these fits because we're not just looking at outside corner. We've got some nickel cornerbacks in here that we're going to be talking about as well because still don't know if Bryce Callahan will be returning. Will the Chargers end up being comfortable putting Jasir Taylor in that position and going into his second year? But Dan, how do you want to kick this off, my friend? I know we went through this, and like I said, it's a really good cornerback class. So it was hard just narrowing the list down to 5. So we said to ourselves, okay, as opposed to the wide receiver and the edge class that we've gone in through, let's talk about some honorable mentions for some guys that actually deserve it a little bit.
All right, so let's get into it, Jake. Over, under, how many size be damned references we're going to have in this episode? I'm going to go 3.5. Over or under?
Well, you're going to get one here in about the next 30 seconds. That's for sure. So let's cross one off the
ad
board.
read.
Yeah,
sure.
Exactly. So let's cross at least one off the board. I'm trying to remember. So 10 between us plus 1 or 2 honorable mentions apiece. I'm going to go under.
You're going over. Okay.
I'm going to go under. I'm going to go under. We'll see. I may be proven wrong. But before we jump into our best quarterback fits, we still want to remind you guys that BetOnline remains your number one source for all of your sports betting needs this season. You'll always find the latest odds, team matchup info, player news, and game trends over at BetOnline. Make sure you head on over to betonline.ag to join and receive your 50% welcome bonus with your first deposit. Just make sure to use that promo code BELIEVE. That's BLEAV to receive your rewards. BetOnline, where the game starts.
So, Jake, I think we need to start this thing off by prefacing what the Chargers need and what we're looking for, because there are a multitude of different archetypes, if you will, for cornerback in the NFL, especially in today's NFL. You mentioned at the top, J.C. Jackson looks great in terms of his recovery. We don't know. We're hoping, fingers crossed he comes back at some point in the season. Who knows? It's looking positive, but again, we don't know. That was a pretty gruesome injury. Time will tell. J.C. Jackson, mentioned already. Bryce Callahan, not on the team. So we don't know what's going on there. Jazeer Taylor, as of right now, is kind of in the runnings to take over his spot. Again, lots of free agency available. But just look at those corners. Mike Davis, Asante Samuel Jr., all these guys are very different archetypes. Mike Davis, lengthy, outside corner, physical, he's kind of your boundary corner. Asante Samuel Jr., cat-like instincts inside. He's one, can also play outside, but he's kind of that cat-like size be damned type. Slot corner archetype, if you will, can kind of do both. Those are the archetypes. You look at a Jazeer Taylor, slot corner all day long. Asante Samuel Jr., kind of a hybrid, probably designed more to be inside, but can do both. Mike Davis, outside, on an island. That's your guy out there. You see him kind of do his own thing. So when we go through this list, we'll kind of go through what types of corners that these guys are. But keep in mind, this is to fit different needs of the Chargers. So, Jake, let's just kick it off by going into the honorable mentions. There's a lot of people are going to be talking about why didn't you talk about so-and-so? And I can't believe you didn't mention Travarius Hodges-Tomlinson or Eli Ricks. Okay, there's too many guys, to fit in this episode. So we wanted to kind of just kick off the bat. We'll go short here on a few of the guys, but honorable mentions. So the ones that are not in our top 10 best fits: Carrington Valentine, Cottrell Clark, Eli Ricks, Corey Trice, and Travarius Hodges-Tomlinson. Jake, floor is yours. Who would you like to discuss? What are some of the reasons why either they didn't make the cut in the top 10, or you want to make sure that we talk about them because while they're not in the top 10, they're still worth mentioning and guys that we should look at?
Let's just start from the top of the list here. Trey Tomlinson. Size be damned. Ding. Whatever stamp you want to prove, whatever shirt you want to put it on for him. 5'7", 178, Dan. It is so unfortunate from the standpoint that the height and the size and everything is basically what's the biggest detriment to Tomlinson right now. Because if he was coming in at 5'11", 200 pounds, there could be an argument that could be said that you could have him in a discussion with some of the top corners in this draft. He has played that well despite his deficiencies in size, played outside corner very, very well. Wherever he gets selected, he's probably going to be immediately slotted in as the nickel cornerback. But tremendous production at TCU, obviously the nephew of the great one and only LaDainian Tomlinson. And again, his style of play, Dan, I don't care how big he is. Don't care how big he is. He just plays like he's 7 feet tall. Plays aggressive, plays with very quick instincts, tremendous read and reaction, 4.4 speed that he's got in his arsenal. I just love the way that he plays the game. I think that if he was selected by the Chargers, say early day 3, if he falls that far, and the Chargers were still looking to fill a nickel spot, that would be great on so many different factors.
100% like him. You mentioned size be damned, so currently we have one tally for those who are doing the over. One guy I think we have to talk about here, Cottrell Clark, Trey Clark, a lot of people go by. I happen to like this guy a lot. I see him as kind of a day 3 guy who you put him on the Chargers team, and I'm pumped about it. I think a little undersized, size be damned, 5'10", 180. Again, not crazy small, but definitely not what you'll see some of these guys coming up. But plays with a chip on his shoulder. Like, he brings the nasty for sure. And I see him as kind of like the inside slot corner type. Super athletic, twitched up like crazy. His reaction times are very, very good. Click and close, I think, is among the best of the smaller guys. And for his size, he does a really good job of kind of shedding blocks in run support. So I like him. I want to talk about him. He's not in our top 10, but I think he deserves some praise.
Yeah, then I'll move on to Corey Trice out of Purdue.
We both like this guy.
I love what I see from Corey Trice. This is one of the better, bigger-bodied defensive backs that you're going to see in this draft class. Fantastic size at 6'3", 206, 32-inch arms as far as what you're getting on the wingspan. So he's got great athleticism. And his testing, plays well, disrupts wide receivers and their routes very well. 4-year starter at Purdue, Dan, has the position versatility that you want, as he's played multiple different positions in the secondary. I just like him the more that I watch him. His physical skill set, the way that he matches up against receivers, his ability to go up and get the ball when he needs to. It's great from a variety of different reasons. But if you're looking for another bigger bodied corner to possibly take over, if the Chargers don't end up bringing back Michael Davis after this season, that would be a nice subplant to get some size back into that DB room.
Yeah, I like Corey Trice. To see him, in my opinion, as kind of like an early day 3 guy in my eyes. Ran like a high 4.4s in the 40. Not afraid to go inside. Really good aggression. Definitely has that kind of finisher ball hawk mentality. Again, 6'3" for a corner. And you could also do a 35-inch vertical leap. Like, I'll take it. Former safety, transition to corner. The only thing is he definitely isn't the most twitchy. Kind of has like a galloping run style. But I like him, and I want to make sure that we talk about him. 2 other guys real quick. I'll go fast. We talk about Carrington Valentine. He is a 6-foot corner. Again, probably day 3. Legit 4.4 speed. Physical corner, doesn't quit. Love seeing him kind of blitz off the edge, which he does very, very well. Very twitchy, really good instincts, and just aggressive. And one thing the Chargers fans know all too well, he does a really good job of turning his head around. Some corners we'll talk about here, that's something that they need to improve upon. Him on the other side, I think actually does that pretty good. Last one, Eli Rick, former LSU kid, went to Alabama. I really like him. He just looks like a corner. Again, not quite making it to the top 10 for us, but I like him. 6'2", 190. He's got a really good, strong upper body. I think he reads the quarterback's eyes really well. Kind of a long stride runner, but certainly an alpha. And he kind of has that put me on an island type vibe, and I can make the best of this. So probably another day 3 guy. We'll see. But those are kind of the honorable mentions, ones we want to kind of get into before we get to each of our top 5s. Jake, I'll let you do the honors to get into your number 5.
To preface this before we actually get into it, when it came to the order of these, and I know we're talking about best fits, we're not talking about the best corners overall. Obviously, if we were, we'd be including the likes of Witherspoon, Gonzalez, and Porter and everybody else in this. But even ranking these as far as fits goes, Dave,
painful.
This was challenging. This was really challenging because there were so many guys because of their skill set. I'm like, but I kind of like this guy just a little bit more here. But I'll start this off. Darius Rush out of South Carolina, 6'1", 198, 33 and 3/8 inch arms. Got everything that you want from a prototypical size that you see in today's cornerback class for what you would want to see as far as a boundary type corner. Ran a 4.36, was the fastest player tested out at the Senior Bowl. And that was some of where the film really was just jumping out. Outside of what he has put on tape at South Carolina, he was locking up receivers in a variety of different ways, whether it was great in mirror drills with his speed and his reaction time. You'd see him flip those hips and stay with some of those receivers. Or just from what he was doing with anticipation, because he is able to read routes and read the cornerback very, very well in his coverage. Great quickness and change of direction that he brings to the game. Again, Dan, where this all comes from, Didn't know this until we started actually looking into tape and looking into his history, but played wide receiver in high school. So obviously when you're transitioning over to a DB, that skill set's going to help you out tremendously. But again, he has, much like we were talking about with Corey Trice, has that position versatility that Brandon Staley covets in defensive back. So I think he's versatile enough. He obviously has the size and the speed that you want from a DB, plays physical. I like the aggressiveness that he brings to the game. I think he'd be a great fit if the Chargers were possibly looking to address the cornerback position, definitely on day 2 if they were looking to do it that high. But I just like the way that he plays the game. I think the Chargers need more of that in their defensive backfield, and I really like what I've seen from him.
Darius Rush, South Carolina, man, they just keep pumping out corners. Like the last few years, it's just cornerback central, it feels like. Like Darius Rush, my number 5 that I have is Garrett Williams. Not really a household name. Folks don't talk about him much, which I don't understand why. I personally really like Garrett Williams. I'm probably higher on him than others, but for good reason, in my opinion. Super rangy, kind of corner, free safety hybrid type. 5'10", 192. Honorable ACC corner, both in 2021 and 2022. To me, Jake, what stands out for him is I love his footwork. I love his ball skills. And he's just a smooth player. And you watch some of the film on him, he's really good at kind of getting to the critical point, getting to the catch point along with the receivers. I know he's 5'10", could be a bit bigger, but he plays larger than 5'10". Definitely an alpha on his team captain for Syracuse. Definitely not afraid to lay the wood. Gets downhill in a hurry. The only problem, or I guess risk you have here, I shouldn't say only, but one of the ones to monitor is he did miss half the season with a torn ACL. So something to monitor. But we've seen like ACL injuries aren't nearly as much of an issue as they have been in the past. So like it's not necessarily as much of a risk as it has been, let's say, 10 years ago. But again, Garrett Williams, love what I see from him. He kind of brings that versatility that I could see Brandon Staley really coveting along with Derek Ansley. Wouldn't mind it at all if Chargers selected Garrett Williams. Probably late day 2 would be my guess. 3rd round pick. Garrett Williams, great fit for the Chargers in my opinion. Jake, your number 4. One of the Utes, Clark Phillips. Talk about him.
I love Clark Phillips, man. I have been so excited to see what his development was going to be as we got closer to the draft, because very, very early in September, when I was bored and wanted to just start looking into prospects for this time, I flipped on the tape of Clark Phillips right at the very early part of this upcoming season. And I had to message one of our buddies from the GAC podcast, the one and only Utah alum himself, and Steve Hackman. I said, dude, at some point, we're going to have to talk about Clark Phillips. And all he replied back with was just I got you smirk, face emoji. Like, he's like, hell yeah, dude. Eventually we will. And what's so crazy about this, Dan, when you look at Clark Phillips measurables, they're almost identical from a size and weight standpoint to what Jason Verrett was when he was coming out of college. Now, there's a huge difference from the athletic testing between what Jason Verrett put up as far as what Clark Phillips put up, because obviously Clark Phillips didn't test as well as some people were hoping. But this is what I really like about Clark Phillips, because there's so many different things that outside of his physical attributes, it's what's upstairs that really just levels the playing field for all of that. Because obviously his size, I think, is going to insert him early into whatever team drafts him, early into a nickel cornerback. But he plays with such high intelligence with his instinct and aggressiveness that he plays the game with. Dan, he's got great starting experience, 31 games that he's had as a starter. Last year, 9 interceptions. 4 of them were pick sixes, had 3 interceptions in one game against Oregon State. You go back and you watch the 2 games during the season that he played against USC, brought some of his best game that you see on tape. Through 3 quarters in the game of December against Jordan Addison, locked him up. I think he only had about 13 yards through 3 quarters. So he knows how to cover him well. And hey, he grew up in Los Angeles. He's a local boy.
Hometown kid.
I mean, again, I think just a defensive back like him, while the testing numbers are not going to jump off the chart with you, I think he's just an highly intelligent, very aggressive defensive back that knows how to play the game. I think his skill set for what he already knows and has the potential to even get better. Where it's at right now at this level of his career going into the NFL, I think it's going to pay off for him in spades. I just like him because he's a very smart tactician of a defensive back.
Add 3 inches to his height, he's a round 1 corner for sure. No doubt about it. Yeah, he is a size be damned guy. Ding, ding, ding. I see him as a late round 2, probably round 3-ish. PSA, if you're a quarterback in the NFL, don't throw short to medium routes against Clark Phillips. Like, he just picks all of them. It's insane how good he is on the boundary, especially when the quarterback receiver is trying to do an out. It just doesn't work. Love his hands. I'm not going to repeat everything else you said. Can play both inside and outside. Not afraid to get dirty in the box. Love his instincts. Again, give him 2 more inches, 3 more inches. He's around 1 corner. But we're living in reality, not hypothetical. So I agree with you. Love Clark Phillips. I think he's a great corner prospect, and I would be totally down if he was on the Chargers. Jake, one guy that I want to make sure we talk about, and I really haven't heard many people, you hear the same names over and over and over and over again. But for me, a name that is not being talked about enough is Kai Blue Kelly out of Syracuse. Now, a lot of people probably are like, who the hell is that? And those people probably haven't really looked at this quarterback class much, which is why you're here, which is great. 4.540, Jake. 45, that'd be insane. 36-inch vertical, 6'1", 190. I think he hangs his hat on ball skills. Ideal size, 6'1", 190. His dad, Brian Kelly, was a DB for a decade in the NFL. A lot of times he seems to blanket receivers. Pass breakup machine, really, really good at being aggressive at the catch point. Great combination of kind of athleticism and strength. The only negative is I wish he had this more. I wish he turned his head around. Sometimes he kind of gets lost because he's not turning his head around, and all of a sudden the receiver does something crazy and he's gone. I wish he turned his head around. But in terms of just like the archetype you're looking for, has the size, has the ball skills, has the vertical. I mean, 36-inch vertical with being 6'1", like, sign me up. Blue Kelly, honestly, nobody is talking about him, at least not as much as I think they should. Criminally underrated, in my opinion. Would be a great fit for Los Angeles Chargers. Jake, next for you. How are you feeling about your list, by the way? Do you feel good? Are you feeling confident as we're going through? Because we haven't really talked about these ahead of time.
No, I like this. And no, this is like the first time that, I know collectively we've talked about just in very, fireside chats to say like, hey, who do you like in the DB room? It's like, oh yeah, I really like Garrett Williams, or oh yeah, I really like Clark Phillips. But we've never actually really taken a deep dive until right now to hear these reasons. So all 10 of these guys, again, Dan and I are very high on, but we've never actually taken the time to hear the reasons why.
Yep.
And it's good for this from the first time coming around. And Dan, we have to remind ourselves that what type of priority and what type of mold do you think this is going to, and this is maybe even a conversation for a different day, but do you think that there is more emphasis on this position maybe than we are not talking about? Not to say it's going to all of a sudden be thrown up above the needs of wide receiver, edge, or tight end or anything like that. But because of the fact that you now had Derek Ansley as your new defensive coordinator to take over for Ronaldo Hill, you have Tom Donatel now stepping in as the secondary coach, and that you just hired Will Harris out of Georgia Southern as the assistant secondary coach. So from a coaching standpoint, again, along with Brandon Staley now, there's been a little bit of an emphasis now that you have a former secondary coach as your main defensive coordinator.
100%.
And there's secondary tie-ins all along for this coaching staff. So is this position going to be prioritized in a different way? And whether that's from
yes.
Okay, so
yes.
My question is it going to be not just from a priority from when the Chargers draft, but are we talking about guys who can play more of the man coverage? Because we know when J.C. Jackson finally got his opportunity where the Chargers finally said, okay, we're going to take you out of zone. We're going to bring you back into what was more naturally for you, put you in man coverage, and then unfortunately the worst happened. So I'm interested to see this because I know Brandon Staley always plays with a lot of versatility, especially in his secondary group. But I'm wondering if this is going to, if these coaching changes are going to shift this outlook for this team as far as what they're looking for.
I agree. Jake, your next guy, 2 letters in the first name, last name Turner. Talk about him.
Yes, DJ Turner, fastest man at the combine with a 4.26. Unbelievable speed and athleticism coming out of Michigan. Again, when you put on the tape of DJ Turner, he's just got great read and reaction skills. Fantastic anticipation to where the ball's going to be going, plays physical. Great production at Michigan, by the way, had 20 passes defended. And Dan, this is kind of why I wanted to allude into this question with all the coaching changes, because he's coming from a very heavy man scheme in Michigan. And he's got that speed, obviously, of running a 4.26 that could translate instantly to what you want to wide receivers nowadays in the NFL. And he does lack a little bit of the physical traits that you would want, just from size. Yeah, little on the lanky side. So you would hope that he would be a little bit heavier to be physical, but still plays the game with a good physicality that I like. But you just need to make sure that that's going to be able to translate well. But I do like what I see from him. And obviously, being in Michigan and being in that conference, he's gone up against some of the best in competition. Has it always broken his way? No, but I think it's a great experience just to be prepared for the next level at the NFL. And again, having a guy who's 4.26 speed, and I'm trying not to sound like Al Davis here and just talking about nothing but speed as it relates to DJ Turner. But again, having an asset like that in the DB room, you need something like that. But I think he's got a lot of different intangibles that he brings to the game that's going to be able to make him go up against some bigger wide receivers and have some good production.
Jake, my number 3 best fit for the Los Angeles Chargers. I'm not going to lie, I have no problem acknowledging this. Kind of have a man crush on this man. I do. And I have no problem admitting it.
Talk about it.
He has, I think, what almost every GM in the NFL now would like to see in a corner. And the guy I'm talking about, Julius Brents out of Kansas State. If you have not seen Julius Brents, now, is his tape perfect? No. Like, there's some times where he went up against a one Johnson. I think it was probably would you say Quentin Johnson's like the number, arguably top 3 wide receiver in this year's draft? Ton of tape on him going up against him. And holds his own sometimes doesn't. But 6'3", 200 pounds, runs a 4.5 340, 41.5-inch vertical. Guy's got athletic traits for days. Size, hops, agility. First team All Big 12 2022. You basically built this guy in a lab, and this is what you want. Like if you're playing Madden and you're trying to build a corner, 6'3", 200 pounds, sounds good to me. Really good in press man coverage. Love his physicality. You saw a ton of reps against Quentin Johnston, and he won some, lost some. But what you'll also see is some truck sticks all over his film. He is not afraid to get nasty. Kind of has that finishing style that I think a lot of GMs, head coaches, defensive coordinators love. You saw a ton, which I think is important for the Chargers. You saw a ton of him put on an island throughout his career, and for the most part did pretty well. One of the negatives, I will say, because I think there's always going to be something that people can improve upon, he's very aggressive, and sometimes he can get too aggressive and he can kind of lean too much on his instincts. And when that happens, he can completely wash himself out of a play and can bite, and all of a sudden, like, the guy's gone. But again, I think that comes from experience, comes with reps. But in terms of just sheer physical traits, what can you not like about this guy? I love Julius Brents, and he's one of my favorites, obviously, top 3 for me. Jake, are you as high on him as I am? I don't know why, but I watched him, I'm like, oh, Brent Staley would love to get his hands on him.
Yeah. The traits that he brings to the game is just what Brandon Staley would covet in a DB in his system. The versatility that he brings, as you mentioned, the size. and aggressiveness. And while it may sometimes be over aggressiveness, it's still sometimes that you would have liked to see the Chargers secondary play with a little bit more physicality. So you don't want them always necessarily being the finesse, but so you need to find that balance between intelligent and when to use
Throttle
it
it back
when to
just
be
a
aggressive.
little bit, please.
Just, when it needs to be. But no, I the more I watch the Julius Brents, I really like what I see from them.
Yes, he did get toasted a couple times from Quentin Johnston. But again, like you're talking about like a stud receiver. So time will tell, but in terms of just potential, his ceiling is incredibly high. Jake, now we're getting into the good stuff. Top 2 for each of us. You're up first. Your number 2 best fit for the Los Angeles Chargers. Someone who, talk about production. My goodness, I'm excited to hear you talk about him. Emmanuel Forbes.
Dan, this is such an interesting guy to talk about in Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State. As you mentioned, the production. Talk about a ball hawk at Mississippi State for his 3 years as a starter. 14 interceptions and 6 pick sixes. What?
Most in history.
I mean, the production just jumps right off of the charts for that type of aspect. But Dan, I have to mention this before I really get into this because it's I didn't know this was literally just talked about. I can't remember if Peter King had released it late yesterday or if this was early this morning, but he's been hearing a lot in the draft, from talking to people as far as where Emmanuel Forbes possibly is going to go. But he drops this nugget to say that Emmanuel Forbes played baseball in high school and was capable of throwing in the mid-90s. And while he was playing baseball, he suffers an elbow injury, and that's what ships him over to his football career. So he's got a cannon if he wants to use it, to step in for.
Watch out for the touchdown. Yep,
be an emergency backup quarterback for Justin Herbert if you possibly need him. Who knows? But Dan, the biggest concern from him, and it's crazy because you go back right before the combine, and there were mock drafts with Emmanuel Forbes at the tail end of round 1. Mm-hmm. A lot of people had him as a round 1 quarterback for sure.
Totally.
But when you come in at 6 foot, you weighed in at 166 at the combine, 170 at your pro day.
Tiny.
Having that slender frame, again, hey, I know it's advantageous when you run a 4.35 40. I get all that. But a slender frame going to the next level like this. And I know that Emmanuel Forbes has addressed this plenty of times. He believes that he can get up to around the 180 mark and maintain that weight. But it is something that I'm sure that are going to turn a few coaches and GMs away from it. So I'm interested to see where he's going to go. I don't think that he's going to make it out of day 2, personally. I think because everything else that he brings to the game, as far as his ball capabilities and his football intelligence, he is so smart as a defensive back. When you watch him diagnosing plays, reading the quarterback while also covering his wide receiver routes, he is phenomenal when he does this. So I'm just wondering what coach is going to end up taking a chance on him, because if you can put aside the weight concerns, you're getting a damn good football player at the next level.
It's funny. I have not heard him kind of reference the size questions. And so when I was going through my notes, one of the things I literally have with him is, I would love it if he just gained like 10 pounds. And that's exactly going from 170 to 180. It is hard not to like Emmanuel Forbes. 6 foot 180 is ideal in my opinion. The kid has obvious nose for the football. I mentioned it, most pick sixes in FBS history. IQ is great, blankets receivers. Like, there's so many things that are positive. It's just like the one thing. It kind of reminds you of like the Tank Dell stuff in receivers. But the size. Again, give him 20, 30 more pounds. Guy's an easy top 15 pick. But that's not reality. I love Emmanuel Forbes. I think he would be great. Again, all these guys, I could just imagine the Chargers would be gushing to get some time with. Emmanuel Forbes, I like. My number 2, Jake, and I really like this guy. And it really makes this hard for me because one of the things that I think Chargers fans are desperate for and I think Chargers themselves are desperate for, is obviously they want to win a championship, but like championship pedigree, I think is something that breeds success in the NFL. And you saw it last year, like what Paolo Van Noy brought to this team from a leadership perspective. Like you see Super Bowl winning players and what they bring to a team. Kelly Ringo, I mean, has this in spades. 2-time national champion for the Georgia Bulldogs. 6'2", 207. Like in my eyes, Jake, like this is the perfect size corner physically. 6'2", 207, ran a 4.36 40, 33.5-inch vertical leap. Second team All ACC. Track background, won the Arizona State Championships for both the 100-meter and 200-meter dashes in high school. He had the pick six that basically ended the national championship game on Bryce Young against Alabama 2 years ago. The guy's just smooth like butter, man. I love Kelly Ringo, and I think his physicality is arguably elite, and I think goes well for like a Ringo Island type. Imagine him on the boundary by himself. He just looks like an NFL corner, and I think I could see him great as kind of an inside the box as well. Plus tackler and run coverage, sheds blocks really well. Again, in the SEC, against those wide receivers, twitched up, great in man coverage, press, zone, really high IQ. Jake, if this guy's there in the second round, which again, stretch, I might be sprinting. I love Kelly Ringo. Now, is he a surefire round one pick? I don't know. I think it's kind of like a back end of round one possibility, but Kelly Ringo, Jake, like, yes, please. Very much, yes, please. Where do you have him on your list? Like, is he in that top tier? Do you have him in your, let's say your top 10, for example? Is he in your top 3?
Keely Ringo's, again, as another guy, much like Emmanuel Forbes, who has seen such a fluctuation with where his whole pre-draft stock was at, say, a month and a half ago. And now, just from reports, testing, whatnot, people just have him as a straight day 2 player. So I don't think that he falls. I definitely don't think that he gets out of day 2. Probably doesn't get out of round 2 with the board as far as what it's going to look like, even though that many people expect that to be the round that people are going to go berserko over the wide receivers. But I definitely think that Keely Ringo, again, you're playing out of Georgia, you got some talent. He's going to be able to. He just needs to, whoever drafts him just needs to know how to use him correctly, properly at the beginning of his NFL career. I think he's got plenty of potential to flourish. So I don't see him getting out of round 2. I'd be surprised by that personally if he did.
There's no way.
But we'll see.
We talked about the Chargers and Georgia. Jamari Sawyer, Trey McKitty, just these past 2 years alone. Oh man, this is the one where I'm almost calling my shot round 2 guy. Like if he is there at round 2, depending on where they go round 1.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, we are not putting corner as a priority above wide receiver, edge, tight end. But we know this coach, what he has said. We fully believe that he's going to address the cornerback position in some form or fashion in this draft. But I think it would have to be a certain scenario for them to address it either in round 1 or round 2.
And again, it goes back to the value. Like, and there are many instances where a BPA would be corner in round 2 over, say, wide receiver or edge. So, like, it's not out of the question.
I think the most realistic conversation to start having as it relates to cornerback in this class, Dan, would probably be starting at round 3 and then go down from there.
Yeah, I would say the only way it happens in round 2 or 1 is if somebody falls in their lap. Like if you see a Joey Porter there at 21 somehow, if you see a Ringo there somehow, or like a guy that we're going to be talking about here in a second, that's how it happens in round 1 or 2. Otherwise, you're right. I think the value starts happening later. Jake, you ready for your number 1? How does, before you get into him, talk about how he differs from the other ones. Like what makes him the number 1 versus 2 through 5 or honorable mention?
I mean, Athletically, he's dripping in athletic sweat, man. He's got outrageous athleticism for a DB. And even coming in at 6'1" at 200 pounds, ran a 4.35 at the combine. Deion Banks also decided, hey, I can run fast, but I can also jump 42 inches. And let me show him what I could do with an 11.4 broad jump as well. It's just, what? I mean, talk about just ridiculous athletic defensive back, Dan. Now, we were just talking about it 2 seconds ago. What's the realistic option for the Chargers to really start having the conversation of going the cornerback route? If you choose to address that, that would probably be starting in round 3. Deontay Banks should not be getting at 21. Let's keep everything relative.
Thank you.
He should definitely be going in the top 20 for sure. Should not be there for the Chargers to select at round 1.
Oh,
I don't believe he shouldn't. He shouldn't buy.
I thought you were saying he shouldn't be the pick at 21.
No. Not that he shouldn't be the pick at 21.
Oh, I don't think he should be the pick at 21 either. But
what I was basically going to say, much like in the case of like Joey Porter, you were about to say, like, if a guy like that fell to you, I feel like you should possibly give it some consideration.
Sure.
Much in the way that we would probably talk about Brian Branch as another exception from the safety market in that circumstance.
Which we're not talking about as a corner. Obviously, he would be in this list if we had him as a corner.
He could play corner,
but
we'll keep him for the safety list when we talk about that. But yes, this Deontay Banks will probably not be there by 21.
Interesting.
He just brings those type of athletic abilities that defensive coordinators salivate on. Plays physical, tackles great. Dan, if you've watched him, some of his highlights, go to the Ohio State game. You really want a good example about how Deontay Banks goes up against wide receivers. Play is taking place. You know, you get that 5-yard window that cornerbacks can put their hands on wide receivers to try to bust them off their routes. He literally the wide receiver only gets 2 yards in going to his route. And Deontay Banks just literally stalls him and then pushes him back like 3 yards. Just
You're going the wrong way.
Doesn't allow him to get anywhere. So on top of all that physicality, he plays with great instincts, can play in both press or in zone coverage very, very well. I like him the more that I've watched him, much in the Julius Brents conversation of that. The more tape you watch of him, the more that you like him. And again, just a physical cornerback that plays well in both type coverages, which sometimes the Chargers have not always hit on when you're talking about different defensive schemes. And again, to have athletic ability like this, get the hell out of here, man. I love what I watch when I see Deontay Banks.
Yeah, I really like Deontay Banks, obviously in my top 10 as well.
P.S. I also noticed that you put Syracuse down here under Deontay Banks instead of Maryland, but it's all right. It's all right.
That's a slip of the tongue.
At least your picture was correct, Wolkenstein. That
Thank
works.
you.
It's okay. A little technical snafu there.
If people are listening, I'm probably going to have this visual fixed so that way you can't even see it. But hey, if you didn't know, now you know. No, I love Deontay Banks. Kid's a star. I think you're higher on him than I am, but that's okay. 6'1", 200, plays a good length, super scrappy, great instincts. Look, I wouldn't be upset. Would I be upset if they picked him at 21? Personally? Yes.
You would.
I would. Because I'm not getting into it. Yes, I would be upset. All right, Jake. So
I'm pretty sure a lot of Chargers fans that even if he was on the board, with everything that we have talked about this entire offseason, about wide receivers, about the edge class, about the tight end class, and then all of a sudden here comes a curveball from the Chargers. Nope, we're going DB. That's what's happening.
Could you imagine?
I was so upset right now. I literally just knocked my picture off my desk.
Number 1 on my list, Jake, South Carolina. You know, take a shot if you heard that college again. 6 foot 190, 01 Cam Smith, 4'4", 340, 38-inch vertical. This kid is chiseled. My goodness. Jake, I don't know if you heard.
Well, first of all, I was going to say I like the fact that you did not. I knew who your 5 were, but I didn't know how you were actually ranking them.
Oh,
and I was not expecting that Cam Smith was going to be your number 1 guy. So I'm interested to see you pound the table for this.
Yes. So the kid's chiseled. And I don't know if you saw this, but there were rumors, you know, not getting specifics, but there were rumors out there on the interwebs about the Los Angeles Chargers head coach at the clinic in Oregon recently. and was asked questions around like, why did the team not fare well in the playoffs, and how this Chargers team compared to like his elite defenses with the Rams. And rumor out there that there was mention of, well, those corners that played for the Rams were great tacklers. Now, is it true? Should that be public? I don't know, but that's just what I've seen. If you're looking for someone who's a corner who can tackle, Cam Smith is arguably up there with the best of them. With those top three we talked about, Cam Smith is right there. And he could be there. And I think he will be there at 21. Now, he should be there at 21.
I was going to say, 21 would be a little bit too high.
This is one of those guys where if he's there at 54, somehow, this is like an Asante Samuel Jr. type
more
thing
realistic. There we go.
If he's there at 54, between him and Ringo, like, I think he'd win. I think he'd win out. I think if he went and talked to Staley and talked to Ansley and said, okay, of these two guys, if they're both here somehow, some way, pipe dream, I think Cam Smith wins. Such a smooth athlete. I love his instincts. And one of the things that I saw this with Asante Samuel Jr. as well is it oftentimes looked like he's running the receiver's routes, where like the quarterback oftentimes looks like he's throwing to him, which is like, that's probably one of the best compliments you can give a corner. Great footwork. I think his technique is amongst the best in this entire class. I think he does a really good job of reading the quarterback's eyes. And oftentimes, Jake, he almost baits quarterbacks when he plays like off man, where he'll kind of give almost enough space where the quarterback's like, yes, I'm throwing this here. And then immediately he just clicks and closes and it's gone. So I love his instincts. Great at the point of conflict. Again, I think sometimes like the aggressiveness can get the best of people. This is another time he can sometimes get a little handsy, which I think worked in college football a bit, although he did get flagged a bunch in college football. But in the NFL, especially in the offensive league, like if you do that in the NFL, you're going to get called a lot. Again, I think that could be coached out of him. But I love Cam Smith. And I think the fit there for the Chargers is gushing. And if I'm Derek Ansley and if I'm Brandon Staley and he's sitting there at 54, or let's say that we somehow does a trade and you're there, I don't know, in the mid 40s, like you're getting a stud with Cam Smith. And again, I'm not saying he's necessarily the best corner in this class, but for the guys that we see available, not those top three, I think Cam Smith is the guy. Am I wrong?
I think I would feel more comfortable if the Chargers traded back, acquired an additional second or a third round pick to make a selection like this. Now, the Chargers stayed put, didn't execute a trade, stayed with 21, 54, 85. I think you'd have to lean with their biggest needs that they need to address on this team as it stands right now. But in that particular circumstance, which a lot of the lines, the stars have been aligning towards the Chargers executing a trade back. It would be very, very smart of them, not just from a personnel standpoint, but from a financial standpoint as well. I would love to see a move like that. First off, obviously, if the Chargers trade down, I'm going to be doing cartwheels in the living room. But
regardless of who they pick,
this is one of the luxuries that a trade down gets you to go a little bit more position diverse and
2-for-1 special.
Yes, and use a higher draft, more draft capital on a different position that is more of a luxury for what you need right now, but still in a way to bolster that secondary group.
Look, I love Cam Smith. I think I think you're right. If this is a trade down situation, like I'm sprinting. I think he'd be great. And I think he's a good fit for the Chargers' need. Again, security blanket, insurance policy, depending on what happens with J.C. Jackson, we don't know. Cam Smith is a great one. Jake, we've made it through each of our top fives. Again, we'll kind of do the quick recap here. Jake's number 5, we've got Banks. Excuse me, not Banks. He's number 1. Number 5, we've got Darius Rush. We've got Clark Phillips, DJ Turner, Emmanuel Forbes, and finally, Banks. Sorry, my bad.
Yes.
My top 5, we've got My number one, I'll start the other way. My number one will be a Cam Smith. Number two, Kelly Ringo. Number three, Julius Brents. Number four, we've got Kai Blue Kelly. And number five, we've got Garrett Williams. Again, different archetypes, different types of styles that you can have on the football field. But all of these guys I can see the Chargers going after. Okay, so Jake, real quick, if we're looking at these, and let's say we're going day one, day two, day three. Day one, if there's a cornerback that the Chargers get on day one, is it any of these, or are they passing?
If the Chargers, let's just say in this circumstance as it relates to this list, because you would assume that obviously Witherspoon, Gonzalez, and Porter are off the board.
Yep.
I think if it was down to Deonte Banks and the field, I personally think that the Chargers would choose the field, honestly.
So no corners probably round one.
So most likely no corners round one, even though as much as I like Deonte Banks.
Of this group. Yep.
Of this group. I think the only exception that the Chargers would make if the corner was there at 21 would have been Joey Porter if he ended up going to 21. Round two.
So who's your guy? Who do you predict if round two, let's say they stay at 54 for now?
I mean, I think that Emmanuel Forbes will probably be gone before 54. I think there will be a team that, regardless of his frame, will take a chance on him before the Chargers select again. Again, we're talking in anticipation if the Chargers is stick and pick and do not have any additional day two picks from trading back. I think more realistically, if you wanted to talk about a corner, again, I'm just going off of my list here. I think a sweet spot for 54, if he still happened to be there, would be Clark Phillips if they were to address the cornerback situation there. In round three.
Or you can say, if you want to do day three, that's fine.
I mean, day three, we're probably then getting back into our honorable mention picks if we're talking that. I'd probably say any combination of Rush and Clark Phillips that could be taken in between round two, and actually probably both Rush and Phillips would probably be off the board by the end of round two anyways. So really doesn't leave.
Trice might be the guy.
Trice, I'd be interested to see if anybody elevates him into round three, given his physical attributes. I still kind of have him as a fringe day two, day three type of a guy, but I still think probably as it stands right now with the Chargers not having any additional picks and with the needs that they already know that they have to address in this upcoming draft, you probably don't see this cornerback group or the cornerback position being addressed until at least round three.
Unless one of those guys falls.
Right.
Which we did not expect Rashawn Slater to be there at 13 a few years ago. Or Asante Samuel Jr. later on. Like, that's what happens. When that happens, everything else is off the board. You're just like, all right, well, hey, in our lap, here we go. Jake, made it through. Cornerback, best fits for the Los Angeles Chargers. 5 through 1 for each of us, plus honorable mentions. What is the next position we got to get into? Because again, we're like getting close. We got,
we spent the last two position fits talking about the edge class, then going to the secondary.
Oh, you want to give what the people want, don't you?
Yeah, everybody's been saying, it's like, what in the hell are we talking about these defensive players? Can we please go back to the offense?
Who talks like that?
I don't know. I don't know, but I'm picturing
angry. They're so
picturing
angry.
Just a bunch of angry people behind the screen. Just yeah. So let's flip it back over to the offensive side of the ball. So we already talked about wide receivers. That was our first prospect group that we broke down. So, Dan, I think we kind of need to go back to, again, one of the glaring...
Fullback. Are you going fullback?
Definitely. Definitely. We need competition for Xander Horvath on this team. No question about it. Huge need. Cool. Huge need. No, I think we should go back to... I think we should take a look at our best fits for the tight end group, because obviously this is a very big and talented tight end group this year. And there's been some, changing of the guard as far as 2 months ago, where everybody believed that the Chargers were no question going to go at 21, that it had to be either a wide receiver and a tight end. And now their perspective is kind of, it's kind of changed a little bit. You kind of feel like because the Chargers have the same tight end group that they had last year, that you could possibly wait until round 2 or round 3 to address that position. So it's going to make for some good talk.
Well, I can't wait. We're going to get there. But before we get that, we got a couple other episodes coming out here in a bit. Some of the latest breaking news and rumors, some discussions that Jake and I have that I think you guys are going to be interested in. Tons of fun. If you have not already, please hit the like and subscribe. Helps out a ton.
Tell
Jake?
them why, Dan. Tell them why. We still technically haven't officially announced it. Is this the right time that we should do it before we release the details to Twitter?
We could. You would get to see Jake and my ugly mugs if you do subscribe and hit that like button. You can see us all the time. No, that's not it.
It'll probably actually only just relate to everybody that we know that will subscribe to say, okay, they listen to the podcast for the full hour. And that's how you can know which people did.
Yeah. You get 13,464 extra brownie points if you can get on this before anyone else does, which means you listen to the end of the show. Greatly appreciated. We are doing a giveaway. You mentioned the offense. Let's give away something from the offense. Jake, you've got a signed Keenan Allen authentic jersey, custom jersey we're going to be giving out. We'll put the details out on Twitter and social media here in a bit, but we'll probably announce the winner, I believe, draft day, right? Are we doing it on our live show?
Day before the draft day, we will announce the winner. So April 26th, keep your eyes peeled. That'll be when the winner is announced for the signed Keenan Allen jersey. Obviously, all you got to do, like and subscribe. And Dan, are we having him put a comment on there, or are we just going to keep it simple?
Let's keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Like and subscribe. Very simple.
That's the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. All you got to do is like and subscribe on YouTube, and we're good to go. Jake, got a lot of fun stuff happening. Be on the lookout. We're going to have a live show for the NFL draft prior to the start of round one. Can't wait. You'll see a bunch of LAFB representing in that. Jake, anything else want to tell the great friends before we get on out of here?
Again, the DeLorean needs to park just right out here. Right out here and take me to April 27th. Let's go.
DeLorean's over there. Take you over there.
Yes. Literally, just drive 88 miles an hour down the same street. Just teleport me 3 weeks in time right now.
Random question, Jake. If you had the DeLorean show up as an Uber, who do you want the driver to be?
Well, it's Michael J. Fox. There's nobody driving that damn DeLorean that is going to be able to usurp either. And would you say, Doc Brown, so you could hear all the quirkiness? He'd probably be like 1B, but it's Jay Fox, baby. It's Jay Fox all the way.
I love it. For Jake Hefner, you can find him at Jake T. Hefner, myself at Dan W. Sports. Guys, gals, pets, thank you so much for tuning in to Chargers Unleashed. We'll talk to you next time as we go into more Chargers content. Can't wait. Have a great rest of the evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are. And we'll talk to you soon on the next Chargers Unleashed.
listening to the Bruin Bible. This is your host, Will Decker, bringing you UCLA football content all throughout the year for LA Football Network.
What is up, Bruin Bible listeners? This is your host, Will Decker. We've got a very special sponsor to lead us off. We got BetOnline. BetOnline remains your number one source for all your baseball betting needs this season as it is officially opening day. Get analysis of every play, prop, and point at BetOnline. You'll find the latest odds, bracket contests, team matchups, and game trends at BetOnline as a whole. BetOnline is your baseball, basketball, football headquarters this season. Head to our website today and use our mobile device to sign up and receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. Be sure to use your promo code BELIEVE to receive your bonus pay. BetOnline, where the game starts. Now to the Bruin Bible. Bruin Bible listeners, what is up? Let's get down to it. We've got a very fun episode coming to you live. We're doing a spring practice recap for practice number 4 of spring ball. Got a lot of great things to talk about there. A lot of players that stood out and impressed. And after this, we're going to have John Gaines come on, the former UCLA lineman. He's preparing for the NFL draft. It'll be a very fun episode just to have him on, kind of break down his experiences as being a Bruin and everything that comes with that and how he's preparing for the next level. Let's dive into the practice. Spring practice came around today, and very foggy morning at the Wasserman Football Center. I was in my usual spot watching the quarterback battle, the offense kind of do their thing. It was very fun. And the quarterbacks to start, there was a guy that stood out today that was the best quarterback on the field, and that was Justin Martin. You know, we've talked about in the last week how much talent this guy has, you know, throwing the football, things of that nature. It's just a lot of raw material, it looks like at times when he's going back there. And today he put it all together. I thought Justin Martin was from beginning of practice to the end of practice, the most consistent quarterback. Second throw of the day, he had a 50-yard touchdown pass in stride to J. Michael Sturdivant. That was probably the prettiest throw of the day. He was hitting his intermediate passes. He completed a bunch over the middle. Logan Loya was making a lot of catches. Kyle Ford made a couple in those as well. So Justin Martin, you know, for all intents and purposes, was the best quarterback that I saw personally out on the field today. Still needs to work a little bit, I think, to develop. But, man, the talent is there. This kid can be very, very special down the line for UCLA. So a lot to like with a guy like Jay Mart, having him in UCLA's corner still right now. The other two quarterbacks, Ethan Garbers, Dante Moore, they were good. They really had a solid practice. Dante, as I tweeted out today, had an insane stretch in 7-on-7 where he just completed 7 straight passes. He made this one beautiful throw, and Ryan Kagan, the wide receiver, went up and grabbed the ball with one hand. It was a beautiful catch from him. So very, very thrilled on that front. Dante looked great. He looked as advertised. Ethan Garbers looked very solid. So just a lot of great quarterbacking play for UCLA. I think this is the deepest quarterbacking room in the country. Schlee looked improved today. I think there's a lot of good things that Schlee can bring to the table. I was sitting with one of his family friends in the open practice today, so that was kind of cool, getting a little bit more familiar with his background. Schlee looks like he's going to be a ball player. So you just have all these different talent and, different guys vying for the position. It's a very fun quarterback battle. I would still probably have Garbers and Moore kind of as the two guys jockeying for that one spot. But, man, Justin Martin just showed you today why this guy was a 4-star recruit and recruited by a lot of great schools out of high school. Running back group. I think TJ Harden might be my running back number 1. I know Carson Steele made a nice run today. Huge running back, is a beast in the weight room, doing a lot of great things. But Harden just has that upside that's just a little different. He had a huge run up the middle today. It was likely going to be the biggest run of the day had there been tackling. He would have taken to the house from about 40 yards. There's just a burst with TJ Harden when he touches the rock and the football. It's different than the other running backs. He has great vision, great patience, makes the right strides in the open field, the cuts to, make defenders miss. I think this guy is going to be as special as, any UCLA running back we've had. Maybe not named Charbonnet. I think Charbonnet was at just a different level than some of these guys, but I think TJ Harden is a future pro. I've said that many times over if you listen to the Bruin Bible. So a lot of great stuff coming from our guy TJ Harden. Carson Steele's looking good as well. Yankoff continuing to make plays. He made some nice catches out of the backfield. Just looking lean at 6'4", 210, 215. Very quick in and out of his breaks. Colson Yankoff, just another name to watch. I think Chip is going to reward him for staying around for so long. He's done this with other guys in the past where, they've been a part of his system. It's one of his guys at this point in time, entering his 4th year in the UCLA program. So I think Colson Yankoff is going to get more carries than the public thinks. So keep an eye out for that. I think TJ Harden's my running back number one, so we'll keep that storyline going into the offseason. Wide receiver room, man. It is so much fun watching this group go out each and every day and just compete, because UCLA classically has been the opposite of what USC is. And I hate to say this on a Bruin Bible podcast, but USC, you look at all the Bolitnikov winners they've had and different things. We haven't really had those, deep receiving rooms that a lot of these schools in the Pac-12 have had. To me, this is the deepest UCLA receiver room ever. At least in my time as being a fan the last 20 years, there's no doubt in my mind that UCLA in this room is special. Sturdivant made 5 catches today. The guy that stood out and made a bunch of plays that is going to be fighting for playing time over the likes of a Kyle Ford and some of these other dudes, Braden Pagan. Pagan caught 5 passes today in the 7-on-7 and 11-on-11 section of practice. Really stood out, was going over the middle, caught a deep ball that would have eventually gone for a touchdown had they not blown the play dead. Braden Pagan is looking really good. And just the speed and size that guy has, he's like 6'4", 6'5". Looks like he's one of the faster guys in the team. I think Wayne Cook came on and he told me about they did like some sort of athletic test, and he was at the top of the board among wide receivers. And that's including with a guy like Sturdivant, who's enrolled in here early. It's looking great. And so Pagan, that's just another guy you can work in. Logan Loya looks great. He looks so reliable over the middle. TMA sat out again today. Don't think it's a serious injury or issue. He's, on the sideline. He had his jersey on. I think he's nursing, maybe just a minor injury, so he should be back in the fold. He was looking fantastic to begin camp in those first 2 practices. And just a guy that I don't think gets a lot of love, Josiah Norwood, man. That guy, every time the ball is thrown his way, he continually makes plays. And I don't think it's talked about enough. He's going to find a way to make some big catches for UCLA this year somehow, some way. So receiving room, as deep as it's ever been. I mentioned Kyle Ford had a couple catches. Cam Brown had a couple catches. Cam Brown, I think his spot is relatively safe as a starter. So I don't think we've seen, the upside that this guy potentially brings either. So it's an embarrassment of riches when it comes to the wide receiver room. And it's going to be so much fun to watch, UCLA really progress to that next step. Another guy that made some catches, Staples. I think his name is Ezekiel Staples. He is a guy that, made 2 catches in practice today. So that was something to watch for. So just way too many guys. Enough with the wide receivers. O-line, they had their most inconsistent practice yet that I've seen with the 7-on-7 and 11-on-11 group. And, that may just be a credit to how good this defensive line is. And the defensive line, best day they've had by far. Murphy twins coming off the edge. They made 2 really nice back-to-back plays where they blew it up, and it was Grayson and Gabriel. They're looking fantastic. They're looking like they're in in-season form. I'm really expecting a nice year from those guys, and they're going to combine for, probably into the high teens in sacks, if I were going to guess, like that 15, 16 range. I think they're capable of, maybe 7-8 sacks apiece. So I'm really pumped on what the Murphy twins bring. Keanu Williams, the Oregon transfer, tipped a ball at the line of scrimmage on one of the passes. I forget who the quarterback was, but it was intercepted by Heimlicher, who returned it for a touchdown. Heimlicher, the University of Pennsylvania transfer from the Ivy League. So he got a nice little play in there. Latu looking the part, man. That guy is such a beast. He's going to be in the short consideration for Defensive Player of the Year come this year. So not a lot to catch you guys up with Latu. He just looks the part, man. He looks fantastic. Jay Toya has made a couple nice plays in, spring ball, so a lot to look forward to there. Linebackers. This is probably the most impressed I've been with linebackers in a duo, you should say, at least since Kendricks and Anthony Barr were there. And that's Muasa and Oladejao. Oladejao today, we talked about the size. He's like 6'3", 6'4", 250 out there at the football field. He is putting different players in the right positions when it's coming to the defense. So he is mastering this Ken Norton Jr. playbook very quickly. And just the fact that he's taking that leadership role already, I mean, he's had 3 practices up until today, is just a special, special thing from our guy Oladejao. So I think the sky's the limit for Olufemi Oladejo. There's a case to be made that, two of our 3 or 4 best players next year are both the transfers we got from Cal. I really believe that. I think Oladejo and Sturdivant are going to be guys that could potentially take us over the top this year. So really hyped on Oladejo. Muasau you could tell this guy is just ready to hit somebody. He got lit up today by Chip Kelly because he actually made some inadvertent contact with Braden Pagan, and Chip had to call him over. But, they were coming over the middle, and Muasau was, trying to make a play on the football. Ken Norton Jr. actually yelled out, don't come over the middle. Don't do it. So, the intensity's there, and Muasau is just flying to the ball, slightly undersized, but man, this guy is so quick and he's so smart at where the football is going with his instincts on the game. There's a case both these guys make all Pac-12. I'm being dead serious. I know people call me a homer when I'm talking about my UCLA Bruins, but man, these guys look great. So keep an eye out for those guys. Secondary, I know it's a little incomplete because Jordan Anderson has not been in spring ball, but, Devin Kirkwood made some nice plays today. There was one where he probably would have gotten flagged for a PI against Sturdivant, but he made a nice play on the football today. William Nimmo Jr. has really stepped into that Jordan Anderson role where we think he's going to be and made some really nice plays. So at the very least, if Anderson does, in fact, beat him out for the starting job, you got something with Nimmo Jr. because he's continually made plays all throughout spring ball. That's a guy that I'm targeting as somebody that's going to be a little bit of an impact for UCLA this year. So I'm really excited about Nimmo Jr. John Humphrey, veteran within UCLA. He's made some nice plays today, had a couple breakups. Davies and Alex Johnson look great too. Neither of those guys are really tested. Alex Johnson got tested a lot in the, initial practices, and he made him pay. Had a couple picks, off Colin Schlee. Nearly had a third one in the first practice, had a nice breakup in practice too. But Alex Johnson, keep an eye out for that guy. That guy so far in spring ball has been the most consistent performer. Davies, to me, is clearly the number one corner. They just don't like to throw the ball in his direction. I don't blame them. Davies is every bit the 4-star prospect we thought coming into Westwood. So a lot of positives. I think the offensive line is really one of the only areas I'm concerned about. I think I'm a little concerned about the new coaching coming in with the defense. I think Lynn was the right hire. How long it takes them to become a great defense, that's gonna take some time. It's new tutelage. I know it's the same system, similar things, but I think UCLA, man, I'm telling you, 11 wins is in the ballpark this year, and it's a lot to be excited about. So those are my recaps when it comes to UCLA spring football practice number 4. Stay tuned, guys. We are going to have John Gaines coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Is up, Bruin Bible listeners. We have another advertisement for you. We are so lucky to be sponsored by the great people at Athletic Greens. I started taking Athletic Greens specifically because I was lacking energy, lacking focus throughout the day, and needed some special pick-me-up ingredients to make things happen in my life. Athletic Greens has done just that. I've become absolutely addicted to the process. It has over 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source ingredients, probiotics, adaptogens to make your life easier by doing this during the day. I like to take it to start my mornings off. I like to do it before a workout. Makes you feel energized, focused, and just have a lot more energy throughout the day than I typically expected. Right now it's the time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every single day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/LAFB. Again, that is athleticgreens.com/LAFB to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Athletic Greens, a game changer when it comes to your health and your focus and your mindset. What is up, Bruin Bible listeners? Is your host, Will Decker. Very, very special guest in the house. My main man, Mr. John Gaines, decided to come on through for the Bruin Bible podcast. A guy that has had so much experience in the Chip Kelly era playing at the guard. He's going to be taking his talents to the NFL draft. We're going to be talking all about that. We're going to have some kind of fun little back and forth about some of the coaches and teammates that makes UCLA. But first and foremost, John, how is your dad doing, John Sr.? I know he had, kidney cancer. Is he doing all right? I know that was a big story amongst UCLA fans. We want to make sure he's doing well as one of our own.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's cancer-free. Been cancer-free for almost a year now. He got his transplant right before the season started this last year, so nothing but blessings. It's a great day.
Man, shout out to Mr. Gaines. That's an awesome, awesome story to hear. Let's start at the beginning, John. I think everyone kind of sees you in this position now where you are becoming, an NFL player in a couple of months. You're going to be transitioning to the next level. I want to take it back to the very beginning. Was there a initial, spark or something that pushed you towards the game of football? And how old were you when you officially started playing in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin? Am I right?
Wauwatosa, close.
Wauwatosa, yeah.
Yes, sir. So I've been playing football as long as I can remember. I put on the pads in fourth grade, but it actually goes all the way back to we had this thing called Kimmel football. So Mr. Kimmel was our fifth grade science teacher back at Underwood Elementary, back in Wauwatosa, and all the kids third through fifth grade would be out there on the field playing. He'd be the all-time quarterback, but I just remember that's my earliest memories of playing football in a group setting, and I loved every second of it. So,
man, and you went to actually Marquette High School, University High School. One of my cousins actually went out there. They're from the Milwaukee area. Oh, nice. So, yeah, very familiar with it. I know it's a pretty, dominant powerhouse. What made Marquette kind of the school for you to take that next step in football when it came to playing at the high school level?
Yeah, biggest thing for me was actually the academic side, choosing Marquette High. It's the first place I'd ever seen black students and black teachers in AP classes, so it was a really big thing for me. And then, of course, the wealth of athletic history they have there was great, to be able to be part of that legacy. And then just that aspect of, brotherhood was a big selling point for me. So when I got there, I have lifelong friends I made there, so it's just a great place.
Yeah, absolutely. My cousin, he raved about the experience there. He said it was one of the best places you could ever go to high school. So I feel that. Did football, were you, starting, as like a sophomore or junior on varsity? When did you finally get, into the official action as a varsity player for Marquette High School?
Yeah, so I was actually on freshman team and JV team. I got moved up to varsity going into the playoffs of my sophomore year. And then I was a starter junior year, senior year, and of course ended up here. So it was cool. It was a great way to learn. You got to earn every single thing. Nothing's going to be given to you. So
absolutely. And then recruitment time comes around. UCLA is eventually what you settled upon. What were some of the schools that you thought about going to, and what made UCLA the ultimate destination to continue to the Division I level?
Yeah. So actually, my grandfather, my pawpaw, he passed away the summer leading into my senior year. So I was slated to go to the opening. I didn't, of course. But my grandmother, my gang, she actually had a stroke about a couple weeks after my pawpaw passed away. So that kind of took over the entire summer leading to senior year. So recruitment was very much of a whirlwind. It was kind of quiet. I actually didn't think I was going to play college football until probably August of going into my senior year, because I wasn't getting a lot of looks. But first schools to offer me was Indiana State, and it kind of just went up from there. NIU, it started small, started local. But by the end of it, I had offers from Iowa, Purdue, Cal wanted me to play D-line, UCLA, of course, and then I was actually committed to Princeton before I got those big D1 offers. So the thing that made me choose UCLA, it was January. It was the middle of January when I went on my official visit. Got a call from Coach Kelly a week before. Said he wanted to have me out here, see his campus. But it was middle of January. Get on the plane at 7 o'clock and it's snowing. Get off the plane at 10 o'clock here and it's beautiful. Of course, it's dark outside, but it's 75. And I was like, I can get used to this. And then just the combination of just athletics and academics was a really big thing for me. Being able to be at a top tier university in both facets, it allowed me to play top tier football and also receive 2 degrees from the best university in the world. So,
man, I mean, it's a wonderful, wonderful university. I'm biased, John, but I think you
me too.
You had a round for you. So we're stoked you became a Bruin, man. And the first time you got into action, it was against Stanford. It wasn't a game you started, but you got to go out on the field back in 2018. Do you remember the emotions of, first time touching the action when it comes to UCLA Bruin?
Yeah, I was super anxious, of course, but I remember we were on we were coming out of the end zone. We were on like the 3-yard line, and we called a pass play. And I was like, just don't let me give up a sack right now. I was like, not my first snap. Luckily, that didn't happen. I only played 3 snaps that game, but it was great, kind of get the jitters out. That's what Coach Wright talked about. Like, get that out of the way so next year you can really be expected to contribute a lot more. So it was a whirlwind of emotions. I remember the first time I ran out in the Rose Bowl when we played Cincinnati that first week of my season. And I'm just like, this is college football, Like, it's a different level. And it's like, there's nothing can prepare you for those emotions, that feeling the first time you run out that tunnel. So,
man, amazing stuff. And, you became a mainstay in the starting lineup after that. And, John, every time I talk to one of your teammates or coaches, they rave about the player you are, but they also rave about your IQ, your knowledge on the football field, and how much you pour into the playbook. I mean, for instance, we had Neo Mafi come on here, and he's like, man, I don't even know what I'd be doing right now if John didn't, help me with the playbook, because I was switching from defense to offense. Has the playbook always come easy to you, or is it something you have to grind at and work at? Because for somebody like myself, I see all these plays. I cover football. I'm not a player myself. I'm just like, how in the world are you like so just far ahead of everybody else when it comes to knowing the playbook, man? Because in terms of awareness, I'd be ranking you like 100 in, NCAA football, man. So what do you credit that to, my man?
Yeah, first and foremost, it came from my teammates. Being a student of the game, Sam Marazzo really taught me that. I was pestering him. He hosted me on my official visit the year before, so he was my first friend here at UCLA, and I was pestering him first day I got here. I was asking him every single thing about the playbook, trying to get everything down, because he was definitely the guy that taught me everything I know. So I owe that to him first and foremost, and just taking pride in the fact that I knew my teammates could count on me. And, if things got a little hairy, like we could talk it through, and like understanding, just trying to see the whole picture just makes it all really slow down at the end. So
amazing stuff, man. Well, we're going to do a new portion of this interview. It is the word association game with some of your teammates and coaches that you've got to know during your time at UCLA. First guy I got up for you is the guy I previously referenced, Neo Mafi. What is one word that comes to mind when you think about your guy, Neo?
Hilarious.
Funny dude. Awesome. We got Alec Anderson next. Alec Anderson, former right tackle for UCLA. What does he bring to the table?
Brother.
Love it. Sean Ryan, one of the guys in the trenches, a mainstay at left tackle for UCLA.
Beach.
Okay, what makes it Beach, out of curiosity?
He's a West Coast kid through and through. And, he always had the great skater vibes to him. Came in every single day, just loving life. And, he just had a great aura about him. You could sense he was definitely from Orange County, and he just had that cool, calm demeanor. And you definitely need that in your life for sure.
Love that. Former O-line coach Justin Frock.
Teacher. And, he's at Ohio State now. What was some of the things you learned from Justin Frock? I mean, he taught me how to play football at the end of the day, really. And, you come in as a super raw, gangly, 260-pound freshman. He helped craft me into what I am today. So I'm forever grateful for that.
Tim Drevno, new offensive line coach, came in last year. I thought he did a very impressive job with what you guys were doing. What is Tim Drevno in one word?
Professionalism.
Awesome. Tim Drevno, professionalism. Quarterback, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. One word to describe him.
Energy.
Brings a lot of energy into the huddle. Is that what I'm getting at?
Yeah, and then the way he plays, definitely.
Absolutely. Was there one particular play that stands out?
Arizona State. The one hurdle that nobody really talks about. Of course, we all talk about the Washington one, and the USC one. Let's not forget that one. But the one we were at Arizona State, and he scrambled, and my guy broke off late and was trying to chase him down from behind, and I just see bro jump over a dude, and he makes two dudes run into each other, and then runs for another 30 yards. Yeah, there's nobody else in the country that's doing that. So yeah.
Video game stuff, dude. I mean, just every week in and week out with DTR. Speaking of video game stuff, this guy, they call him the Terminator for a reason.
Yeah.
Mr. Zach Charbonnet. One word to describe Mr. Zach, dude, because he is unbelievable on the football field and breaking tackles and just the raw power he possesses at the running back position.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Physical, for sure.
Physical. Was there another run that you had that was one of your favorites from Charbonnet?
Oh, man. Probably. When we were playing LSU, it was at the early part of the game. I remember he broke off. We were running like duo. He broke off and got down. And there's none better than, you see 6 people try to tackle him. The only thing that stops him is the sideline. So that just established, we're going to run the ball early and often. And that was just kind of establishing that physicality to that game. So that's definitely what I remember. That one or, I forgot. USC 2021 year, we were on the goal line. And this dude drags the nose tackle into the end zone. like throws him on the ground. I was like, oh yeah, that's Zach. It's definitely a hype play. So
absolute beast, man. One of my favorites was the 4th and 2 this year against Cal.
Against Cal, yeah.
There's two guys in the backfield. He makes them miss somehow. It gets 3 yards. And it's like that is the most impressive 3-yard run you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, when push comes to shove, just give the ball to Zach.
Just give the ball to Zach.
Last guy I got for you, the man in charge, Mr. Chip Kelly. One word, what does he mean to you?
I want to say teacher again. I'll say I'm trying to think of a different way. Wisdom. That's a good way to put it.
Wisdom, man. Is there any – I know Chip is not like the biggest rah-rah guy to the media. It's hard getting quotes out of him. Was there a moment in time where he kind of rallied the troops and got you guys focused and ready to play?
I think he does a great job of making it where you only have to worry about the little things. And I think within that is by the time you get to game day, the calm demeanor that you can have going into game day comes from the way he talks about the game, because it's you're solving problems at the end of the day. Of course, like it was the best quote I'd say from him, football's simple, but it's not easy, And I think the approach that we have every single day is it's just blocking and tackling. And I found myself, and it's funny, when I went to the NFLPA game, we had a former player come talk to us. It was actually, I'm forgetting his name, but he's the creator of All-American. And I just heard so many of, I like to call them Chipisms, like just he and I we're saying the same thing. And he played for Coach Kelly like 10 years ago. And I'm just like, the message has been the same the entire time. And just that process and the approach to detail and the attention to detail is something really special. So
awesome. So that concludes the word association game. We're going to jump into kind of just how you're preparing for the NFL, the next step. Dude, you had a hell of a combine. I'm talking like the 40 time you put together, the broad jump. You were in like one of the 90th percentiles when it comes to both of those areas. And I think a lot of people that weren't paying attention like UCLA was started to take notice of what John Gaines can bring to a potential football team. I'm more in the camp where I'm impressed with the physical stuff, but I knew you were going to make it anyways because of your knowledge of the football game and what you bring to the table. How did you prepare for the combine, and what was that experience like to somebody like myself where, I've never done anything close to what you guys just did out in Indianapolis?
Yeah, biggest thing was just taking things one day at a time. So when I left UCLA, I didn't have the hearings, I guess, the draft stock that I thought I was, I guess, worthy of or deserve. So biggest thing for me was just, you do a lot of things really well out of spite. So for me, it was just about, going out. I'm not a big self-promoter, but it's a big important thing for me that when you get on those stages, you perform at the highest level. So being able to have the opportunity to go to the NFLPA game was a great thing for me. And then getting an invite to the East-West off of that and an invite to the Combine for my performance at those games. I was just trying to show everybody, I was like, yes, you may know certain things, but I want to give people the full picture. So really the thing was taking it one day at a time. You go train. I left our game was the 30th. We came back that night at 30th. I was gone January 1st. So New Year's Day, I flew out at like 5 o'clock in the morning to Fort Myers, Florida, facility called X3. It was a great facility. I really like them too because they're not one of the big, like I guess you could say like Exos or things like that, but they have that, I guess you could say, chip on their shoulder too, where they're like, they had somebody from my position, from our combine group, was a top performer in some drill at their position in every group, I think. So we had a lot of guys who were just out there to, show that what they could do, showcase their talents, and just we were really focused on being day to day. It's attention to detail, like I like to talk about. You can't think about anything bigger than that,
Yeah, man. Shout out to X3 too. We need to get more players going out there. It sounds like it worked well for you going down to Fort Myers, Florida. Have you met with any NFL teams? What teams have you been in contact with and ready for that at the next level?
Yeah, I've met with a couple. As the process goes along, I've had an opportunity to speak to, I think maybe all of them at this point in time. So it's been a great opportunity throughout the All-Star games, the Combine, Pro Days, and then this, I guess, quote unquote, dead period now. But, right now it's just focusing on working out every day up at the Wasserman, watching spring ball, getting to see my guys ball out, and then just taking it day by day, taking a breath right now while still staying focused and then getting ready for the next step. So
I love it, man. Yes, UCLA fans, I've been at every single spring practice. I'm pretty sure my guy, John Gaines, has been there as well. So it's fun to see him out there. John, last thing we got before we let you sign off, we got kind of a fun speed round for you so the fans can get to know you a little bit more. Are you ready to start it up?
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's do it. John Gaines, what is your favorite TV show to binge watch?
Succession.
That's my favorite show right now, too. Did you watch the
episode? Yep. Just
my God, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's going to go after this, but man. Unbelievable show. You got great taste, Mr. Gaines.
Yeah,
Favorite musical recording artist? Who was that for you?
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
First concert I ever went to, Earth, Wind, and Fire with the family. I saw them and Shaka Khan, man. So big fan
Wow. You were
of
vibing.
the Earth, Wind, and Fire. Man, the taste continues. I got to be honest. John keeps killing it right now. Dream vacation spot. You can get a ticket to go anywhere. Where are you going and what?
Italy. Good food. Really beautiful cities. Yeah.
Italy looks awesome. Succession, the end of last season, they're in Italy. It looked beautiful.
Yeah, it might have some influence.
You are one of the best chefs on the team, if not the best. Favorite thing to cook up for a big-time dinner or, like a post-practice dessert?
Okay, if I'm making it, lasagna from scratch is the thing that I'm most proud of that I've ever made in my life. And then dessert, chocolate cake, devil's food cake for sure.
Chocolate cake, man. Gosh, you're making me just starving thinking about this right now. Funniest UCLA teammate you have? Mafi for sure. Neo.
Yeah.
I love it, man. Yeah, he's great dude, man. He came on the pod and we wish him nothing but the best too in this draft process. Athlete you look up to?
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning?
Mm-hmm.
You guys have similar awareness. I'm going to say that. He was the captain of the field. You know where everything's going. So I could see the resemblance there when it comes to that. And then favorite UCLA memory?
LSU, when we ran sweep, scored a touchdown going into, I think it was their student section. But, pulled around. Alec made a big block. Mike Martinez made a big block. I was able to pull around at the center. Everybody just did their job perfectly. Zach ran in untouched. And it was just great. Band starts playing, so.
I love it. Well, John Gaines, thank you so much for coming on. You've got Bruin Nation cheering you on regardless of what happens. We are so excited for you to go to the NFL, man. So thank you so much for making time out of your busy schedule to connect with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Bruin Bible, we are officially out.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Rams Brothers. I'm your host, Dean, and I'm joined, as always, by my brother and the other great host of this show, Nick. And Nick, it's Mock Draft Monday. I think we're ready for draft season to officially start, 17 days away. But first and most importantly, how are you?
I'm good. I haven't done a mock draft outside of one conducted for fantasy reasons. So this should be fun,
I think we're
looking forward to it.
We're going to learn a lot today. I think we're going to dive into, obviously, the Rams have met with 35 total prospects at this point that we know of. So I think we have a pretty good baseline in terms of the pulse in the direction they're going towards, how many players in certain position groups they've met with. I think it's a pretty clear indication in terms of which position groups need priority and need a little extra tender love and care, I guess we can call it, which they will eventually address in the draft. But Nick, the breaking news over the weekend was Odell Beckham Jr. signed a 1-year, $18 million deal with the Baltimore Ravens. Was there any kind of heartbreak with you when you heard about the news, or was it just kind of business as usual, considering how much time has elapsed?
Business as usual. I really didn't see him coming back. It would have been great to potentially have that in the back pocket, but I think he does not see the Rams as a team that can win right now. If you're a Ravens fan, you got to be stoked because not only is this OBJ news, but Lamar's not going to go anywhere if he, helped recruit OBJ. So that would be really bizarre. So
you would think not.
Yeah, good for him. Good for the Ravens. Keep Lamar in the AFC. keep the NFC kind of bewildered. So I was fine with it personally.
Yeah, I think a lot of Rams fans were looking ahead to 2024, right? The potential is can you come back? If the money's right in a new situation, could we get you a long-term deal, maybe a 2-3-year multi-year deal to where he comes back to Los Angeles? He was kicking the tires with the Giants. He was kicking the tires again with the Cleveland Browns, obviously with the Jets, I think was the other top team in contention in terms of who was going to sign him. So you never know. It could be another opportunity for Odell to come back and join the Rams, I think, in 24, if the money is right. I think, though, for the purposes of this season, $18 million, $15 million guaranteed, and $3 million in incentives, I don't know who could have topped that. So I think he got the best possible deal on the market.
Yeah. To me, it feels like I want the sweepstakes with him to be finished. It was definitely, not pessimistic to think that there's a chance he can come back, but I would say out of all the teams, it would be weird to see him come back to Los Angeles the following year. He feels like he just kind of wants to bop around and be on like a hot new team every year at this point.
It kind of does. It really kind of does. Yeah, next year you could see him in Kansas City.
Yeah.
I know we wanted to follow Aaron Rodgers. Maybe he ends up in New York to play with the Jets. Who knows? All right, so mock draft stuff. So the draft, we said, is 17 days away, Nick. So I was looking at the mock draft, and I think that the best tool you could possibly use right now is the PFF mock draft. A couple different criteria that you could set. It's kind of a sliding scale in terms of PFF big board, positional needs. There's all these levers and stuff that you could pull to make sure that it's, I guess, as accurate as you want it to be. But since it is mock draft Monday, I was just kind of evaluating the Rams' draft picks, and pick number, there's round number 2, so they have 30 or 36. They have round number 3, 69, round number 3, 77, round number 4 is non-existent, and then 3 fifth round picks, 3 sixth round picks, and 2 seventh round picks. So in reality, it's a little bit spaced out. I noticed that the pick from 77 to 167 is roughly a 90 pick gap. So I was thinking to myself, how could we get back into the top 100? I know the Rams like to prioritize those top 100 picks. The Niners actually have 99, 101, and 102. So my thought process was, how could I get a little pesky? How could I be a little spiteful in this situation? I wanted 98. I want pick 98. Right. So it'll do two things, right? It'll even out my situation as I'm progressing through round 3 into round 4, puts me back into round 4, and I can potentially move some stuff around. Right. So that's my thought process is I want to be able to leapfrog and get right in front of San Francisco before they're able to make their first pick. So in doing so, what I did was I looked at Cleveland. Cleveland had the 98th pick. So in evening out my draft, I want to get as many top 100 picks as possible, which is what I'm showing here. We got 4 top 100 picks in this scenario. If I traded the last pick in the draft, which was 251, and a third rounder in 2025, that's what I would get in return. I would get that 98th pick,
yeah,
and then I could swap 2025 fourth, and then I could swap that fourth with a third round, and that's one scenario. The other scenario that I could do is I could have gotten the 98th pick by trading Tyler Higbee. Would have just been straight up 98th pick for Tyler Higbee. He's going to be playing in the final year of his deal in this upcoming season. Potentially shop him around for a better offer, but that's another way that I could have gotten into that 4th round and gotten that 98th pick. So you guys tell us in the comments, which of those 2 deals would you like better? If we shuffled around this season, then swapped a 2025 4th with a 3rd for the Browns to get this 98th pick, we only get rid of the last pick in the draft, or would you rather straight up trade Tyler Higbee for the 98th pick in the draft to get the draft started? Nick, your answer.
I mean, I think it's going to depend on if one of their guys that they're looking at, like a Darnell Washington is there in that situation. I think they're over Tyler Higbee, and I think most fans would kind of agree with them, pushing him out for the 98th pick. I like that idea.
It's something, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Especially as fans too, because that's going to be a long. Like if you're sitting and actually watching the draft, that is going to be a long time when nothing really happens, and a lot of it would be, 49ers stuff, which is even worse.
Yeah, so, and this is what it would look like. So we'd give up our last pick. It's 251, round 7. We give up our 3rd rounder in 2025. We get back the 98th pick, we swapped the 2025 picks for the third and the fourth round. So it's not a terrible trade. And then the other scenario, like I mentioned, is just getting rid of Tyler Higbee. So I think my thought process was twofold. I want to separate that or bridge that gap a little bit more, and also try to leapfrog in front of San Francisco and make a pick that may be a player that they highly covet. Maybe it's a player that the Rams, they want to, try to fill their top 100. They want to try to get another edge rusher. They want to try to get another offensive tackle, whatever that may be, right? So in putting that together, Nick, you tell me, do you want to see a couple of the mock drafts that you and I put our heads together and compiled previous to the episode, or you just want to go crazy and do a live mock draft right now?
No, I think we put a lot of time into the ones previously. I think it would be cool and if we have time and we want to do it the other way as well. But yeah, let's show the people what we have in the chamber.
All right, so taking in this trade situation into consideration, so we took FAU at the top. Felix Anudike-Uzomah. He's the top guy on our draft board. I think from an edge perspective, if that's going to be somebody that you look at from a position, you're going to get FAU, you're going to get Adetomiwa Adebawore at the top, you're going to get BJ Ojulari, you're going to get Will McDonald. One of those four guys is going to fall into the position that you want him to fall in. So that's kind of the situation that I looked at here, was like, who was the best amongst those four players that's going to fall into that position? And that's how we landed on FAU. The next pick, which is the third round, the 69th overall pick, Nick, I think you're doing backflips if this happens. Keely Ringo.
I think he may even get drafted higher than where
he certainly will. He certainly will.
Yeah. So that's why. I think that's why you got the grade A. But yeah, if we can get Ringo there, just kind of Jalen Ramsey too, as you and I have kind of been calling him. That would be phenomenal. I think those two players can make an impact immediately next year.
It's also an astronomically high expectation for him to come in and be Jalen Ramsey. But again, if he falls, there's some conversation that happens behind the scenes where he's not high priority on a lot of teams' big boards. Maybe he falls into the third round somehow, but I couldn't see him going any lower than FAU. I would see if he falls to 36, or if he falls to 69, it's an absolute blessing. And I did a couple of these versions. So like you see in another version, Darnell Washington fell to 69. So I was like looking within this draft board and I'm thinking to myself, these are like 3 or 4 of our top 7 or 8 guys that are just falling into the third round, 69th overall. Do I think that's realistic? Probably not. But do I think that my expectations are a little bit higher, considering I think PFF is pretty accurate and we use the setting that was more accustomed to their big board, which I think is more accurate to what the NFL would do versus just fans. I'm pretty optimistic. So after Ringo, Nick, within this hypothetical mock, we went round 3, 77 Tucker Kraft out of South Dakota State. A lot of really good comparisons. He's got plenty of size. He can play in line. I've just been kind of impressed in the evaluation process with him. He's not one of the guys that I think is within that top 3 conversation. Those guys will all be off the board at this point. You want to find the guy within tier 2 that is going to be somebody that you could, automatically replace with Tyler Higbee. If Higbee's gone, you want somebody that's kind of a carbon copy, maybe a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, that can play in line, can block a little bit better. And that could be the potential player that you're getting in Tucker Kraft, along with, I think, more upside to be a better receiver than Tyler Higbee.
Well, I was going to say, if you make that, if you make that in that place, then you can really start talking about Higbee's future, and you can start making the phone call to Cleveland and be like, hey, we kind of have a couple tight ends that are a little younger, and we're done this deal with Higbee, and he was great in the Super Bowl and blah blah blah, even though he didn't play. But maybe Cleveland doesn't know that.
No, but I mean, there's a decent amount of tight ends. It's the same kind of way that the edges are built up at the top, right? Like you're going to get maybe like 3 or 4 guys kind of go within the top 35 picks. And then you're going to have that 1 or 2 guys that we really like that's high on our draft board that could fall. Same situation with Tucker Kraft, right? He's within that top 4 or 5 conversation. He falls into the third round. That would be a great situation for the Rams, who are inevitably going to move on from Tyler Higbee when that contract is expired at the end of the season. So, and then I'm looking to replace another guy who we talked about with Jordan, who could potentially be on the chopping block after that June 1st date. And that's Brian Allen. And his replacement, third-round pick, 98th overall, Juice Shrugs. The Los Angeles Rams select Juice Shrugs. And guess what
Penn
grade
State.
I got for that pick? Guess what grade?
B- or D+. Sorry.
D+. You might as well give me an F+.
You barely
Click.
passed.
I mean, you're kidding me with that grade. I think Juice Shrugs is a unanimous replacement to come in for Brian Allen. He's somebody that the fan base would automatically love. It's kind of that replacement pick for Creed Humphrey, the redemption pick. He's got the name. He's got everything about him that I feel like could be a valuable asset to the Rams' offensive line over the next 4 seasons. Hey, we like the Northeast kids. We like the kids from Penn State. They're familiar with us, right? So that's kind of the I think it's synonymous with you want somebody that's tough, that's hard-nosed, that can fill the role of a center. I know Sean McVay, whenever he talks about Brian Allen, he calls him an asshole. Sure, that's just the way that he does it. He likes to talk about how he's mean, he's tough, he's the guy you don't want to play against. And that, to me, is what Juice Shrugs is in the 3rd round with the 98th pick overall. And then this is where I feel like the trade really kind of kicks in, right? Because those are your 4 top 100 picks. You go FAU, Keely Ringo, Tyler Kraft, Juice Shrugs, and you're kind of jumpstarting the new idea of building a brand new core. From there, it's a little bit of a wild card, right? And I think what Les Snead could do is potentially trade out as like 171, 177, I think 167 are all compensatory picks, right? So they're kind of freebies. So it would make sense maybe a package 177 and 182 and try to jump into like early round 5, late round 4, closer to maybe like 120 or 130, so that you're appropriately spacing out the draft and you're not log jam there at the bottom, right? But then you can go Jackson Kirkland, guard from Washington. That's a B+ grade. Israel Anibakanda. That's a player that the Rams have already met with. It's a running back from Pitt that Aaron Donald's familiar with, that Kalai Kancey knows well and loves. Then you go Jared Patterson, 3rd straight year that they draft a Notre Dame player. This would go Benny Skoranek, Kyron Williams, Jared Patterson, overall B grade, round 5, 177. And then Nick, the backup quarterback of the future. It's Aiden O'Connell. It's a guy that we previewed. We confirmed with Jim Everett there was no Purdue connection with a 37-year gap. But he's the kind of player that I think is a legitimate backup. He's about maybe 1-2 steps above what John Wolford is right now. And I think it's somebody that has much more of an upside, more potential to be able to develop into a true backup quarterback one day.
Yeah.
Is he a bona fide starter? No. He needs grooming. But in the right system, he could be successful. And that's probably why you get a C- grade. This wasn't my best draft. But then you look at the last 3 picks. You go Ryan Hayes. It's extra support for somebody like Joe Noteboom, for Rob Havenstein, who was a little bit banged up last year, ended up playing all 17 games. But I think he had a couple of surgeries. He had to clean out his knee. I think he banged up his ankle. So it's just, going on year 8, year 9 of his NFL career, you got to look for some stability, some depth at the tackle position behind those 2 pillars. And I think that's what you could find in somebody late, round 6, 189, in Ryan Hayes. MJ Anderson as an edge rusher, 191, round 6 from Iowa State, good player. And then you go Jake Bobo, somebody that we're familiar with, round 7, 223, for an overall draft grade of B+.
Yeah,
probably better than what the Rams have gotten in the last.
Bobo's great because it's somebody that kind of went out of their way to put themselves on a better team their final year and kind of stand out. But do you really think the Rams are going to get the last pick that they have possible to draft a weapon that's not a tight end? I just don't know. This is ideal for what we've been talking about. You start with defense, then you kind of fill some holes, offensive
Too much
line,
logic,
tight
you're saying?
end. Get a backup quarterback in there, and then finish strong with a potential like fun piece like a special teams guy. I worry that this is not how it's going to look at all.
It probably won't. In all honesty, that's the purpose of a mock. It's not going to look exactly like this whatsoever. None of these players could end up on the roster, but over 65% of them have already met with the Rams. A lot of these players feel like there's a good likelihood they fill a positional need A lot of these picks were best player available, in my opinion. So I'm going to show you another mock because a lot of the top, if I can get Keely Ringo 69 consistently, I'm happy with that. There were a couple mocks where I got Keely Ringo at 69 and I got Derek Hall at 77 consistently. It's like when Dmitry Petrovic is just sitting on the bench in backyard baseball. Like I'm taking him.
What
he
a
hits
drop.
bombs. Dude,
What a name drop.
He hits bombs. You can't forget it. If you want to pick him fifth, sixth round, doesn't matter. He's going to hit you a bomb late in the game.
More of a Keisha Thompson man myself, but
Keisha Thompson also hits bombs.
Yeah,
bombs.
She's probably drafted too early. She's getting picked up too early for the Rams.
I take her interior defensive lineman right next to Aaron Donald. She's tough. She's Kalijah Cansey. But this was another really good, I think, a strong foundational top four in terms of having those 4 picks in the top 100. I think that makes a lot of sense theoretically for the Rams if they're going to accept this gap of 98 all the way to 167, and that's with me closing the gap. Right, that's where I traded up to get 98. We were originally at 77 all the way down to 167. Right. So that's a 90. There's no comfort in just sitting around in the draft for that long period of time. The whole draft board gets shuffled up, and it's a lot of work that you got to do when you inevitably make that 167 pick. But at the top, Osiris Torrance, like this is a guy that we are very, very highly coveted across the board for Rams fans. This would be a guard that you could plug in immediately. It's Logan Bruss insurance. It's AJ Akuri insurance. It's Joe Nopum insurance if he shifts over. It's Coleman Shelton insurance. I guess for that reason, it also makes sense to not potentially take a guard at the top of the draft because there are so many players on the depth chart. But that doesn't mean that they're good players. I think that's the problem. You can go all the way through the depth chart because there's 12. It doesn't mean that you have to continuously go through this process, finding players in the 7th round, finding undrafted guys, finding late free agents that are late back into their career that hardly costs you any money. Like that's not the formula. That's not sustainable to build a roster into the future to protect a quarterback who's been in the league for 12 years already. So
I think
to me,
they know that.
I want to get it. I want to
look at the depth. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead. No, go ahead. You're good.
No, I was just saying that I think that they know that, and they see the depth chart now more as like less of like a template of like who they're going to have, and more like, okay, well, there are obvious holes kind of throughout the entire roster, so it's more like best player available. And we talked about this: 151 career pass sets, 0 sacks allowed, 1 pressure allowed. So. If you're going to bring him in immediately, I think he's probably likely a starter for like 10 or so years into the future. So I'm a big fan of Osiris. And look, right afterwards, you still got Ringo somehow. Ringo just makes his way on every one of these boards.
Yeah, that's the thing with Osiris, though. It's like, can you plug in and guarantee that somebody's going to be a starter for 10 years? I think if you can guarantee that amongst everybody that's on your list here, everybody that you've drafted, doesn't matter what position they play. If they're a bona fide starter at any position, considering how many positions are of need, it makes sense to take that player. And that's where Osiris fits in. And then you go Osiris and you go Keely Ringo, Derek Hall, backflips. You and I, pants off backflips. It's a really good situation to be in. And then you go Jaquel and Roy and you bolster up the interior defensive line. You give Aaron Donald 2 pieces of support in back-to-back picks. That, to me, gets Rams fans excited.
Yeah, I agree.
So
that would be which one were you more excited over? The last one or this one?
I don't know.
My Rams mock draft.
Yeah, I don't know. If I go back, so if I look at FAU and Keely Ringo, and then I also got Derek Hall in this draft and Osiris, I'm leaning towards this one. This one actually gave me the better grade at A-. I also got Payne Durham in round 6, 189. I got Antonio Mafi at guard as extra support in case Osiris doesn't pan out. I got O'Shawn Mathis. I got Jake Hayner, potential backup quarterback for the Rams. That's somebody that I feel like has more potential to be a starter over Aiden O'Connell, maybe even over Jaron Hall. And then I also got Israel Anabaconda there. So I don't know. I think an A- grade is good, but I think a majority of the reason why this grade is so good is because we executed on those first 4 picks within the top 100.
Yeah, and I think this draft board likes Fresno State Jake a lot more. By their rankings. I still don't like getting a quarterback that high, but high. I mean, in retrospect, it's not high in the draft, but
it's the 5th
based
round
on our picks.
Yeah, no, I mean, within that round, if you're looking for a quarterback, you can get Stenson Bennett, you get Jake Hayner, you get Aiden O'Connell, Jaron Hall looks like he could follow a little bit further down in the draft. So, it's going to be kind of dicey to choose a quarterback that late in the draft. It always kind of is, but it's a matter of who you feel like has the most upside. And I feel like there's plenty of it when you look at quarterbacks later on in this draft. It's similar to the cornerback position, and I think edge, honestly, where there's enough talent later on where you could hit on somebody and find your next piece. So that was the hypothetical trade. This is the draft analysis, Nick. So if you look on PFF, it shows where a majority of Rams fans have selected. So it shows BJ Ojulari is the top pick so far from LSU, edge rusher. So this is edge rusher, and then DeJuan Jones is a tackle, FAU edge rusher, Will McDonald edge rusher, Emmanuel Forbes cornerback, and then Jahmyr Gibbs running back. What would you do if the Rams picked a running back at 36 overall?
Scream. Just rage. My eyes would see red, and I would rage out and probably punch a wall. No, I wouldn't do that. But I would be really upset.
If it was Bijan Robinson, would you be upset?
If it was the next Todd Gurley, I'd be upset. There are so many more gaping holes on this team that if you're going to go out there and draft a running back, I feel like you're just ignoring everything and being like, yeah, let's have some McVay fun, which still worries me that they're going to go out there and do something like that.
You don't actually mean that, right? Like, if we did get the next Todd Gurley, you definitely want him?
Of course I do. But I just not in this draft are you getting the next Todd Gurley.
Yeah, no, and he could go as early as 10. He can go 10 overall to the Eagles for all we know. He can go same spot that Gurley went for the Rams way back when, 2014, 15. So I think we're at the point in the show where we could do a live mock draft. And I think the picks should be consensus. We agreed upon them. We're both in the draft room. We're in the war zone trying to make decisions. We're bashing heads. It's McVay and Les Snead. Who would you rather be, Nick? Would you rather be Les or Sean?
Les. Les has way more pressure, in my opinion.
You're going to be Les. All right. Let's call it Nick is Les. I'll be Sean. All right. I'll try to talk as fast as I possibly can. All right. Mock draft. Let me pull this up. Nick, I'm probably going to try to sell you on everything the same way that I believe Sean McVay does to Les Snead, while Les Snead sits back and chews tobacco or has a beer. I don't know. All right.
As long as I get the perks of having a Malibu home, I'm in.
As long as you get the perks of drafting Osiris Torrance with your first pick in the second round. So you guys can see who's available. So Mozzie Smith, interior defensive lineman from Michigan, Osiris Torrance, Tanner McKee from Stanford, Dion Henley, linebacker from Washington State, Cam Smith, cornerback, Adetomiwa Adebawore, edge from Northwestern. Nick, how good am I at saying his name? Tuli Talapolo. See, there we go. Tuli Tuipalauti from USC is there. I'll butcher that one every single time, 10 times out of 10. So this is kind of what we're looking at, Nick. My pick, I've been going back and forth between Osiris and Adetomiwa, but I'll let you choose.
I mean, to me, the answer is Osiris.
You're going to go Osiris. You're going to support me, Sean McVay, in my never-ending quest to bolster up the offense? Or would you rather give Aaron Donald some friends?
You know what? I think I'm going to go back. How much time is on the clock? I don't want to get anybody.
We have plenty of time. But I'll give you a minute to think it over.
Okay.
Tops. You have 10 seconds.
Okay.
If I'm Sean, I'm pressuring you here.
I'll take Tanner McKee, quarterback, Stanford. Finally.
No, you can't. I won't allow it. I have too much faith in Matthew.
Yeah,
we're going Adetomiwa.
Yeah. If we're going by everything that I've been saying, and I kind of got a little swept off my feet by the thought of Osiris, but Adetomiwa, I think, is the right answer. And to keep Aaron Donald happy, that's me, general manager Les Snead, picking right there.
Ooh, Adetomiwa was selected with the 36th pick in the second round. So now the Rams are
Ringo's on the board. We're taking Ringo.
Ringo's on the board, but there's also Darnell Washington, Nick. Now we supported your choosing of friends for Aaron Donald with Adetomiwa. He's going to be 3 tech. He could be an edge rusher. He could be anything. He runs a 4.5 as an edge rusher, 4.49. Absolute freak of nature. All right, I did Aaron Donald a favor. Now let me support my quarterback. I need another tight end that can play in line, catch touchdowns in the red zone. Last, please, I'm begging you, please, can I take Darnell? Please.
Yeah, but we just got rid of Jalen Ramsey, and we're going to want to bring somebody in that can be better, or not, I mean, not better, but hopefully fill those big shoes. And I think we should stick with defense, which is why I would lean towards Ringo.
If we go Keely Ringo over Darnell Washington, then you better understand that I'm going offense and later on in this draft.
That's fair. But hey, let's not completely undersell the man of the hour from Miami, the tight end that we just got in this Jalen Ramsey trade. So
yeah, I know you don't want to undersell
Ringo and
Hunter Long. We do have another year. I mean, we got Bryson Hopkins, Hunter Long, and Tyler Higbee on the depth chart right now, which is another tight end that it's an extra one. We didn't have that one last year. We had to bring back Kendall Blanton at one point last year because Higbee went down. Hopkins was suspended for he was doing something that was some kind of banned substance. That's another reason why I would like to take a tight end, because I feel like 2 of 3 are fully invested in the franchise. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I think we go Keely Ringo. Good?
Yeah, good.
Keely Ringo is our pick, number 69. All right. So this is assuming we didn't make the trade. So we just have one more pick here. So we didn't take a tight end. I really like Tucker Kraft. We already took our edge rusher, 3 tech. So I would go Tucker Kraft here, Les.
I mean, I
also love Jalen Hyatt because he's a wide receiver and I'm Sean McVay and I can't help myself.
I think the wide receiver position is one of our deepest in the depth chart.
And it's the most expensive.
Yeah, I think if you want to bring back the tight end argument about how we may cut Higbee or trade him or something happens with him, I think Tucker Kraft would be a nice friend of Matthew Stafford in a potential red zone and a potential run game fix. So the pick is in.
The pick is in. Tucker Kraft has been selected with the 77th pick in the 3rd round. Now we're down to the 5th round. This is where it gets really interesting. You can go DTR at quarterback. You can go Stenson Bennett. I actually like Mekhi Blackman from USC. You go Israel Abidakanda, who the Rams met with from Pittsburgh. I don't know. I think I'd go running back here. We went defense with our first 2 picks. I really like Abikanda. I think he could be Abidakanda. I think he could be one of our better players for the next 3-4 years. Nick, what do you say?
Oh, Sean. Yeah, think about the big picture here. When was the last time, we had a running back that was amazing? And I know the answer, okay? Because I was here too. I was here before you. I actually brought him into the building. And you're the one that wanted to shove him out. That being said, I'm not against it at this point because I'm Les Snead and I also love offensive weapons. So
cool.
Yeah.
Let's say we go running back. Cam's on the last year of his rookie deal next year too. And then what do you got? You got Ronnie Rivers. You got Kyron Williams. Who's next?
Jake Funk just cut and
Jake Funk, I think, played for the Chargers last year at the end of the year, didn't he?
Did he?
He went elsewhere. I know that for sure. I feel like this is going to kill me. Who did he go play for if it wasn't the Chargers? I don't know. You got to look it up. I'm taking Abidakanda
right now.
Okay.
Team, Indianapolis Colts.
Ugh, nasty. All right. So we're sitting in the 5th round. We have pick 177. This is where it gets really, really difficult. So Nick, we haven't chosen our backup quarterback yet. Stenson Bennett's still sitting there. He's absolutely not who I'd want to take.
Good thing we didn't get him.
Yeah, this is where it gets difficult. We haven't taken a center yet. We could probably prioritize guard. We could probably prioritize maybe a tackle, maybe somebody that falls here. Like right now, I would really love somebody like Andrew Voorhees from USC if he fell. He was already taken. So I'm going to see who else we could take.
You're out on Dorian?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I wouldn't take him this high, though. That's for sure.
If we committed to selling off-season quarterback pickups like Trubisky's of the world, which I don't know if we have, but let's just say that we have, I think now is a good time to look at that position. And yeah, if Aiden O'Connell is still around next round, hopefully that could be, our guy that we can develop. But he might be gone by the time, we have another pick.
Right. So that's what I'm looking at. So we go Rams are not going to go 2 guards with their top 5 picks, right?
Mm-mm.
So I think in this situation,
center as well, yeah.
Maybe we go interior defensive lineman. I like Desjuan Johnson. I believe he's on our big board. I believe the Rams have met with him recently. I could be wrong. I feel like his name looks familiar.
I don't have him on our board.
You don't have him on our board? No Desjuan Johnson?
No.
I feel like his name looks familiar. What if we went let's see who else we could take here. I'm going to go, I think I'd go Jay Ward as a corner. I think we give I'm not sure about Darion Kendrick. I'm not sure about Robert Rochelle. I think we need some help just with more, bring more competition at that position. I think we just need it there.
Yeah.
What do you think? Would you go with Jay Ward?
I'm in for that. I say I can lock that in feeling happy. Let's see if our boy is still there. Yeah. No, I don't think he is.
Who you're looking for, Aiden?
Yeah.
He's here.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
You're going to go O'Connell?
I think that's the right call.
All right. We're going O'Connell. I would agree.
Les Snead making moves for his team.
We went O'Connell. All right, now this is where it gets difficult. We've gotten our running back, right? We drafted a quarterback. We drafted another corner. We drafted another interior defensive lineman. I don't think we did. We didn't draft Desjuan, but he's probably still there. We could probably take him.
Is he really still there?
He's still there. We could take him. I also like Ryan Haynes as a tackle. We could probably get him a little bit later. I'm going to go interior defensive lineman, and to me, he looks like he's the best available. You good with that, Les?
Yeah, I like that.
Unless you want to go with another edge rusher. Have we taken one of those yet?
I thought we did.
Maybe. All right. Who are we going with here?
I don't know. The names are moving so fast.
Who are we going with? Oh, we're taking Desjuan. There we go. Desjuan Johnson from Toledo.
Okay, Desjuan. Welcome to LA, brother.
Welcome to LA. I say we go MJ Anderson here. I think we need another edge rusher, unless you want to go Lonnie Phelps. I like Lonnie Phelps. I think he's fallen to us. I think that might be a good pick.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Lonnie Phelps?
Why don't we check on Harrison Mevis?
Let's see. Where's Harrison Mevis? Where's he at? Did he just get picked?
Did he already?
No, I don't think so. Where's he?
Probably not. We have him going very, very late.
Where's Harry?
He's a kicker.
Where's Harry at? I also want to look at Hunter Lupique. I don't see Harry on here. But Lupique is at the bottom. We'll take him late.
Okay.
What do we need here now still?
I mean, it would probably be early, but I did see Bobo available. We haven't gotten the receiver.
He's a little early.
Yeah.
But we haven't taken a receiver yet. But we go Ronnie Bell from Michigan.
All right, Ronnie.
You in for that?
Yeah.
Ronnie Bell from Michigan.
I like Michigan. I like teams. I like people. I think they're coached well if they're coming out of Michigan.
This might be My worst draft that I've done so far. You want to go Bobo here?
I think
223?
it's probably my fault. Yeah, let's go Bobo.
No, it's not your fault. This is so difficult to do on the spot. And then we already take our quarterback of the future? We did.
Yeah, we did.
We took Aiden. All right, let's see if there's a
I'm
kicker.
not against grabbing another one, though, and having a little battle in camp. Not all these guys are going to make it.
You want to go Jake Moody, kicker?
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm also on the phone with the kicker from St. Louis who drilled another clutch one in the first overtime loss or a win ever in XFL history.
Oh, tough sledding down.
We got a B.
Yeah, we got a B. Tough sledding though down after round 5. Yeah, Jay Ward, a little bit of an overdraft. Aiden O'Connell, Dejuan Johnson, Lonnie Phelps, Ronnie Bell, Jake Bobo, and Jake.
Yeah, but look at the top half, which is really those are going to be the impactful guys. So I'm happy with like 1 through 5.
Yeah, I am too. And I think that's where they need to focus. Because if you could hit on 3 guys at the top and then you could hit on 1 or 2 guys at the bottom, that to me rounds out, your 4 or 5 players that you feel like you could bring into the building. But just for reference, there's Jake Bobo at the bottom. This other mock we had Jaron Hall in round 6, who I really liked. So Braden McDaniels, another tackle from Utah, was a really good grade late that I would love for more tackle depth. So I think work in progress. Big board's going to continuously be updated. We'd probably do another mock draft at some point. But, live mock. That's what we got for you.
This has nothing to do with the board. But I want to give a shout out to my buddy Jacob sending me these Rams Super Bowl pins.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I got 2 of them, so I'll keep one and I'll bring it home to you. But yeah, thanks, Jacob. I
think Jake sent me one too. So special shout out to Jake. Make sure you check him out. Let me see if I can call out his Twitter name.
Yeah. And while you do that, I will tell people about the beautiful Bet Online. Live betting, free contests, giveaways all season long. Always the fastest and easiest way to bet all your favorite sports and events, whether it's NFL, NBA, NHL, MMA, tennis, boxing, or even golf. Head to betonline.ag, receive your 50% welcome bonus with your first deposit, and use our promo code BLEAV to receive your rewards. BetOnline, that's where the game starts.
Make sure to follow at Prominent Kings. Prominent Kings with a Z. That's J. His name is _J_D. For reference, he's selling great pins. Look him up, give him a follow. He's a big Rams fan.
Prominent Kings. Thanks for the pins, brother.
Thank you guys for listening. More where this came from. We'll have more mocks. Big board will be updated. All things draft. 17 days leading into the draft. Ready to go? Ready to rebuild.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. We're still on Jersey Watch. It's going to be great.
Thanks for listening, guys. Go Rams. Peace.
Peace.
You're listening to the LA Football Podcast.
All right, Trojan fans, what's up? What perfect timing as we do our LAFB Live on a Monday USC Trojans huddle, because we got breaking news to talk about. We were going to mainly be talking on Lincoln Riley's comments about NIL, which, if we have time, we'll touch on. But I think the majority of this is going to be talked about with the breaking news. Tom Pellisario first on it, that former NFL head coach and former USC offensive coordinator for about a week, Cliff Kingsbury, is joining the Trojan staff as a special offensive assistant. Very interesting. We'll get all into it. We are going on hour 2 of the LAFB Live on Mondays. I'm Ryan Dyer, joined as always by Jamal Batney. What's up, brother? How we doing? Wild stuff to jump into.
We're doing well, Ryan. Wild late-breaking news here on Monday night. So excited to jump into it to talk about the men of Troy. It's never a dull moment with those guys down in downtown and in their quest to keep fighting on.
Yes, LA football in general always keeps us on our toes, which I love with all 4 of our teams, which makes it fun. It's not boring like some of those other programs and teams that cover that nothing happens. So for that, I thank them. Show is always brought to you by our friends at BetOnline. Head to betonline.ag today. Use our promo code BELIEVE. That's BLEAV. That's going to give you a 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. Tell them the guys at the LA Football Network sent you. Excuse me. Whiskey went down the wrong pipe there. So, well, Cliff Kingsbury apparently is back from Taiwan or Thailand or wherever he was kicking back with some cold beers on the beach and decided he wants to get back in the trenches on the gridiron. I mean, I got some thoughts. We'll get into it. I haven't had much time to think of thoughts, but just your initial thoughts when I told you the news last segment that this hire happened.
Well, Ryan, when you said it, I was reminded of that famous Seinfeld episode where Jerry and George were negotiating for their pilot with NBC, the show Jerry that they had called it. And George was so upset that they only got like 13,000, an episode. And he went to the NBC executive and tried to negotiate. And it went from 13,000 for each of them to 13,000 between the both of them. And I remember Seinfeld telling George, he said, this is like negotiating in the bizarro world. The whole principle of negotiation is to drive your price up, not down. And I sort of thought of that when you told me this news because, 2.5, 3 years ago, Cliff Kingsbury was hired as the offensive coordinator. Now he's hired as an offensive analyst / assistant / QB coach. So you would think that the whole principle of negotiation would be to drive your price up over time. But I guess the Cliff Kingsburys and the George Costanzas of the world think a little bit differently. But in all seriousness, Ryan, I think this has some very interesting implications. And I think you can look at this twofold. I think there's sort of the benign assessment of this. And then I think there's sort of a deeper strategic assessment of this. And I think in the case of the former, you could say, well, it's just a buddy helping another buddy out. Let's not forget these are both disciples of Mike Leach with the air raid, both with significant ties to Texas Tech, to the Texas-Oklahoma region. They obviously know each other very well. They're obviously very good friends. Kingsbury has had a bit of a rocky road with the Cardinals, and much in the way that Saban brought on a Lane Kiffin, much in the way as Saban brought on a Steve Sarkisian after they had some challenges, started them off as analysts, promoted them up to offensive coordinator, and sort of revitalized their career. You could say this is a friend trying to revitalize the career of another friend. And, oh, by the way, they're very aligned in terms of offensive philosophy when it comes to the air raid and running the system, so he can bring another perspective, another mind in the room. The more strategic thing to say is, is Lincoln Riley doing some succession planning here? Because, there's been a lot of conversation. I have said this to you time and again, Ryan, that I believe that Lincoln Riley's time at USC will be shorter than later, that it's going to be more in that 2, 3, 4 year interval than, in the 7 to 10 year interval. And, if he does end up having a flirtation with the NFL, if he ends up picking the NFL at some point sooner rather than later, Kingsbury would seem to be an obvious choice as his successor because you have the same seamless offensive system. Recruiting doesn't really get impacted. The machine sort of lives on. He's a very dynamic offensive mind, dynamic personality. If you were to say, if Lincoln Riley left USC, what would be the best situation for USC in terms of seamlessness to keep it going? Cliff Kingsbury is probably at the top of the list. So is Lincoln Riley doing a little bit of succession planning here, as all great leaders, as all great organizations do? And, is this flirtation with the NFL with Lincoln Riley going to happen sooner rather than later?
Yeah, my first thought was very similar to yours of here's a buddy helping out a buddy to rehabilitate his career in a sense, in the way that Nick Saban has done. And he's seen those coaches go on to have, a lot more success after just being within the Alabama program. And so that's, I'm sure, a part of it. I think Cliff probably realized he didn't either want to get back in the NFL right away, or he couldn't get back. Maybe he wasn't wanted back in the NFL right away, and maybe he didn't want to go right back into head coaching a small program in college where he'd have to build it up. And he can go, basically, this is probably one of the cushest jobs you could have in all of college football, being a senior assistant for an offensive powerhouse in USC. To live in Hollywood, he can probably still keep his desert mansion out in Arizona. It's only a 6-hour drive or a 45-minute flight. And if they get the private jet out there, he can probably just fly Lincoln's plane out to and fro. And that makes a lot of sense in terms of what I will say in terms of strategy, because I don't think anyone thinks Lincoln Riley really needs much help on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, this offense is going to hum with just Lincoln. I mean, he could basically be Lincoln Riley and a few other guys. He's got a great offensive staff, but it could basically be Lincoln and a few other guys, and this offense is going to go, especially when you have a QB like Caleb, especially when you have the depth of receiver that we've talked about constantly, especially when you have the great running game that they've added now. And so it's not going to be necessarily a big benefit to the offense. What it could do, and what this signifies to me more than an NFL succession plan, is we've all talked about Alex Grinch and the very short leash he has in year 2. I think we both agreed that it wasn't a popular decision, but probably was a okay decision to keep him for year 2. Let him truly get implemented, get his guys in and see what he can do. I'm not saying it was my favorite decision, but I can understand the reasoning. But by having Cliff Kingsbury now, who's a very, as you mentioned, seamless in offense, same philosophy, have run programs the same background, same mentors, all this thing. Lincoln, if needed be, can take a little step back from the offense to be the head coach and oversee the entire team as a whole. I'm not saying that means he's just going to fire Alex Grinch outright, but he can be much more involved in this defense turning it around, because if this team falters or does not make the college football playoff, outside of a lot of knocking on wood, outside of a crazy injury on offense, it's going to be the defense that lets them down. So this tells me, in the 20 minutes we've had to think about it, that, hey, here's a guy that can, if need be, step in, run my offense while I take the reins more on defense and make sure we are elite as a team, not just an offensive elite team that needs 4 stops a game.
No, Ryan, that's really an excellent point. And, I love that thinking and that perspective, because I think there's a lot of credibility and there's a lot of goodness there. The one thing that makes me question it, and not question your analysis, but just sort of question that mode of thinking from a leadership style, is, one, you always sort of at that level, you sort of are conditioned to say, you know what, I'm going to double down on my strengths, and I'm just going to be sort of good enough on my weaknesses. And at no point in Lincoln Riley's 7+ years, 8 years as a head coach across USC or Oklahoma have we ever really confused him with being any sort of a defensive guy. Oklahoma's defenses, when he was there those first 4 years, were all, giving up 30s and 35s and 40s and up and down. And so to say that he's going to sort of hand the reins of the offense to a certain extent, the thing that he's so good at, the thing that makes him one of the 3 to 5 best coaches in college football, he's going to kind of give up his strengths to sort of double down on a weakness that, even if he's putting sort of all of his energy into, I don't necessarily know if it's going to move the needle from being an average defense to a championship level defense. I wonder about that mode of thinking. My counter to that would be, if you are USC in the athletic department and you are going to go spend, let's call it $500,000, $600,000, $400,000, whatever the cost was to bring Cliff Kingsbury in as an analyst in that particular way, wouldn't you want to spend that money to bring in a defensive analyst, a defensive advisor, to really help Grinch and signify it in that particular way? So that's where, I struggle a little bit with that approach to leadership.
Yeah, and it's, who knows what his true role will be. I think it's being reported as a senior offensive analyst, which I think was Steve Sarkisian's title when he was first brought in, right after he was fired by SC and for all the off the field stuff. I think that was his exact title. So he wasn't calling plays or anything like that. It was more so film study, if you will, helping in the film room to strategically come with different plays and whatnot. So, I think it's hard to truly have analysis until we kind of see more what the role will be. I'll be at spring ball on here on Saturday, just in a couple days at the spring game. They had practice today, 4:15 on Monday, and obviously they have tomorrow. And so I'm going to try to make one of these weekday ones as well. And I'm sure that'll be one of the hot topics of discussion. And I'm sure Lincoln will be asked that. Maybe we'll get more clarity on what his role will truly be. Because I agree 100% with you. I don't think his role would have anything to do with taking away from Riley. And I'm not saying you're saying that. I think it's more of like, if shit hits the fan, then it's like, okay, I have in my back pocket someone that can help with the offense while I do this. Now, if you think that's a possibility in April, then maybe there is bigger issues going on with the defensive side of the ball. If you're like, all right, things might go real awry here with the defense, I should probably bring someone in off offense that could run things if I have to go oversee, then maybe we're having bigger issues here. So hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully it's truly Jamal just, hey, this is a buddy of mine that Arizona's paying him. The Cardinals are paying him. He doesn't need much money. He can come in here and sit in the film room with me and maybe throw some other play designs out there that I didn't think of. And it may be as simple as that, right?
And Ryan, it may very well be. And I think the odds of that being the case are that's really what's happening here. But I think this is also going to be an interesting dance as well between Lincoln Riley and the Los Angeles media, because it's the first time that he is sort of doing something that now the media is going to kind of grab a hold of and have different sort of opinions on. And you wonder if Lincoln Riley just sort of did this for a buddy without sort of having any sort of unintended media consequence, or he was sort of doing it intentionally a little bit to kind of generate a little bit of buzz and a little bit of talk, and much the way LeBron sometimes does things, and much the way, some really media astute athletes and coaches, they kind of know what they're saying and they're dialing it up the way Phil Jackson used to, and so on and so forth. So I think it is very interesting. I think, though, to sort of Walter's point about Riley to the NFL, there is going to come a time where he is going to seriously consider it. He's too young, he's too talented, and he's had too much success at this stage in his career not to be willing to take that step at some point. When he looks and sees at McVay, and he looks and he sees at Kyle Shanahan, and he looks at a LaFleur, and he looks at some of these guys that are really his peers. And when you look at the history of great college coaches, whether it was Urban Meyer, whether it was Saban, or whether it was Butch Davis, or whether it was Howard Schnellenberger, and down the list we go of guys or whether it was Steve Spurrier, guys wanting to take that shot at it. And so there will come a time where he either does it or he's seriously flirting with doing it. And I think that's probably going to be sooner rather than later. So when that is the case, it's always interesting when a hire like this comes into play, because it just sort of feeds fuel to that fire.
Yeah. I hope not. I hope he's a USC lifer. I just think the pairing is, but I agree. It's going to, especially knowing that, the Cowboys job has been talked about a lot, and Mike McCarthy's not, his days are numbered there. But then just close to home, Sean McVay's days are numbered. I think he's got 3-4 years max left probably where he's going to step away. So that job could be opening up. Hopefully if he gets it at 4 and we can get at least 4 more at Lincoln SC, I'd be okay with him at least staying in LA and going to the Rams. But anyway, that's food for fodder. We're not talking about that right now. We'll see, and it'll be interesting to see kind of what this Cliffhire move. So hopefully I'm going to try to get to practice it tomorrow, then we can ask him straight up and see what he says. I'm sure he'll give us a very, very politically correct answer. He's brought in to be an analyst and help with the offense to be more explosive and bring another mind into the film room, I'm sure is what we'll get the answer of.
Oh my God. Another mind to make the offense more explosive. My goodness, that would be, that's probably going to be his answer. And that's going to be such a chuckle of an answer when you look at this roster and how stacked they are, that they're a Cliff Kingsbury mind away from being more explosive. I mean, this is a team, if all hits in terms of their sort of seamless at the receiver position, in terms of pecking order, in terms of health. When you look at the running back room here, with the kid that they got out of South Carolina, if Raleek makes a next step, obviously you've got Jones coming back, and then Caleb stays healthy and continues his evolution, and then you got this wild card in Deuce Robinson. I mean, this is a team that if all hits and they shore up the offensive line, this is a team that's going to be flirting with potentially 50 points a game. This is a team that could be flirting at 47, 48, 49 a game. I think we kind of see the ceiling here as being 40 or 40, the floor being 40 or 41. That's going to be kind of a given. That's kind of where they were last year. But I'm saying if everything hits, I mean, this is a team that could be, challenging those Chip Oregon teams for Pac-12 scoring records moving forward. So, to say that, Kingsbury is the guy we needed Kingsbury to put us over the top is, it makes me really chuckle.
The linchpin, yeah. And then the Dyrud philosophy, the Ryan Dyrud philosophy of 4 stops a game. Truly, this SC team will be national champions if they can get 4 stops a game. At 50 points a game, we'll be good to go. 4 stops a game is all you need. I'm really excited to see this spring game, which I think on our later in the week episode, we'll dive into that of maybe what we're looking for, some players we're excited about seeing, what the experience like is going to be at the Coliseum, because that's just, a few days away. So excited for that. So anything you want to say else on Cliff, or should we talk a little bit about Riley's comments on NIL?
Yeah, I think the last thing, Brian, that I'll say on Cliff is it's you wonder also with Cliff, I think what the thinking is on his end. I think he needs a little bit of rehab. I think this is sort of the lowest stress job imaginable to sort of jump in here and, just be on the train with the air raid and potentially a team is going to say, wow, look at Cliff Kingsbury. He had a lot to do with it. And parlay that into his next college coaching job. I think Kingsbury, and the optimist would say maybe Kingsbury is there to not only bounce ideas off, but maybe share a little bit of his NFL experience too. And maybe Mike Bone is hoping that Kingsbury talks to Riley over the course of the season of, hey, the NFL is not what it's all cut out to be. You don't have this level of power. You don't have this level of autonomy.
You make less money.
That I had, you make less money. The level of stress I had is nowhere close to what you have right now. And maybe Kingsbury's greatest value and legacy at USC is convincing Lincoln Riley not to go to the NFL.
Yes.
That becomes the thing we remember Cliff Kingsbury more, because he's not really going to bring any sort of a material impact on the field. I mean, let's be honest here. The ultimate Mike Leach disciple of, the air raid tree was Lincoln Riley. It's like saying, I have the valedictorian, but I need the 2.8 GPA guy also to make me smarter. I mean, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So
you need the recreation and leisure studies major over here.
I need the recreation and leisure studies. I need the 2.8 and, to sort of round me out a little bit, make me seem more approachable and more a person of the people. But
that's me.
I think that would be Kingsbury's sort of, a great value there. But just on the field, I just don't see what the material impact here would be. And it's not like you're sort of stacking a super team of coaches, because everything that Kingsbury does, Riley does, just better. So, it's interesting.
Yeah. And, the last thing I'll say to that is, like, when you run a business, right, you have a hierarchy of people you have. When you try to hire, smart CEOs, smart people will hire like-minded people that do things. Ultimately, you want to hire people that are better than you at things. That's the ultimate thing. But if you're in terms of, coaching, it's hard to be one of the best head coaches and hire a assistant who's better than you, but you want to find someone that at least adds to that to some degree. So I think he does at least add something to it. We'll see what it is. And, the last point, when you look at like Alabama and Nick Saban doing this quote unquote kind of healership, if you will, those were all offensive guys he brought in, which he was, more of a defensive guy. So they were at least coming in as maybe an analyst, but then they were taking over the offense and essentially putting their name back in the hat because they ran the Alabama high-powered offense, whereas Cliff will never do that. So Cliff will be here to enjoy some sun, enjoy, student union. Maybe he'll head down to the 9-0 down there. We'll see him down there throwing a couple back and enjoy himself. And maybe he'll have a hand in helping Malachi kind of mature while it's Caleb's show. Maybe he'll do that off the side, which I think he will work with quarterbacks. So it's a fun hire. As we've talked through it, I'm not at all upset about it. It's just kind of oh, cool. Like one of the cool young guys on the squad.
Yeah, no, for sure. Right. It's it'll be interesting to see it shake out. Kingsbury definitely looks the part of an SC guy. He's sort of a good looking guy, swagger. I know my wife's best friend had a crush on Kingsbury for the longest time. So he's going to get a lot of attention from the ladies. And he fits that mold. You put a USC kind of windbreaker on him or a polo on him. He's definitely going to look the part.
To his credit, he keeps leveling up, going from Lubbock, Texas to Phoenix or Glendale, Arizona, and now the metropolitan of them all, Los Angeles.
And truth be told, Ryan, he hasn't done well anywhere. And it's sort of the way my father would joke with me is like sort of the first rule of corporate politics in Fortune 500 companies is screw up and move up. And that's kind of, if I were to give Kingsbury's tagline of his career in one line, that would be it. Screw up and move up,
But throw that on a business card. I'll take it all day. What a great life mantra to live by. So before we wrap up, let's talk about Lincoln's not that they were controversial or anything bad, but his comments about NIL was it yesterday?
Yep.
Or even it was yesterday. So I'll just read the quote real quick here, and then we can just give our thoughts on it. So he was asked about NIL and the transfer portal in a press conference and revealed that he's very pleased with how the school has addressed the changes. Quote, "My thoughts on it haven't changed a whole lot. To be honest," Riley said, according to On3, "it's certainly a factor. It's something that every school uses in different ways. Everybody's involved at a different level. Some you see across the country publicly. There's a lot of things that are going on that you don't see. So yeah, I feel it's kind of the same place that I've always felt. We've got to figure out what it's going to be and how it's going to be and how we're going to regulate it. And to my knowledge, nobody's really done that yet. So hopefully that comes." USC, probably like every school in America, has adapted a lot in these last 7 or 8 months. We've got some new groups that have done some really nice things. Hopefully LAFB here soon. Job with our guys and opportunities, and with another 1 or 2 on the way. So been very pleased with the direction of it here and where it's going. End quote. Your thoughts on all that?
Yeah, Ryan, I think, obviously it's not breaking news, but I think he wants to keep the visibility at the forefront. I think he wants to keep the pressure on the university to be really forward thinking in terms of NIL. Because I think there's 2 USC worlds right now. And I think that we sometimes bucket them in a very local way. Well, of course, USC is outspending UCLA. And of course, USC is outspending Arizona State. And of course, USC is outspending everyone in the Pac-12. And it's kind of a battle with Oregon. And they're sort of a big fish in a small pond. And that may all be very true. But even those numbers, when you compare it to the SEC and the likes of the Alabamas and the Georgias and the LSUs, and you compare it in the Midwest to the likes of the Ohio States and Michigans, is not as high. So I think Riley is really acknowledging that deficiency a little bit by saying, look, we've done great progress. We have to keep going. And when you look at the ecosystem of USC from a donor perspective, let's go back and look the last 9 or 10 months here, Ryan. Boulevard, the collective that was supposed to represent the university with NIL and be really this forward-thinking brand agency, they went belly up and now, have sort of dissolved within the university. Then you look at Student Body Right. That was going to be another collective that was going to sit outside of the university with some mega donors. Unfortunately, those mega donors passed away. Student Body Right, has its demise. So SC is also facing a very unique situation where a lot of their mega donors and the big alums that are very passionate about football are all getting older. And it's a small, finite number of those folks. And as those folks unfortunately pass away, USC doesn't really have that depth of pipeline of mega donors that care very much about football. So they're going to have to change their strategy and get more folks involved in terms of giving to the university specifically for this. That is a glaring strategic pivot that needs to happen if USC is going to continue to compete with those aforementioned schools. And I think Riley realizes that because he's got, his eyes on the other side of the veil and wants to just keep putting it on the forefront with media conversations to keep that pressure on the university.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's something, without giving away too much detail, something we're actually working on here at LAFB to hopefully be involved in this and kind of be one of these quote unquote pseudo collectives in a way to help. And we're working with the university to make that happen because it can be a really cool opportunity and hopefully one that can be forward thinking in a way. Because Lincoln's absolutely right. It's a part of college football now. So you can't just ignore it. You got to be at the front of it, the forefront of it. USC always wants to be one of the forefront thinkers in the landscape, not just in college football, but in universities in general, in American universities. And so it starts with this. And you mentioned it, I think, really well, that a lot of the old donors are, for lack of better words, dying out. And so but there's still a lot of young, wealthy USC alum. It's now just bringing them back into the fold and getting them involved in the program. And we saw that, I would say, grow exponentially just with the 1 year Lincoln Riley's been here, but now it's building on that. And the new university needs to find a way to seize that and harness that and then grow that outside of just the confines of what Lincoln does and what Lincoln does. And hey, maybe one with this. Maybe that's why Cliff Kingsbury was brought in. Maybe Cliff is here to run some inner collective circle and he can be the guy that goes and gets donors.
God help us if that's the case. So
hey, the guy looks great in skinny pants and a skinny tie and some shades. Like he can go out there and maybe.
But I do think, Ryan, that SC needs to up their game. They're at an elite level for the Pac-12, but the Pac-12 is a secondary conference. I mean, let's just call it what it is. They need to up their game to compete with the truly 5 or 6 elite, because outside of Caleb getting his Beats by Dre deal and some of these bigger deals, and outside of Addison getting the United Airlines deal because the Coliseum has the naming rights with United Airlines, outside of those two, it wasn't really the free-for-all that I think folks expected it to be. So moving forward, how do you sort of expand on that now, especially with the type of talent depth that you have?
Yeah, exactly. And going into the Big Ten in just one more season, they'll be then competing directly with the likes of Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, Iowa, Wisconsin, a lot of these big donor football programs. So we'll certainly be interested to see what they do. So that's all the time we got for your LAFB Live on a Monday USC Trojan Huddle. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us. We'll be back later in the week for our pre-recorded show, live every Friday on the My Year 1090 ESPN Radio from 5 to 7. And obviously, you can find us always on the LAFBnetwork.com. We'll be back live on Monday next week. Same time, 7 o'clock, Trojan fans. See you all then. Fight on. Thanks, Jamal.
You're listening to the LA Football Podcast.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to another episode here at the Desai Guys Football Forum. I'm one of your co-hosts from Desai, joined as always by my good friend, my good buddy, the other half of the Desai Guys, Mr. Tad Desai. And Tad, we're continuing along. We're getting into some more position rankings here. We're getting into the pass rush class now. We got some good ones that are possibly going to come off in the first round. You got some good developmental projects on day 2 and day 3. So we're going to cover some of the first round guys as far as breaking up that next tier after those first 2 guys. I think it's pretty much set that Will Anderson and Tyree Wilson are probably going to go 1-2 as far as the best pass rushers in this class. We may see a wild card possibly. I don't know. But I think what we're going to do with the purpose of this episode today is we're going to separate that whole 3, 4, and 5 as far as who are going to be the next guys to go after both Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama and Tyree Wilson out of Texas Tech. Maybe all 3 will go in the first round. It's pretty likely, but possibly maybe number 5 will be at the top of the second round. We're going to play some of that out as well. But how do you feel about this pass rush class before we actually get into the prospects that we're going to talk about today?
So just like this class is, that's a very loaded question. Because I'll openly admit, look, I love scouting. I love doing the draft. I've been doing this since I was 11 years old. I have literal notebooks filled of notes from about Tavon Austin and, that draft class way back when.
Nerd.
Here's the thing about scouting is at the end of the day, it's a guessing game. You're just guessing. It's a gamble, right? You're gambling. Maybe that's why because I really like playing poker. So maybe that's why I like scouting so much. But there are 2 positions in particular.
Don't you gamble on at this point?
No, I do craps. Roulette.
Yeah,
Roulette's a scam. Don't do roulette. 1 in 32. Get out of here. Well, shit. There are 32 picks in the first round. Oh, shit. Huh. I just had a revelation. But anyway, we won't dwell on that because that's, I'm seeing my therapist tomorrow. I'll talk to him about that. But there are 2 positions that always give me doubt of when I'm scouting them, where I reach a certain point where I'm like, I think I know what's going to happen, but at the end of the day, fuck it. I just don't know. And it's quarterback and edge rusher. And those are the 2 hardest positions for me, at least personally, to distinguish of how are they going to translate to the NFL? Now, that's not saying I can't, take certain signs of their college game and, guess educatedly and make an educated guess on how they will translate, but just let me have it. But it's interesting because those are always the 2 most frustrating positions for me, but I think I have a pretty good feel for this year's class, but I don't know. What do you think, Amar?
Defense is actually a little bit harder for me to scout compared to offense. I watch a little bit more offense. I just understand it a little bit better compared to defense. So I do agree with you, looking at this defensive edge class, you can see that there's a lot of talent there, but I don't know how it's going to translate to the NFL level either. I'm just looking at these guys. I'm seeing some things that I like. I'm seeing some things that I don't like. It's just I think it's the same case with just most prospects when they're coming from college to the NFL. It's just are they going to take coaching well? Are they going to develop the skills that they already have and become better? Are they not going to, take coaching well and not develop? So then they're just going to stay where they are. And then it's just will they still be effective? Will they see it decline? Because we've seen so many players that come out that you see the potential there. We see your Jamarcus Russells, your Justin Blackmans, your Jeff Okudas, right? Where it's just you see it there, and that's why they end up getting drafted high. But then all of a sudden, they get to the next level. It just doesn't translate the same way. Obviously, there's other issues with Justin Blackman.
To put it edge rushers terms, you have your Vernon Golstons, but then you also have your Von Millers, and it's just it's a total. Like I say, at the end of the day, it's a gamble. But I'm so glad you brought up the coaching aspect of this because there is a phrase that I'm not going to bring it up now, but there's a phrase I'm going to bring up a lot that God knows you are going to be so sick of it by the time we bring it up. So before we get started, I'm just going to run through my scouting report with Will Anderson and Tyree Wilson because I agree with you. Clear cut, number 1, number 2. You get if I do that real quick?
Yeah, let's sort of give everybody out there just a sort of quick idea as far as what we're expecting with Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson, why we're not going to focus on them in today's episode.
Okay, so we are sitting nearly at the 5-minute mark, and I am just going to buffer until we reach there so that I will only spend 3 minutes max starting now. So with Will Anderson, I mean, there's very little this guy does not do well. I could talk about all the strengths he has for about 5 minutes, but I only have about 2 minutes, 50 seconds left. So I'm just going to speed through it real quick. His bend is fantastic because what happens when you lean forward a lot?
You tend to fall over.
Yeah, you tend to fall over. You lose your balance, right? And so
this is how you're going to use your time. You're going to ask me questions. I stick with the
analysis.
Well,
you're using much of my time. I thought that I was going to get a quicker answer than that, but thank you for that. So yes, he is excellent at causing the offensive tackle to lose balance. And another thing I love about Will Anderson is he is great at literally leveraging up the offensive lineman's arms. He will grab them by the elbows and just basically push them up. And it's interesting because strength has been an area of, I won't say concern, but, something to watch out for with him. But I'm sorry, if you can take Darnell Wright and literally push his arms up, you're strong enough for me. So he has great bend, great strength, absolute horror of what I call a stab and a rip move. He does this all the time. And it is absolutely deadly, very hard to block. So he has excelled at that. It's hard to nitpick his negatives. He tends to over pursue. So I'm a little bit worried about Nolan Smith being able to, read those counter runs or play action pretty well.
Are you talking about Nolan Smith or Will Anderson here?
Sorry, Will Anderson. Sorry, I'm mixing up my red, jerseyed edge rushers. I'm trying to talk fast here. Thoughts get mixed up. But Will Anderson, so yeah, he tends to over pursue. That's my biggest nitpick on him is he can get a little lost there. So he needs to learn how to play not so aggressively, pull it back a little bit. But I mean, other than that, I guess he could build on his pass rush arsenal. That's the phrase, by the way, because I'm about to say that about a lot of guys. Now, moving on to Tyree Wilson at 6'6", 275 pounds. He's strong as fuck. Physically, this dude is ready for the NFL. I understand the hype around him. He has a high motor, great tenacity, all the, defensive lineman, edge rusher cliches you could want. He has all of it. Now, here's why he's number 2 behind Will Anderson is because he's developmental. He needs a lot of work and here is why edge rusher is so hard to scout is because he has all that strength and all the, that drive, but will that translate? And you're just not sure. And you need the good combination of strength and technique. And right now he's just lacking that technique. So if he goes to the right team where he has that technique, he has all the physical tools to succeed in the NFL. It's just, can he develop? So that's my one concern with him. And because, again, going back to, he reminds me a lot, not saying their play style are similar, but he reminds me a lot of Aaron Curry. Whereas Aaron Curry had everything to succeed, but it just, the stars didn't align and it just didn't happen for him. And that's my one concern with Tyree Wilson. But either way, I think both of them are I won't even call Will Anderson a risk. Tyree Wilson, a risk, but they are both well worth a top 10 pick in the NFL. Please take over for me. Whoo! Cap, take over.
Cap's going to take over. That's why he jumped in here. But not bad. I gave you an extra 10, 15 seconds because I did, cut into your spiel earlier. So, yeah, you did go a little over, but like I said, I'll give you a little bit of a buffer because I cut in and, like I said, that's your own fault for asking a question during your rant. You should just stuck to your own
the biggest workout. That was the biggest workout I've had in the past 3 months. Woo!
Oh my gosh. But yeah, I think it's pretty clear cut that Will Anderson is going to go first, and obviously Tyree Wilson is going to follow him. I'm not sure where the teams that are going to take him. Seems likely that Arizona is going to take Will Anderson at number 3. There's talk that, their team's reaching out to Arizona to trade up to number 3 to possibly take a quarterback. So we may see Will Anderson go a little bit later. So, I'm not sure about that. And then Tyree Wilson, he can go anywhere between 5 and 10 because, Seattle needs some pass rush. You obviously look at Atlanta. They can use some pass rush. Philadelphia, who we talked about in a previous episode, they can obviously add to their depth chart there if he's available. That'd be a good addition to their already pretty good pass rush unit and just add on to there too. So yeah, we'll see about where they go. But I think like we talked about at the top of this episode, I think we want to separate as far as who lines up at the 3rd and 4th and 5th position as far as the pass rush edge class here. You got a handful of names here. I think we have similar names here, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, maybe we'll go in a different direction. I'm not 100% on this one yet. We sort of discussed it earlier before we recorded, but I think we should have similar names here. Maybe we'll have a different name, 1 or 2 here. But I want to know, Ted, looking at the prospects after those 2 guys, Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson, who's the guy at number 3 that you like that can sort of be that next guy in case you miss out, obviously, on a Will Anderson or a Tyree Wilson? Like, who's your 3rd best in this class?
So I should clarify by edge, because I know a lot of people are going to, there's a certain player coming up that people are going, he's not an edge, or at least I am. We're talking about outside edge rushers, right? Yeah, so what I value with edge rushers, it's not a guy that's like excellent in pass coverage, but a guy that can. So if you can, cover the pass, drop back in coverage a little bit better than the next guy, you get the nod from me. So that's why this person gets my nod at number 3, and that is the guy I mixed up with Will Anderson, Nolan Smith.
Getting a little ahead of yourself. Yeah, you're ready to talk about
definitely getting ahead of myself. Exactly. And it was funny because if as our longtime listeners know, I hate combine warriors. I don't think that is a good meter for success. And so I saw, obviously, Nolan Smith was the easy biggest winner of the combine. I watched very little of his tape other than him destroying TCU. And I was just, I know.
As you wear a TCU shirt and a TCU hat.
And TCU hat. Yeah, exactly. I doubled down. I had to make up for it. But the more I watched his tape, I was like, oh, this is the rare case with that athleticism that he showed on, the turf at Lucas Oil actually translates to the field. His speed is game speed. And that's what I love, is because Jamal with LAFB Network, he said this before of I think it was last year's Senior Bowl, if I'm correct, where he went on this whole long rant about how the 40-yard dash is a terrible way to measure game speed.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, that his 40-yard dash, Nolan Smith's, that translates on field. That is the exact same thing. He is the fastest edge rusher this year, bar none. So very fast. I love his, jump off the snap, his coverage abilities. I don't, I'm trying not to overhype them, but they are good enough where this guy will be the perfect 3-4 outside linebacker, where, you don't know if he's going to rush him. If he drops back in coverage, you can trust him. As long as he's not playing deep coverage, but honestly, if you're playing deep coverage with an outside linebacker in 3-4, you deserve to lose. So he can play mid to shallow coverage well enough to justify his status as a top 15 pick. His athleticism is there. Now, is his size a concern? Absolutely. He could bulk up. He needs to develop some of his, pass rush arsenal, some of his pass rush moves. There's a lot of work to be done there. But for now, just his versatility and the promise there, it's honestly, it's a very close second between him and Wilson. Wilson only gets the nod just because of his physical stats. I think physically, Wilson's more ready for the NFL, while Nolan Smith may need to take some time off. But man, I think if Nolan Smith goes to the right team, a couple of years from now, we're talking about how this guy slipped to the teens or 20s.
I was watching tape earlier of Nolan Smith, and I see everything that you sort of laid out, and it makes a ton of sense as to why he'd be your number 3 guy, and a lot of people's number 3 guy potentially on their sort of ranking class here. But I think some of the things that worry me a little bit more about Nolan Smith makes me drop him lower in my ranking. So I don't have him at number 3. I actually have him at number 5. That may be a little bit surprising. I may be a little bit surprising to a lot of people here. So
where's my shoe? I need to bang on the table.
But I think what sort of worries me a little bit is that the strengths that Nolan Smith possesses, where it's you say he's got the coverage ability. Yes, I definitely saw that, but I'm not saying he's not a Fred Warner. He's not a Darius Shaq Leonard when you're coming to coverage, when you're talking about that. And then
you're talking relying about on linebackers there.
No, that's fair, but you're relying on him to then be a pass rusher too. So I understand that he fit well in a 3-4 defense, but I think what I saw a lot on tape was that because he was undersized and because he lacked a little bit of a repertoire when it came to pass rushing, there were a ton of times where I saw him It literally looked like the cartoons where, Wile E. Coyote would run into a brick wall and then he just didn't know what to do. That's what I saw.
It was when the Roadrunner would like paint the tunnel on the edge of the cliff.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like you see those things, and I saw that a lot with Nolan Smith because he was undersized. And like I said, he doesn't have enough skills besides that sort of speed and a little bit of strength. So it's like some of the undersized offensive tackles and guards that he went with, he obviously was able to get by them. But when you saw some of the more bigger, bulkier tackles, like I said, is literally like he hit a brick wall and he doesn't know what to do. So pretty much he was eliminated from the play. And what worries me is if he gets to the next level, like you said, that was the key thing. Very similar to when we were talking about Tank Dell. He needs to land with the right team in order to be effective. And so that's the thing where it's like, if you're looking in the first round, he needs to land with the right team in that in the middle of the first round, maybe the end of the first round. If he lands with the right team, he can be used effectively. But if he lands with just any team, I don't see him being as effective instead of just being a situational pass rusher, potentially to drop him. Now, like I said, I understand why you put him at 3 because the potential's there. If he gets coached up well, you can see the coverage. You obviously see the pass rush. He's got the great speed. He's got the great motor. You see all that. But I guess for me, if I was playing GM, I guess I'm a little bit more risk averse. So it's like I see the potential, but I want someone a little bit more safe.
Shocker. The gambler is more risky than the non-gambler.
Willing to be a little bit aggressive with your picks, and I can understand. But I think for me, especially when it comes to the pass rush position, if you're drafting in the first round, I want a little bit more of a polished prospect that I can continue to develop, that I have a little bit of a higher floor to potentially get a higher ceiling, instead of a guy that has like a very lower floor with an extremely high ceiling. So it's just like I don't like that boomer bust potential. That's what I see with Nolan Smith. So that's why I have him at 5. But you seem to have a counterpoint here for sure.
It's actually not even a counterpoint. I agree with you. It is boomer bust because it is so system dependent. I 100% agree with all your criticisms. I'm not saying he's the perfect, prospect. Not saying you said I said that, but whatever. But I think that there's just more promise there than a lot of people realize. Sure. He's not just a pure pass rusher. Because yes, if you draft this guy just to be a defensive end, you are screwed. Like that, you are so screwed. Like he needs to be an outside linebacker. So how about this for a thought? Because this is like the dream pairing in my mind. I swear I'm not just saying this because of the network. But what if he falls? Because I don't know where he's going to go. I could see this guy being like the guy that goes way too early, or the guy that we're all like, he did well at the combine. He's still falling. How about that? What if he went to the Chargers, late 20s? Because I feel like boomer bust, go for it. Late or not late 20s, but in the 20s. Boomer bust, I think that's well worth the pick. Because if you hit a home run in the 20s, you look like a goddamn genius. If he busts, like I said last episode, no one really cares. So, Khalil Mack will likely be a cap casualty next offseason. Could be a good successor for him.
I do like the pick there at number 20.
They have a similar play style as well.
I was just about to get to that. I was like, you're learning from a guy in Khalil Mack that came from a smaller school that sort of had the same things labeled on him about like, just does he have enough to sort of make that transition to the NFL level? He easily did, right? So Nolan Smith going to Los Angeles there at number 21, Chargers specifically, obviously the Rams don't have a first round pick. If he lands there, he's going to learn from a guy who made that transition. Also, I could see something very similar happening where they have a good, well, I would say good, but they have a pretty decent front line. Definitely if Joey Bosa stays healthy the entire season, that's the beneficial. But the main thing that I sort of wanted to allude here is that we saw this when the Niners took Aldon Smith and they had Justin Smith on the front line, right? Where it's like Justin Smith ate up a lot of the penetration that the offensive line was trying to block for him. And Aldon Smith was just like, thanks for the opening. I'm going to go in and I'm going to rack up 20 sacks, right? So it's like, that would be perfect to set up for Nolan Smith. Because Joey Bosa could eat up the front there. Obviously you got Khalil Mack coming on the other side. Maybe you put both guys on the same side. That would be pretty dangerous too. And so you have these other guys eat up the protection, and then you have Nolan Smith slip in. Or if the pocket collapses, obviously, quarterback tries to escape out, you got Nolan Smith with his speed able to catch up with him, either cause a throwaway or potentially get a tackle for loss, get him go run out of bounds sort of thing. So honestly, if he goes to Los Angeles, if he slips that far, that's a pretty slam dunk pick in my opinion.
And that's why I like Nolan Smith so much, because I think if he goes there, like I said, with that speed, that's a perfect perfect role for him of just like chew up the blockers. Who's the guy fast enough, especially with quarterbacks nowadays, especially in the AFC West with a guy as fast as Mahomes, who can catch up with him? Well, let me tell you, buddy, Nolan Smith can catch up with him. So yeah, as long as you don't bring a gun to the airport like Olden Smith did. Was it a gun or a bomb? What was it? But either way,
it was a gun.
It was a gun. Yeah, just don't do that and you'll be fine. By the way, Justin Smith, Alden Smith, where they go to school?
Missouri.
Attaboy.
But yeah, Nolan Smith to the Chargers, like that would be an excellent pick to sort of upgrade that defense for sure. So let's move on here. I'm going to get to my number 3 pick here because like I said, I have Nolan Smith actually at number 5. So maybe you could sort of obviously
all rankings will be on social media in case this is confusing.
100%. Yeah. If you're not following along here, we're mainly obviously talking about prospects 3, 4, 5, but like Tad said, we'll be dropping our full 1 through 10 rankings on social media. So make sure you check that out a little bit later here. But I got at number 3. I think a lot of people have this guy at number 3, and that's Myles Murphy out of Clemson. And you see this guy, you see the talent that he has. He's got the physical attributes. He's a strong, long-arm defender. Kind of like I was saying with Nolan Smith, how he's able to just lift his arms and get around the defender. You see this consistently with Myles Murphy as well. Push it to the left, push to the right. He's got a very good spin move as well. I wouldn't say Dwight Freeney-esque, but it's pretty close. If he just needs a little bit development, it could be pretty
I don't hate that comparison, actually.
Yeah, the spin move is pretty dirty. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw it a few times, I was like, oh man, that was pretty nice. So you see he's got a couple of tricks in his bag as far as getting into the backfield to get after the quarterback. He's very aggressive. He's definitely smart at recognizing. He's got a great jump off the ball too. There's a lot of times he's able to time it up perfectly and he's able to get onto the snap, get an extra second on the blocker that he's going up against one-on-one there. He's pretty much bookended as a 4-3 defensive end. I can't see him being a standing rusher. There's a couple times I saw on tape that he did that. He did look okay, but that's not something you want to consistently do. So like you were saying, Tad, where you could put Nolan Smith as a 3-4 outside linebacker, you are not doing this with Myles Murphy. You are keeping him off the line.
You are not.
4-3 defensive end, depending on the type of scheme that you run. If you do 3-4, you could bulk him up and he could play one of those nose tackle positions in a 4-3 or a 3-4 sort of thing. So it's you can't have a little bit of versatility on the defensive line, but definitely do not keep him as an upright defender. He is not suited to do that because fortunately he's a little his aggressiveness, fantastic as it is as a pass rush move, it is absolutely terrible as a run game move because there's so many times that I saw on tape where he'd be a little bit over pursuant. The ball carrier is able to just slip right by him. I think there's a tape against right in Florida State, by mistake. Florida State. He over pursued.
They're both maroon. It's okay.
Exactly. I saw the gold helmet. I was just I'm pretty sure
gold helmet, red jersey. You're whatever.
Exactly. He over pursued. The quarterback was able to just slip right by him. He ran all the way for a 25-yard touchdown when they're in the red zone sort of thing. So I saw that consistently happen a lot with other ball carriers as well. So it's while it's great in the pass rushing game, as a run defender, he definitely needs to be a little bit more aware about what's going on around him, understand the blocking scheme that's coming up against him, understanding how the formations are set, which can obviously then help him understand that, okay, I need to shed my block a little bit faster. I need to set up my other guys a little bit differently. I need to contain the pocket. There's a lot of things that he can be doing a lot better as far as being a run defender. But this is pretty much the standard case with most pass rushers coming out of college to come to the NFL level. They're pretty good at the pass rush aspect. They need to work on their run defending skills. So it's you see some of it, but I think it could definitely use a lot more coaching ability. But I think just everything that I see as far as the physical gifts, the IQ, the things that you see as far as being a pass rusher, the run defending skills, I think will come with a little bit of time. It's not going to take that much time to coach him up because I think, like I said, he's one of those guys that I have seeing as a higher floor to then be a higher ceiling compared to Nolan Smith, where it's a lower floor with a very high ceiling sort of thing. So it's I see that with Myles Murphy. So that's why I like the safer pick with Myles Murphy here at number 3, because I see a lot more. It's not going to take as long for him to reach his potential and then obviously exceed it if he lands in the right spots. That's why I got Myles Murphy at number 3.
Bud, we are good at this because, my notes are almost near identical. Because, I completely agree. This is the one prospect we're going to talk about tonight where I'm not saying he needs to add more to his arsenal. His arsenal is good. He has all the technique and all of the, finacity. And by the way, if you don't know the backstory behind finacity, because somebody did contacted me. I was like, it's nasty, right? And I was just like, yes, I know. But yeah, look back in our previous episodes. I'll try to find it for you guys later.
It was a long way back, man.
Oh God, it's gonna be quite.
You gotta dive into the annals of the podcast.
That might have been 2 drafts ago where I did that. But yeah. But no, with Myles Murphy, I completely agree with you. And this is almost why I didn't even include him here, is because he's not an edge rusher. But again, we're doing kind of defensive end, edge rush mix, because no, I don't trust him in mid coverage. He's okay in covers in the flat. He's decent enough where I trust him. But no, I see him as kind of a DeMarcus Lawrence type with the Cowboys, where just stick him at defensive end. Occasionally he can drop back, but for the most part, why don't you just go get the quarterback?
90% of the time, he's coming in after the quarterback. There's that 10% chance where they may drop him that could catch a quarterback off guard if they're not prepared. But yeah, this guy's coming in to get the quarterback.
Now I have two metaphors to describe this guy. The one I had prepared before, and now with our Looney Tunes thing going on, I have another one. But in my notes, he's like a bull in a china shop. Or if we want to do a Looney Tunes version, he's like the Tasmanian devil, right? Yeah. He'll tornado his way out of the offensive line, and then all of a sudden, once he gets free, he's like, okay, where's the ball?
Yeah.
It's like, don't do that.
Yeah.
You need 100%. To understand the play better. You're great at getting free, but by the time you do, and you're like, all right, where am I going? Where am I going? It's just like, no, that doesn't work. So yes, he definitely needs to refine the mental game. And very rarely do I say that about defensive linemen, but that is his biggest hit right now, is he needs to understand blocking schemes more, because he knows he is such a physical monster and he's so good with his hands that he can't get free. So then once he's free, he's like, fuck it, I'll just catch up with wherever the ball is. And the problem is you really can't do that in the NFL. You can do that at college. You can definitely get away with that. But I think that's why he was regressing a little bit, because that's another big concern of his. If you look at his stats throughout college, his sack numbers dropped every year as he went on. Of course, you would love to see the opposite happen. Yeah. I think that's why, is because teams caught on of if we just hold this guy back long enough, we'll be okay. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. And so I think, again, like we said with Nolan Smith, if he goes to the right coaching staff that kind of teaches him hey, patience, hold off, you can be patient, I think he will be set up for instant success. But he's a little coachable. It's the pure defensive endness that drops him to my, spoiler alert, number 4. So I'm not too far behind you, but here's my dream team for him. Imagine if he goes to Detroit at number 18. Woo! Him and Hutchinson.
Pair him up with Aiden Hutchinson. That's a pretty, you're set there with a duo like that to get after the quarterback for sure. That's not bad at all. So you got him at number 4 here.
Number 4, yep.
My number 4 is actually a guy that I think a lot of people have at number 5. Is just one of those rising guys that some people projected he could be at the number 10,
I don't understand
top 10.
I don't understand this.
And that's Lucas Van Ness, the defensive end / edge rusher out of the University of Iowa. Seriously, Tad, when I watch this tape, it's grown man strength with his bull rush. Seriously, it's pretty dangerous.
Yep.
Whenever he was going up against a blocker, it was just literally he can overpower them pretty easily with that, almost unblockable at times. It was pretty scary to see for sure. If he's not able to get to the quarterback, I think the biggest thing is, we talked about, very similar with Justin Smith. He breaks down the pocket to let his teammates get after the quarterback, then to make the quarterback get out of the pocket, make it a broken play sort of thing. So he's very good at that. If he doesn't get the sack, obviously. Size and strength, it's just crazy. He can be utilized as a pass rusher. They also put him on inline as far as a defensive tackle at times to stop the run. He's got a lot of positive traits, and he shows good power moves. And I think that was his main. It's his, four-seam fastball in when you talk about a pitcher. It's that's his go-to move, the bull rush, the power move sort of thing. But just once again, I think with most of these pass rushers, a lot of them sort of are one-trick ponies. They have the one thing that they're really good at. They haven't divined the rest of their skills. So it's you see some of these things with Lucas Van Ness. You see a spin move. It's not as good as Myles Murphy's, obviously. You see some swim moves. It's not as good as some other defenders as well. But it's just there's a lot of things he could develop a lot further, obviously. And I think the biggest thing, too, that I think a lot of people could be scared away with is that I laid out a lot of good things about Lucas Van Ness. He was never a starter at Iowa. So
I'm so glad you brought that up. I had that in my arsenal.
It sort of says something, right? That's if Iowa's not starting this guy at all during his, 2-year span at Iowa, his last 2 years, they only use him as a rotational piece on that defensive line, defensive front. And so you wonder that if he gets to the next level, can he handle a full workload if a team wants to use him as a 3-down defender or at least a 2-down defender as a starter? I think that's the biggest key word there. It's like, can he handle that workload when he was handling a smaller workload at the University of Iowa, right? So, but I think the biggest thing is that you see a lot of the potential there. You see that he's got a lot of makeup there. I think very similar to Myles Murphy too. Unfortunately, he's not as good as the run game. He's able to recognize it. Just the problem is that the blockers pick him up a little bit too fast. So he's not recognizing it fast enough. He can recognize it, but by the time the blocker already has him engaged, yeah, he's already eliminated from the play. So there's nothing he could do on the run game there. So, I mean, yeah, if he could pick up his recognition skills as far as what's going on, very similar to Myles Murphy, I think he could be a lot effective as a run defender as well. But just, I very much like what I see in the pass rushing ability with Lucas Van Ness with that strength. They can continue to develop it. They can use him on the defensive line or defensive tackle. Definitely another guy that you don't want to drop back. So yeah, maybe not an edge guy specifically, outside linebacker sort of thing, but just I like what I see in Lucas Van Ness, so that's why I got him here for.
Okay. So you said a lot of nice things about Van Ness. I'm about to say a lot of not nice things about him. Now, before I do, I want to preface this with I don't hate him as a prospect.
Okay.
As a person, I don't know him. He may be a scumbag. For all I know, I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
But before Luke Van Ness messages me on Twitter like Darnell Wright, please don't do that. Did you see that, by the way?
I did not.
So Darnell Wright, quick sidebar. Darnell Wright messaged somebody who not even trashed him, just said he's not capable of being a left tackle, but he can only play right tackle in the NFL. And he messaged him on Twitter. Darnell Wright did to this analyst going, "You can basically suck a dick," on Twitter.
Oh, jeez. Wow. Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So, Luke Van Ness, please do not DM me on Twitter for what I'm about to say, because I like you, man. I think you got a lot of promise. But the reason I'm about to say a lot of good things about you, or bad things about you, is because I don't think you belong in this top 10 conversation you're in. And I'll tell you why, is because, Amr, what is the one word you kept using again and again to describe his, the best part of his game?
I mean, it's just one trick. Like, I mean, it's a lot of potential too. That's the biggest thing.
Well, hold on. I'm not getting to that word. It starts with an S. What's the S word you kept using?
Strength.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's the least dependable quality I trust in an edge rusher going to the NFL. Of course, you're stronger than all these people going, against college athletes. But once you get to the NFL, the strength advantage goes down so much. So if you don't have anything else to depend on, I don't trust you. I don't. And I'm sorry, but his game is not refined enough. And here's why, is because he did not start playing football. Again, I know this sounds like I'm being highly critical of him, but this is just why he is absolutely worthy of a first rounder. Let me say that. He is not worthy of a top 15 pick. This dude has only been playing football since high school. He, as Amr said, he has not been a full-time starter. He only played 55% of defensive snaps for Iowa last year.
Yeah.
55%. And look, I understand why I see the promise, because yes, he does have that raw physical potential, but it's so much work to do there that I just don't understand why you would take him top 10 when you need an immediate, playmaker. This guy needs development. He needs somebody to sit behind and understand. And also on top of this, as we were talking about with Myles Murphy, I don't see him as an edge rusher. This dude is a defensive end in my mind. I don't see him dropping back in coverage at all. So, okay, so we have a raw defensive end. We have a guy that needs to learn a lot of technique. Again, this is a perfect 20 to 30, fuck you, Dolphins, a perfect 20 to 31 option for, a playoff contender. But if I'm the Falcons and I'm sitting there like, okay, I need a guy to rush the quarterback right now, I am not taking Luke Van Ness. This dude needs way too much work, needs way too much coaching. I am very worried that he's going to get overdrafted because I like him a lot. I see the promise there, but I am just very, very worried that teams are buying a little too into this athleticism. This is actually, you know what? This is where I thought, like how I thought I would be feeling about Nolan Smith, and instead like Luke Van Ness is getting all this. So sorry, buddy. I do like him though. I see the promise there. I'm not saying he's going to be a bust, but I'm just worried about expectations being too high for him directly off the bat, because this dude is the definition of developmental.
So I agree with you. I don't think he's a top 10 pick for sure. Like, I mean, the mock drafts that I've seen that slated him at number 10 or possibly even higher than that, like, that's way much of an overreaction.
I've seen him as high as like 6 of the Lions.
Yeah, so it's like I definitely don't agree with those sorts of predictions. I think it's definitely like if I see him outside the top 10, I can justify that. Definitely if you're picking 15 or later, I could definitely 100% see that being a more accurate assessment for what I see as far as his skills. But yeah, I think I like the potential a lot. So that's why I have him at number 4 as far as the rankings are concerned. But yeah, as far as when we actually get to our mock draft, which will come in a couple of weeks, we're obviously going to lay this all out. But yeah.
God, I got to get started on that. Jesus.
But yeah, so I agree with you that I don't think he should be a top 10 pick. Like I said, I think top 15, I think that's reasonable. Outside of the top 15, I think that's definitely where I see him sort of landing as far as being a good fit. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you that it's not a top 10 pick, but I do like the promise here. So that's why I actually got him at 4 compared to having him at 5 or something a little bit different that I think you have. So
yes, I have him at 5. Spoiler alert.
Okay.
I know this is very confusing. Like, wait, who has him? But we're both Desai guys. We both have beards. Our rankings are all over the place. Check out our social media for the actual visualization of the rankings. I will say this, the only way I would be totally okay with him going top 15, the perfect team for him to go to?
Hit me.
Philadelphia Eagles. Think about that.
Yeah.
He gets to develop a little bit, gets to be that situational passer, edge rusher. Whoo! That could be dangerous a couple of years from now.
Philadelphia, Kansas City, they already drafted George Karlaftis. So, I mean, just those would be pretty dangerous teams for him to land on and develop with as well. So, just quick recap here. I have Miles Murphy at number 3. I have Lucas Van Ness at number 4. And I have Nolan Smith at number 5, who we already covered. And Tad actually has a little bit of the opposite here. He's got Nolan Smith at number 3. He's got Lucas Van Ness at number 5. I believe you have Miles Murphy at number 4, correct?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, Lucas Van Ness for you. So, yeah. If it's confusing, like we've already laid out, we're definitely going to be releasing the graphics so you can check that all out. So it's all in place. You don't have to worry about recapping here, rewinding, fast forwarding, whatever you want to do here. It will all be laid out perfectly for you on our social media handles for sure, which we'll plug a little bit later in the episode. But Tad, I want to close out the episode with some of the things that we've done in our previous rankings episode. I want to bring up one more guy that you either like or is being overhyped as we're going through the draft season here. So who's one more guy that you want to bring up as far as the edge pass rusher class?
So I don't want to call him a sleeper because he's not necessarily a sleeper. He's going to go in the second round probably, but he's just a guy where I think if he was in any other year, he would go first round. It's just the fact that this edge class is so deep that he still could go late first, but it's BJ Ojulari out of LSU. Now, at first, I didn't really like this guy when I was watching his tape, but the more I watched him, I'm like, no, I see the promise here. This dude has the quickest reaction off a snap of anyone in the draft, even faster than Will Anderson. I don't understand how he does it. Holy shit. The second that ball snapped, he's already 2 yards behind the center. It's I don't understand how you do that. You toss me I don't know, something across the room and I'm slapping at it 5 seconds later. It is truly incredible. So I really like his reaction time. And here's the thing I like the most about his game. He understands the game. His understanding of blocking schemes, his understanding of, okay, this is what the tackle is doing, so that probably means they're going to be a run. Okay, no, the tackle is kind of hanging back, even though they're passing it off. That means it's going to be play action. You can just see his understanding of how the offense works opposed to him. That is a valuable skill to have as you transition to the NFL. His pass rushing skills are, good, not great, but his techniques are all there. He doesn't need to learn any of the moves. He just needs to learn to perfect them. So you're already skipping a step right there. So I think there's so much promise there. Yes, he needs to work on his strength, but Amir, I feel like you and I have been saying this every episode for the past 2 months. Working on strength gets pretty easy when you're in the NFL. They pay those strength and conditioning coaches a lot of money for a reason. So I'm not that worried about his strength. I don't think he'll ever be a top end edge rusher or top end, outside linebacker. But I do think he is one of probably honestly the second safest bet as okay, this player will contribute for us going forward in this year's draft at the position. So BJ Ojulari is getting slept on. And again, going back to the Chargers, I really think that this could be a good successor for Khalil Mack. Let him develop a bit, let him build up a bit. And then once you need cut Khalil Mack for financial reasons, all of a sudden, all right, kid, let's see what you got. I think Ojulari is that kind of player where you just sim for a year or two, and then he'll be good to go.
Yeah, honestly, it's like I think he'll go high end day 2. I pretty much agree with what you're saying
I
there.
think top end
But
second round for sure.
But depending on the rankings and depending on people's draft boards, I've also seen him sliding into the back end of that first round, depending on
Also
how you
wouldn't
rank
shock me.
these prospects.
Yeah, would not shock me.
It's a very good possibility that he could end up being a day 1 prospect as well. Because I see the talent too. I was watching some tape on him and just like exactly like I said, I think you see a lot of the pass rush moves. It leads a little bit more work to become a little bit more of an effective move as far as like the swims and the spins and the cut throughs and everything you want to lay out there. So it's like, yeah, I see the potential there. I think just needs a little bit more catching up. So
he just needs to learn how to dip, duck, dodge. Fuck.
Oh,
damn it.
God, you messed it up.
I got it. Dip, duck, dive, dodge. Fuck. What is it? I'm missing the 5th one.
It's dip, duck, dive.
So you know you're not either.
I forgot the third one.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up. You do you. What's your player, Mer?
So I'm going to go further in the draft here. So I'm going to bring up a guy that could possibly go in the middle of day 2 or possibly early day 3, depending on how people view him on their draft board. And that's Byron Young, the edge rusher out of the University of Tennessee. So it's actually kind of funny, Ted. I don't know if you know this, but there's actually 2 players by the name of Byron Young and the edge class specifically. There's Byron Young out of Tennessee, who I'm going to talk about now. There's also Byron Young out of Alabama, who is playing the same exact position. So it's going to be interesting.
That's going to make things easy for me. I'm notoriously good with names.
Exactly. So it's going to be very fun once we get to draft day as far as which Byron Young gets drafted. Because we've seen this with so many other players before, right? There's the 2 Adrian Peters.
That's going to happen. I'm going to go to the bathroom during like part of the draft. I'm going to sit down. You're going to go, Ted, Byron Young got drafted. I'm going to like look up the wrong one. I bet you $100 that's going to happen.
100%. But we've seen this before. There was the 2 different Adrian Petersons at the running back position. There's Alex Smith, the quarterback, and Alex Smith, the tight end. So, I mean, that was a little bit of fun too. But yeah, so, I mean, we're going to see this with Byron Young too as well. But I'm going to talk about Byron Young out of Tennessee. So you were talking about Nolan Smith having pretty good speed. Byron Young showcases a lot of high-level speed as well. Like, that is his main trick as far as getting after the quarterback, just blowing by the opposition as far as his one-on-one matchup. Like, I mean, he's got that type of speed. He showcased it at the NFL Combine. Like, that's part of the reason why I'm talking about him now, because after a very impressive showing at the Combine, like, he looked smooth through the drills. He looked good as far as the measurements. He just looked like a guy that, as a late-round guy, like I said, middle of day 2, so possibly early 3rd round, late 2nd round, maybe at the top of the 4th round, early day 3. Excuse me. This is a guy that could really be a key rotational piece early in his career, especially if you're taking him in one of those middle rounds for sure. So he's got high level speed. He doesn't have a ton of experience, surprisingly, but it didn't prevent him from being an effective pass rusher. He was able to put up good numbers at Tennessee. Exceptional athleticism once he gets into the backfield, so he can run down the quarterback, run down the ball carrier. Very much sort of like we were talking about with Miles Murphy, where it's like he's got that aggressiveness. As soon as he gets to the backfield, now he's looking to see where he can sort of make the play as far as getting out to the ball carrier, whether that's the quarterback or the run defender, ball carrier, excuse me. But very similar to Nolan Smith, he's an undersized defender, so you worry about just if an offensive lineman, if Trent Williams was there, if Tristan Wirfs was there, if Quentin Nelson was there, they're just going to straight up block this guy and he's not going to go anywhere. So I think it's like that whole brick wall analogy that I brought up earlier, right? Where it's just like, can you limit that speed? It's very possible at the next level, right? So he's got to develop more. He's got to build up his muscle mass, and he's got to be able to develop more skills in his tool bag to get after the quarterback besides just relying on his elite speed. But honestly, one of the other things that's sort of knocking him a little bit too, unfortunately, is that he's going to be 25 heading into the NFL draft. So
that's a bummer.
His career is shortened just a little bit. But
hold on. What is with Tennessee and all these 25-year-olds? What is going on here?
I have no idea. But yeah, honestly, like, this is the big thing that I see with Byron Young, though, is that I see the potential to be a key contributor early on. So I don't think he'll have to wait as long to get
at 25. You fucking better be.
Exactly, because that's the big downside, right? That's why you're drafting him. It's like you need him to be ready to go, like, pretty much from day 1. Otherwise, yeah, this guy's career is going to be way, way short in the NFL. But I see the potential there. I see him being a very key rotational piece. Maybe if he develops under the right coaching system, he can become an everyday starter as far as, every down starter, excuse me. But for sure, once he gets into the NFL, he's going to be a key pass rushing piece to whatever rotation that decides to draft him in the NFL level, though.
All right, so I just have a couple questions regarding him because I'll admit I've seen very little of his tapes, so I don't know much about him. So, Murray, you ready?
Yeah.
Can he dodge?
Yes.
Can he duck?
A little bit.
Okay. Can he dip?
A little bit.
Can he dive?
Yes.
And can he dodge?
Yes.
We're fucking idiots. We forgot that they repeated dodge twice.
Well, that's what I said. They say dodge twice. Yeah, that's the big thing.
No, that's true.
Dodge, dive, dip.
Whoa. I'm not touching that.
Yeah, clearly. But yeah, so that's pretty much our edge rush talk here. Edge rushers, pass rushers. I mean, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we blended in some defensive ends, we blended in some outside linebackers, but pretty much we wanted to talk about pass rush in today's episode. Like we talked about, we're going to be releasing some graphics both for the edge rushers and the pass rushers, as well as the defensive tackles, which we didn't get to in today's episode. But yeah, we're going to be diving into
We'll get there.
Yeah, defensive tackles as far as the rankings, because there's a lot of great ones there that we want to separate as far as who we like better than others. And yeah, I mean, you see the ticker coming down right below. You can follow us on all of our social media handles. On Twitter, you got me at UrbanTheSide23. You got Tad at TadTheSide94. You got the show handle at the Desai Guys. And of course, we're on Instagram at the Desai Guys as well. So that's where you'll find all of our graphics. We're promoting the episodes. We're going to be interacting with people who have questions for us. It's already happened a handful of times with some of our graphics as far as like, oh, I like these graphics. Oh, I don't like these graphics or ranking specifically. I think most people are fine with the graphics. I think it's the rankings more as far as just asking questions about those. And we accept all questions. So make sure you interact with us. We want to hear your thoughts as far as our rankings. We want to hear your rankings. We want to interact with you. So make sure you're following all the social media handles. It's coming down again. So make sure you're following all those handles. Make sure you subscribe to us to your podcast, and make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel as well as LAFB Network's YouTube channel, because we have our own playlist on the LAFB Network YouTube channel as well. So you can find all of our content as well there. You can find our content on our YouTube channel, and then on the LAFB Network channel, you can find great content for both the Rams and the Chargers to the NFL level, and you can find it on the college level with the Trojans and the Bruins. So lots of great content when it comes to LA football, and of course fantasy and draft talk as well from us. But to guys, I mean, everybody who's listening, who's watching, who's interacting with us, asking us questions, I mean, guys, seriously, we just can't thank you enough.
Absolutely. And guys, as Amir said, we are just a couple weeks away from the NFL draft. So if you need any questions answered, if you just want to talk about it, hit us up on social media. We're about to interact with some Seahawks fans that I made very upset. But you know what? It's fine. I made them upset. That's the best part of the draft. Is like, what do you mean this player sucks? He's great. And it's the back and forth. That's why I love it, is because it's all just totally up to your opinion. It is great to express other people's opinions and hear other people's opinions. So be sure to interact with us on social media, on YouTube. Any way you can find us, please interact with us. Please not in person. That might be a little weird. But otherwise, we really appreciate all the support you guys give us, because we have noticed it. Our viewership, our listeners have been going up the past couple of weeks, and we cannot say thank you enough. So as always, everyone, thank you so much for listening. We promise we have a lot more great stuff headed your way. So keep tuning in, keep watching. And as always, everyone, please stay safe.
welcome back to the LA Football Show, LAFB live on Mondays here on the LA Football Network. This is your Chargers segment, 6:30 to 7, all things Los Angeles Chargers. Excited to get into it. Thank you all for jumping in here and tuning in with us. My man, Jamal Madney, what's up, brother? Happy Monday. How we doing?
Happy Monday, brother. Excited for segment 2 of Monday Night Live, and we're talking Bolt fam over here.
Yes, Monday Night Raw, but LA football style, if you will. Live here on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and of course, LAFBnetwork.com. So everyone, thanks for tuning in. Once you get in here, drop your comments. We're talking off season. I talked to Jake Hefner of Chargers Unleashed earlier today. We are 17 days away from the NFL draft. Crazy that is here. Chargers sitting at pick 21. A lot of fun discussion, obviously, come draft season about what to do, and people do tons of mock drafts. We did a live mock draft last week. We're not going to do a mock draft this week, but we may do another one next week. So obviously have plenty of that going for you. But I think for this segment, Jamal, we're going to talk kind of what's the most important move or moves the Chargers should make basically in the next 21 days. So if you include the draft, should it be another free agency signing? Is it a particular draft pick, whether it's a position or player, or is it one of those either UDFAs, undrafted free agent, or a post-draft free agent signing? Some of those vets make it through the draft and don't get signed. So a lot of ways we can go with this. I'm sure we'll bring up a lot of names, but that's kind of the way we can get into it. Before we do, our guy Dallas, thanks for hanging out with us. He did the full cycle last week, and I think he's going to go for the full cycle again this. I know he'll be next segment because we do USC. We'll see if he sticks around for the final one with UCLA. But question for you, Chargers spent like drunk sailors last year. Who really makes a mark this year, and who really needs to or might be gone? So current players, I assume he's talking about, who makes a mark that didn't last year or who needs to be gone.
No, that's how I'm assuming it as well. And first of all, I think that Ryan, you and I need to be in the sequel business because, there was that great movie, Yumi and Dupree. And I think that the sequel's got to be Yumi and Dallas because Dallas has been sort of our ride or die the last couple of weeks here. And so really appreciate you, Dallas. In terms of the question, look, I think the individual, when we're talking about free agency and who really needs to make the impact, I think when you look at the defensive side of the ball, that's where the inconsistency really lied for a lot of the year with the Chargers. They came on really strong at the end, which really created a lot of momentum. To me, it's going to have to be Khalil Mack again. You know what you're going to get with Bosa. You know what you got with Derwin James. I'm giving J.C. Jackson a bit of a pass right now because honestly, that was such a gruesome injury that I don't know what that timeline is going to look like, not just of him getting back on the field, but him being the J.C. Jackson of the New England Patriots. So for those reasons, I look at a Khalil Mack and say, listen, we need the Bears version of Khalil Mack. We need a Raiders version of Khalil Mack, and he needs to be that anchor defensively, really right in that backer position to really anchor the physicality of this defense, anchor the gap integrity, anchor what is really good situational football and swarming to the ball. So I look squarely at Khalil Mack as being a vital piece to the puzzle for 2023 and really sort of earning not only the contract, but the praise and really being a huge contributor to the hype that was all in terms of the Chargers slogan for last year.
Yeah, it's a great one. Real quick, and I'm not going to have this take over the convo because we'll talk a lot about it next segment for USC, but just breaking news, Jamal.
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury hired by USC Trojans as a senior offensive assistant.
Oh, buddy. Well, we know what we're going to be talking about at the top of the hour.
Yes. So just had to say it as it just came through breaking. Cliff Kingsbury joining USC. He will be in LA. If you're Dallas will be there for sure. So we'll see you at the top of the hour as we get into that, and what that means. But in terms of past free agent side, I completely agree with you that Khalil Mack, who had a good impact I wouldn't say a great impact last year. He was formidable. He had some games where he absolutely, I mean, week 1 against the Raiders, it was like that was the best trade in the recent era, having 2.5 or 3 sacks in that game and almost single-handedly willed the Chargers to win that home opener. But then we go through stretches of not really being an impact, and part of that was missing his running mate and Joey Bosa, and you start getting those double and triple teams, and as good as he is, it's hard for any pass rushers not named Aaron Donald getting through double and triple teams. So I think it just showed how vital Joey Bosa is to Khalil Mack's success. But if Khalil Mack can up the ante and be as dominant as he was, in 4 or 5 games last year over 17, then that's going to be that much better for them, obviously, as a team. The other one I'll throw out there, and it's not necessarily a free agent signing, but it was a free agent re-signing, and that's Mike Williams, who same kind of thing. They re-signed him last year. It was a big talk of, is he going to get the money? Are they going to let him walk? What's going to go down with that? They bring him back, and, some games he was absolutely dominant. Obviously, he missed some games by injury, which he seems to do every year a little bit, gets banged up here and there. And then some games he wasn't able to be that, true number one without his running mate and Keenan Allen, similar to Khalil Mack with Joey Bosa. So Mike Williams is a guy that love on this team. I think he's very important in this offense. He's extremely important to what Justin Herbert and now Kellen Moore will want to do, especially in the vertical game. But he's a guy that through his career thus far has been fairly reliant on who else is on the field with him in terms of if he's dominant or if he's just another big body guy that can go up and catch a few balls here and there. So if he can kind of elevate his game to that next level, which, at this point in his career, we've probably seen what we're going to get from Mike Williams, which is still very good. I'm not trying to downplay the guy. He's still very, very good, top 15, top 20 receiver probably in football. But if he can find that next gear, then that's another signing. And the last one I'll say, and then we'll get to the current free agency is we've talked about him a lot because I think he just fits so well as Gerald Everett, who was signed last year. The big thing with this Chargers team, Jamal, we talked all season long was inconsistency, and that goes down to individual players as well. Gerald Everett was some games looked great, other games inconsistent. Part of that may have been game plan. Part of that may have been, Justin just looking past him at some of his other weapons. Part of it could have been schematically what, the offense was doing then. So, but if he can be a more formidable threat, which I think he will be based on what Kellen Moore does with tight ends, he's another guy that could truly break out and be a kind of dominant force for this offense.
No, I agree with you, Ryan. And I think what's going to be interesting to me is if they go in the direction of the draft that I think they will, and I think that they should, I actually see Gerald Everett as being some nice trade bait, because I think that there's sort of an opportunity to sort of round out your roster in a way that is more, let's call it Kellen Moore conducive, by having, getting some value for Gerald Everett or seeing what you can do there. So I agree with you. I think all of those guys a little bit inconsistent, and I think one guy really needs to separate, right? We know that Keenan Allen is wide receiver 1, but can he stay healthy? Can Mike Williams put a whole season of dynamic catches and dynamic separation together? Can a tight end emerge? What's going to be the state of Austin Eckler, body, mind, and soul? So I think there's a lot of questions offensively and defensively, frankly, with the injuries. But I think you hit the nail on the head on, the 2 on offense and I think the 1 on defense. And truth be told, I think if the Chargers go 3 for 3 in terms of all 3 of those guys reaching their potential, this absolutely is a team that is going to be in the Final Four of the AFC and really wanting more and being on the cusp of something special as soon as this season.
Yep. Yeah, I totally agree. So, all right, looking now at the current offseason we are in, still some names out there. Kyle Van Noy, obviously, who played with the Chargers and came on very strong at the end. A guy that's still a free agent and potential, could be back with the Chargers. You look at some of the other vet names out there, whether it's, I think the Chargers have done a good enough job this offseason where they don't have any drastic needs. Obviously, there's some depth things, or maybe just adding talent on certain things, or obviously all fans want a speed receiver. I know everyone would see that as a drastic need. I don't believe it is a drastic need. I think it's a nice to have, and it would obviously benefit the team and benefit the offense, but it's not like this team's going to be a 5-win difference without that. But when you look at all these things looking into you, what would be the most important next move? Is it a free agent guy? Is it just strictly in the draft? What are you kind of envisioning there? And then I'll jump in as well, obviously.
Ryan, for me, it's in the draft. And for me, it's what you do at 21. And I think that's going to set the tone for not only your draft and the portfolio that you compile over the course of those 3 days, but then the secondary effects of what you do in free agency. And for me, I think it's very clear what you do at 21. I think you draft Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame. The 6'5", 250-pound tight end who over 2,000 yards receiving with Notre Dame, 18 touchdowns. The vast majority of the time he was double teamed. This guy looks every bit the part of a tight end one. He reminds me of a more skilled version of Jason Witten, to be honest with you. And so when you put him in that Kellen Moore offense, when you know how much Kellen Moore values the tight end, now you have a true tight end, a true security blanket, a guy who's going to run those 15-yard seam routes, the guy who's going to shield himself over the middle, create space, and be that ultimate sort of security blanket for Justin Herbert in a way that still allows you to move down the field. The problem last year was Austin Eckler was Justin Herbert's security blanket, but every time he threw the ball to Austin Eckler, it was a 3-yard gain. Now, can you get to a position where your security blanket is actually getting you 8, 10, 13 yards? And so that becomes now, the baseline for, an extended play, a broken play, and what have you. And when I just look at what Kellen Moore has done with tight ends, to me, it's Michael Mayer. And if for any reason he's off the board, I think you got to look at Dalton Kincaid. I think the problem, and Dalton Kincaid, we know this painfully, shredded USC last year for the tune of 239 yards receiving and 18 receptions en route to that Utah beating USC in Salt Lake. So I think that's where you go. That's choice one for me is Mayer. Choice number two for me is Kincaid. Because as much as Everett is this hybrid, you don't know if he's sort of a big receiver, a nimble tight end, I think he gets caught a little bit in no man's land because I think he gets physicaled up by some bigger defenders. And I don't think he has the speed to sort of, or the physicality to sort of create separation and space from the smaller defenders. And I think that's where you see that inconsistency. I think you want to go right to central casting, the guy who's your prototypical tight end, and really allow that individual to shine that then opens up the field for the Keenan Allens, for the Mike Williamses, for them to break out the way we want them to. So for me, the next move is Mayer, and if you can't get Mayer, it's Kincaid.
So, like I said, I think the Chargers have done a good enough job this offseason where they haven't pigeonholed themselves and they don't have a drastic need. I agree with you. Probably the biggest need they have is probably at tight end, whether it's depth or a true 3-down tight end starter, or at that, extra wide receiver position just to add more weapons to Justin Herbert. So I would be thrilled with either Mayer or Kincaid. I think honestly, they're in a great position at 21 where they can really take best player available or trade down or whatnot. So I agree with all that. Just for the sake of playing devil's advocate and for the sake of argument here live and for the sake of throwing out some different opinions, the thing about drafting a tight end early in today's NFL, and this is not how you should draft, so I'm not saying this is what they should do, but when you just look at the history over the last, almost 20 years, all of our elite tight ends in football have not been first-round picks for whatever reason, whether it's development issues, whether it's hype issues, whatever it may be. But you can look back over the last, I'll just list a few. Kyle Pitts is still too early to tell, but Noah Fant, TJ Hawkinson, Hayden Hurst, David Njoku, Evan Ingram, OJ Howard, Eric Ebron, Tyler Eifert. You could keep going on and on. Those are all first round tight ends that haven't been busts, I would say. Maybe busts considered they're a first round, but they're still in the league. They're still having credible scenarios. But when you look at the elite tight ends, the Travis Kelce's a 3rd round pick, the guy up in San Francisco, I won't mention, 5th round pick. All these other tight ends, even Gronk, I believe, was like a 4th round pick, or if I'm not mistaken. So for whatever reason, I can't put my finger on it. I haven't done enough research to understand why. But if we want to play devil's advocate, you could look at that and say, well, 20 years of history shows us first round pick doesn't live up to that elite tight end status. And when you look at a guy like Kellen Moore, who created a Dallas Schwartz is in here in our chat, but created in Dallas the tight end that was not a first round pick into a very, very credible tight end. Dalton Schultz. Very similar. Yes. In Dallas. And he's in Dallas. That's what threw me off. I was on a roll here, Jamal. I was on a roll. But took this lesser draft talent, made them fit in the system, and become kind of that elite level, or at least fringe elite tight end level. You can make the argument, well, we probably shouldn't use our first round pick when we could use it for one of these receivers, or for edge depth, or for a corner in case JC Jackson doesn't ever come back. So is it a good argument? Probably not. Is it one worth at least talking about and exploring? Maybe. I don't know. But again, I would not be upset at all if Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid is the draft pick. But just looking at that data, looking at that history, it might be wise to go in the other direction, especially when you brought in a coach that has had so much success at the tight end, regardless of what name on the back of the jersey is playing.
No, it's a great point, Ryan. And what a great argument that is of looking back at the last 20 years and going through that list. And so it's hard to argue with data and logic. The one thing I would say, and that's a nice point by Dallas of Gronk at 42, so a little bit higher than we were talking about not there. Fair. But here would be my two counters. One is the guys that you mentioned, the last couple of years in particular, teams were still drafting on potential. Those guys didn't produce on the field quite like number one tight ends, first round pick tight ends. Everyone just fell in love with the measurables and what they could be. It's not like, Pitts' numbers were necessarily kind of insane outside of, a stretch there, 2 years ago. And then when you look at some other guys, Fanton, et cetera, even O.J. Howard, it was kind of like O.J. Howard had one really good game in the national championship game against Clemson. And everyone was like, oh my God, where was this O.J. Howard, the whole season? Saban didn't really utilize him. This guy's actually a superstar. So the difference here is Mayer has produced on the field in a significant way, the over 2,000 yards, the 18 touchdowns, despite being double teamed. So you see it on the field. The second thing for me is the Kelsey, the Kittles, all of those folks, that was behavioral. Like Kelsey was, he got kicked off the team, and, with Cincinnati, had to earn his way back on. Kittle, it was sort of a similar story. Those guys were more, you were questioning, is their head on straight? And if their head is on straight, they're motivated the right way, these guys actually should be higher. But because of the behavioral stuff, because of some unfortunate off-the-field incidences, just because of some things that brought their character into question, they slipped. So that would kind of be my one counter, where Mayer, character-wise, is a stud, went to Notre Dame, did all the right things, and then on the field-wise is a stud. And so when you have that, and you're also in a position where you bring in a top 3, top 5 offensive mind, you're in a Justin Herbert contract year. Let's give him everything that he wants, and let's not take anything to chance. Could you probably get somebody at 35 or 40 that could do almost as good? Maybe, but why even take that chance? If you need that piece, let's arm Justin Herbert with everything he needs to be successful, to guarantee long-term stability and success for your franchise.
And two additional, not counterpoints, but agreeing points is, A, seeing what Kellen Moore was able to do with Dallas Schwartz. I'm just kidding. Dalton Schultz. Seeing what he was able to do with that caliber of player, then you can make the argument, imagine what he can do with the caliber of player of Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid, having that extra talent. You see all the time of, well, look what this coach did with this quarterback. Now look what he did with this quarterback. And that doesn't always translate, but sometimes it does. So that's 1. 2, this tight end class, as has been widely talked about and reported, is arguably the best tight end class we've seen in a decade from top to bottom. And still, these two guys are in a league of their own versus the 3 and below them. And the depth is great. So if the Chargers decide not to do tight end at 21, they can still get a very, very solid tight end later in the draft, whether it's a second or third round. But these two have elevated ahead. And I can't remember as much hype around two tight ends. The last one I can remember around would be, I think it was 2019, when it was TJ Hawkinson and Noah Fant, both coming out of Iowa. And I wonder, Jamal, because let's be real, scouts are not GMs. Scouting is an entry-level job in the NFL for the most part. I mean, there's a lot of scouts that have very little experience, and it could be me and you being the scout. You fall in love with a guy, and that's your guy, and you're not going to bend one way or another, and all you're doing is telling your team, your GM, hey, this is who I like. Now it's your decision. So as I'm not knocking scouts, but everyone thinks scouts are the end-all, be-all. Like a lot of scouts, it's an entry-level job in a lot of ways. I'm wondering a lot of that hype around Hawkinson and Noah Fant was based on what George Kittle did before him. Everyone's like, wow, look at what Iowa produced in George Kittle. He fell to the 5th. Now there's two guys that have similar physical profile. TJ Hawkinson was more the full 3-down tight end. Noah Fant was more the speed, athletic freak tight end. They had two of them, both produced. Imagine what they can do if George Kittle slipped. These guys can't go to the first round. They both go 8 and 20, I think, respectively. So I wonder if that was a little bit going on. That's all just speculation. Who knows? But I think this is a very different scenario where, as you alluded to, Dalton Kincaid and Michael Mayer both had tremendous production, can play every down, battled through injuries, battled through different quarterbacks. I know Dalton Kincaid played almost his whole career with Cam Rising, but Cam Rising didn't start in the beginning, got injured some, had to go up and down. He was always the go-to guy no matter what. Defenses couldn't stop him when they knew he was the go-to guy. Same with Michael Mayer, getting that USC game. And the USC won, obviously, but everyone knew the only one getting the ball in that game was Michael Mayer, and he's still, over 100 yards and whatnot. So we'll see. I think it's a fair position for sure if it's those two in the first.
Yeah, Ryan. And I think, again, the point with Mayer is it's not like he had an elite quarterback either. Drew Payne is a fine quarterback, but not someone you would consider an elite college quarterback or an elite NFL prospect. Still found a way to clean up. And then, of course, in the case of Kincaid, now why I have Mayer significantly as 1 and Kincaid as 2 is, Kincaid also had Keithy, and Utah had kind of that 2 tight end set. But then even with Keithy getting hurt, Kincaid had the 239 against SC and really sort of carried that team. So again, just the production on the field for me is significant. And you put those guys in there, in a Kellen Moore system, and then maybe you pick up a Zeke Elliott on the cheap here in free agency. You've got your 2 backs with Eckler and Zeke potentially, and now you've got your tight end, you got your receivers. Now you're starting to look like a Kellen Moore offense and really put some things together with a significant upgrade. Because I don't think anyone can argue the difference between Dak Prescott and Justin Herbert is a rather significant one. You could probably drive, a truck through that gap and be very, very comfortable in terms of talent discrepancy, upside, and the ability to carry a team to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. So, before we wrap up, we're running out of time here before we jump over and do our USC Trojans segment. But wanted to throw one more free agent at you because we didn't talk about that, about potential signings, and we brought him up briefly in the Rams segment earlier. Leonard Floyd still sitting out there as a free agent. His best career as an NFL player was with Brandon Staley as the defensive coordinator, as were many players in that Rams system. I think Brandon Staley got a lot of those defenders paid in that 2020 year when he was there, and a lot of them have joined him with the Chargers, much to the chagrin of Rams fans, but much to the delight of Chargers fans because they've done very well, I think. He's another guy that coming off, he was going to be owed, I think, $16 million by the Rams. Obviously, he was cut. I would argue, without doing a ton of research right now, that he's looking at a $5 to $7 million per year kind of contract, not crazy expensive. And a guy, if you can add to Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa, who had his best season with Brandon Staley, does that excite you at all? Is that a signing you'd want to keep your eye on?
Oh yeah, for sure. That would be something that really gets me excited because of the compliment, because of the value at the price. I think the one thing I would do, though, if I were the Chargers, is I would maybe wait until after the draft, see where things kind of net out. But I think that should be sort of on the top of my list. And to your earlier point, if I know I kind of have that plan B, it really makes you weigh, especially in the later rounds, what is the value that I'm getting at pass rush, and can I beat that potential offering there down the line? So I really love that. And I think that's kind of how teams need to play the chess game a little bit of, how does the draft enable free agency? How does the free agency enable the draft, and really make them as complementary talent pipelines? And I really love that potential for the Chargers.
Yeah, I think it'd be great, but I agree with you. I think it's probably one of those they wait till after the draft, and if he's still available, then they can pounce on it with whatever money they have left over to add, and depending how the draft went and how many edge pieces they added. So that's all the time we got for LAFB Live Chargers edition. We'll be back later in the week for our pre-recorded podcast, also on 1090 ESPN Radio, starting at 5 o'clock on Friday. And of course, next week on Monday at 6:30, we'll be back right here for Chargers Live. For Jamal Madney, I'm Ryan Dyrud. If you want to stick with us, we'll be talking USC here at the bottom of the hour, or top of the hour, at 7 here in just a minute or so. So we'll talk to you, especially you, Dallas, right over there. Thank you all, Bolt fan, for tuning in. Talk to y'all soon. What's going on, Los Angeles? Welcome to the LA Football Show, back live on a Monday, a beautiful, warm Monday, talking all things Rams for the next 30 minutes. What's up, brother? Joined by Jamal Madney. What's up, my man? Happy Monday. How we doing?
Happy Monday, Rye. Excited to be Monday Night Live here and talk all things LA football as we always do, and kicking it off with the Los Angeles Rams.
Yes, so for anyone joining or soon to join, welcome in. Every Monday, 6 o'clock to 6:30 Pacific time, we'll be doing Rams talk and having some fun. And obviously, we got the draft coming up just around the corner. After the draft, we'll see how busy the Rams are in undrafted free agents, because I feel like that's where they're going to really fill out the roster, Jamal, with everything they need still. Here we are in April, and no kicker, no punter, no return specialist, very little depth on defense. But you and I, for some reason, which we'll probably talk about, still feel oddly optimistic about where this team is heading into next year. Maybe it's just that it's so different than what it's been, and it's kind of fun. So show is always brought to you by our friends at BetOnline. Head to betonline.ag today. Use our promo code BELIEVE. That's BLEAV. Gets you a 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. NBA and NHL playoffs are about to begin, so that's plenty of fun to bet on. Plus, obviously, the draft and then football is going to be here before you know it. So betonline.ag, promo code BELIEVE. Tell them the guys at the LA Football Network sent you. So, Jamal, today, for the next 30 or so, we are going to talk about some former Rams, some players that, it's been a mass exodus here in the Thousand Oaks area, as many Rams are no longer with the teams, have gone on to other teams to either trade or free agency or cap casualty, if you will, and cut and waiver wires. So we will talk about who of these former Rams will have the biggest impact with their new teams. So how do you want to kick this off? Do you want to anything you want to add before we just like jump right in? And obviously, anyone in here, throw out some player names, some questions as we get going.
Well, our main man, Dallas Schwartz, has already given us a great take here, and always appreciate your attendance and being here with us, Dallas. It's always a pleasure. I think there's kind of 4 headliners, right, Ryan, where I think the conversation really gets centered around. One is Jalen Ramsey now in Miami. One is Bobby Wagner back in Seattle. One is OBJ now signed with Baltimore. And then, of course, the 4th is Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay. I think those are kind of the 4 headliners to start with. And I think that's where the point of departure of this discussion will be.
Yeah, I think so. Those are the big headline names. Before we get into those, do you think, and it might be a draft night kind of trade, it might be a post-draft, but do you think Allen Robinson will be on this team come training camp, or is it foregone he's gone? It's just a matter of when.
I think he's going to be gone. I think it's a matter of when. I think a lot of it will depend on who the Rams get through the draft and then through the free agency process immediately after the draft to be able to kind of make some determinations about their depth. But I think they're operating that Cooper Kupp is going to be wide receiver number 1, Van Jefferson's going to be wide receiver number 2, and then one of these younger guys is going to emerge and sort of round out the receiving corps. But I think Allen Robinson will be in another uniform. I'm fairly certain of that going into 2023.
Yeah, it just seems like the wide receiver market is just so dry right now, where there's just not a lot of demand. There's not a lot of offerings, and seeing as they could only get a third and a no-name tight end, we're going to know him soon. We kind of like it, but at the time, a no-name tight end for Jalen Ramsey, hard to expect you're definitely not going to get more, but hard to expect you get much of anything for Allen Robinson, especially when they've made it kind of known that if they don't get a deal out there, they'll just cut and move on. So I agree. I think it'll be very, very, I would be shocked, I'll say, if he is in training camp in a Rams uniform. I think he'll be elsewhere, and whether they get anything for him or not. Before we get into the players, let's answer this question from Dallas. Do you think the Rams package some mid-round picks to get into the first or back or rack? I'm guessing like in the back in the second and stack for depth. I'll answer first, and then Jamal jump in. I don't see this, because they'd have to package a lot of picks to go into the first, and it would basically, in my opinion, destroy or be counterintuitive for doing exactly what you asked, which is building depth. They would not be able to build depth if they give up 4 to 5 mid-round picks to get into the first round to go get some marquee player, but then they have nothing behind him. And I think that this juncture of the offseason where they are, I think they're purely going to be drafting for a lot of depth pieces and hopefully can mature those guys into sizable role players that we've seen them do throughout the years. So I don't think this is the year they'll be trading up at all. If anything, they'll be trading back and even adding to their 11 picks, I think.
Yeah, Ryan, I completely agree. I think this is the offseason that they are playing Moneyball. And I think it's going to be a lot of guys that are going to play above their value, and they're going to round out this team with the 3 pillars of Kupp, Donald, and Stafford, and then round out everybody else kind of young, hungry, and cheap, see who emerges, and then, build out their core from there. But I think once you establish that you're getting rid of Ramsey, and once you establish that you're getting rid of Robinson and Wagner, and down the list we go, it really doesn't make sense to then parlay some picks to get into the first round, to then have to pay first round money at one particular position. So I think it's rack and stack all day long, Dallas. And I think, they've made their bed, and now they're firmly going to sleep in it. And that's one thing the Rams are really good at. They set a direction, and then they go for it, and then they calibrate. And if it's working, we're going to keep doing it. If it's not working, we're going to change direction and we're going to course correct. So I think that's where the strategy goes. And just to follow up with Dallas, I think he said, do you see the Rams pick the UCLA tight end with number 35, or will he be gone? Dallas, I'm assuming you're talking Michael Ezike there, because that would be the one tight end that UCLA has. Keep in mind, Jake Bobo is a really big receiver. He sometimes may look like a tight end, but he is a wide receiver. Ezike at 35 is high for sure. So I think Ezike is going to be more of a mid to late round type of prospect. Jake Bobo, on the other hand, I think could go anywhere, third-ish round, and be a really nice addition for some teams.
Yeah. And Jake Bobo, if Dallas, you are thinking if that's what you're talking about, you're not the first. A lot of people actually kind of just assume that Bobo is a tight end type. He is obviously a big body and probably could play in line in some way, but it'd be very similar to, what the Rams just saw with, some of their other, former kind of hybrid players. And I don't know if they want to go that route. I think if they draft Bobo, they need to use him as a receiver, not as some hybrid kind of tight end like. But yeah, I think 35, they're probably, in my opinion, would go a different direction. But Bobo's certainly great. And okay, let me say this, Jamal. I think we both would love to see Bobo in a Rams uniform. 36 might be a little too early based on everything they need to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And based on all the lack of depth they have elsewhere, in terms of edge, linebacker, secondary, offensive line, all that good stuff. So, all right, let's start with some of these former Rams guys. Who do you? I'm trying to think how we can go back and forth on this without just giving our answers and being done. But I guess that's how we'll have to start. I mean, out of these kind of the four big names, the Bobby Wagner, the Jalen Ramsey, Baker Mayfield, who do you see making an OBJ the biggest impact on their new team?
I think there's a lot of variability. I think there's a lot of volatility of where this can go. But I think if all the stars align, I think it's OBJ. Because I think that, assuming you have Lamar Jackson in a Baltimore uniform this year, that he doesn't get traded, that, he sort of follows through on the franchise tag, or they come to some sort of a contract agreement, or they just sort of play it out for this year, which is what I think will happen. He's going to have a massive chip on his shoulder to prove that he's warranting a long-term deal, that he is, the thrower that people have questioned him to truly be in that top 4 or 5 elite conversation. Because it is sort of remarkable that Lamar Jackson, having won an MVP, having sort of revolutionized the position, when you say, Ryan, who are the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the NFL, he's not top of mind. He's not on that list. And that's primarily due to the fact that he's still inconsistent throwing the football. In many ways, Lamar Jackson reminds me of a younger Giannis Antetokounmpo, in the NBA, where, can you win the title with him? And Giannis sort of proved that back in 21 that you certainly can. And I think Lamar Jackson still needs to make that leap. And I think for the folks that are pro Lamar Jackson and in his camp, the argument has always been, well, you never gave him a top flight receiver. The best receiver he had was Hollywood Brown. Give him somebody and then make an assessment. And now when you bring in OBJ, who's coming off the injury, who's coming off of people writing him off and completely saying that his career is over, and now he's got that chip on his shoulder, he's got something to prove. I think the two of them together could be real dynamite in this play action passing game that Baltimore will use to really sort of leverage their run game to then be able to take some shots and open up the field. I think when I look at Ramsey, I don't think a change of scenery is going to particularly change the bottom line of who he is at this point, which is on the decline. When I look at Wagner, I think, again, he fits in that system really, really well. But I don't know if Seattle is going to be a credible threat in the NFC. And as a result of that, I don't think Wagner is going to get the gravitas and the notice of impact that maybe he should. And then I think you got Baker in Tampa, but I don't really believe in the Tampa coaching staff. And I think what it's going to reveal is that Tom Brady actually kept this team afloat in a really significant way. And it's actually going to be more of a testament to Brady's greatness than anything else. I could see Tampa be in that 4 or 5 win group. So to me, I think OBJ far and away, assuming Lamar is a Baltimore Raven, I think he's the guy I have my eye on.
Yeah, it's funny that all 4 of these guys will go into their new situations with a chip on their shoulder, with something to prove, and none of it's because they were slighted or screwed over by the Rams, right? Like a lot of times it's like, my former team didn't value me. I feel, underappreciated there. So I want to go and prove them wrong. I was drafted too low. All these teams passed on me. The Rams just, they went all in on their situation as everyone's talked about all the time, and it worked. They won. And then now it's, time they have to kind of move on and reap what they sowed, building where this team was. But they did right by all of them. I mean, Bob Wagner, they basically had a conversation with him and said, all right, well, we'll let you go and you can pick where you want to go instead of trading you. With OBJ, it was just a matter of, they couldn't re-sign him. They just didn't have the money of what he wanted. With Jalen Ramsey, they traded him to a team that he wanted to go to. I mean, regardless of them being a contender, he had said all along he wanted to go to Miami, and so that's where they sent him. And Baker, came in here, had a really fun 4 or 5 weeks, and then he was a free agent anyway. So he went on and ended up down in Tampa, in South Florida, or the Bay Area of Florida. So it's funny they all have chips, but not because of the Rams. But I will yet again, I was trying to be different than you, but I just think it's too obvious that OBJ is going to have such a monumental impact, and his biggest impact probably was going to come not even on the field, because in my opinion, the Ravens don't sign OBJ if they didn't have somewhat of a guarantee that Lamar would come back and sign. You don't go and pay a receiver $18, $19 million and then have a Tyler Huntley or a rookie throwing him the football. That's just not the time to do it. You pay that later, which they didn't do, obviously, for all those years with Lamar. And I think they finally realized, all right, this is one of his demands. Maybe it hasn't been reported that, or maybe that's not even factual, but I would not be shocked if one of his demands was, hey, I want guaranteed contract and I want a damn number one receiver. And whether he's worth it or not, I don't discredit him at all for wanting that. So now they finally get that with OBJ. And I think that will have the impact. There's been the screen grabs of on Instagram, them talking. So obviously they've had conversations since the signing. This is the NFL in 2023 where these athletes all know each other. They're all on social media. I'm pretty confident they probably had conversations before the signing of saying, hey, let's go get it done in Baltimore. And they had their conversations of that, and obviously got it done. So obviously he's going to have a big impact on the field, but Jamal, I think his biggest impact is just going to be the fact that because he's signed, it's going to mean Lamar Jackson is back in a Ravens uniform.
Absolutely, Ryan. And, what a great appeasement for Lamar Jackson of saying, okay, let's meet you halfway a little bit. Obviously there's a little bit of a gap on what we believe your long-term value to be and what you believe your long-term value to be. So, look, we want to have this partnership work. And I think it's a testament to the Ravens of thinking outside the box a little bit, rather than saying, hey, I'm on this side and you're on this side of the negotiation table, and we're this far apart in terms of price, and you start figuring out a way to make it in the middle. What the Ravens are saying, let's turn this into a multi-year negotiation where why don't we play out the franchise tag this year, and let's give you a guy when he's healthy is as good a receiver as there is in the NFL, and let's see what you can do with him. And if you can do with him what a top 5 quarterback, we presume, can do with him, then you are worth that money. And if you can't, then there's no conversation to be had about having more money than what we've offered you over the course of this season. So I think it's just a phenomenal move by the Ravens, actually, and their management team of putting that optionality out there. And now the onus is on Lamar Jackson to say, okay, the team didn't give me what I wanted, but they've given me a tool and they've empowered me and they've enabled me to sort of prove myself. And now I got to put it all together. And if I do that, and if I utilize him effectively, and we're a two-dimensional offense, which has been the big question for the Ravens the last couple of years, and we make some noise in the playoffs and we go a little bit deep and we put a jolt into Mahomes and Burrow and Allen, etc., we really have something here. So I think it's just sort of a match made in heaven. Both guys are essentially on one-year deals. Both guys have so much to prove. And I think both guys, are going to get along so well. I think when you look at OBJ, I think his true personality is kind of that of a Baltimore Raven. For as much as he is kind of this like Hollywood-ish type of personality, I think his swagger and his ability to kind of, get down in the trenches a little bit and get rough and get physical. I think there's just going to be a real match made in heaven with John Harbaugh and the Ravens. And I think having a coach that's a little bit more of a disciplinarian at this age for him, I think is going to be a good thing. I think he's got the right coach. He's in the right situation. He's got, a one-year contract of big money. I think it's all set up really well for OBJ to have his welcome back moment. And I could presumably see OBJ win NFL Comeback Player of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if the finalists are both former teammates, OBJ and Cooper Kupp, going for that Comeback Player of the Year. And, I think it's a good fit. I think it's the way this offseason's gone for the Rams and Rams fans, and seeing, Wagner just get cut after 1 year, after a 5-year deal, and go. Seeing Jalen Ramsey get traded for essentially pennies. It probably made Rams fans almost feel better that they saw OBJ get signed away for what he got signed away for. Because if he would have signed with a team for like $6 million, everyone would be like, "Are you kidding me? That's all it costs." But the fact that it was 15 guaranteed, up to 18 total, I mean, that was never happening here in Los Angeles. Even if the Rams weren't in kind of a remodel mode, it was never happening. So I feel like that at least made Rams fans feel like, okay, like, all right, he ended up, he's not in the NFC, didn't go in the division. He's with the team across the country, and he gets $18 million we couldn't afford, because it would have been another dagger to the heart for Rams fans had it been a cheap deal.
No doubt, Ryan. And so I think, that, again, I think that also is a testament to what the Rams management is trying to do here, of being able to kind of build this team on the cheap for this year and just see what they have left in the tank. In many ways, the way the Ravens are sort of testing Lamar Jackson, the Rams are testing Stafford, Kupp, and Donald to see just how much they have left in the tank with kind of a young, hungry core. Because I think if you go have another year, like a 5-12 year, those three guys are pretty much done. I mean, it's going to be painfully obvious that is the case. Then you're in full-on rebuild mode. Then Dallas, I agree with you, where you start parlaying some of these picks and move up to get the likes of a Caleb Williams. If this team is anywhere in that 8, 9, 10 win total, now you say, hey, Stafford is still relatively young for what elite quarterbacks have been the last couple of years. Cooper Kupp has a renaissance. Donald's going to have one more year on his deal after this upcoming season. Let's go now. We got $60 million under the cap. Who can we put around these guys to go from 8, 9, 10 wins to 11, 12, 13 wins and get one or two more credible cracks at another Super Bowl? So either way, you're kind of setting yourself up for success. And it's all going to sort of play out this year in terms of how much is left with those three guys.
Does it, changing gears here a little bit, but does it surprise you at all that Leonard Floyd is still out there as a free agent? Or I think we're kind of in the day and age now, Jamal, where unless you are a premium, I'm not even saying a good player, but a premium vet, a lot of these guys now kind of just write it out till either right before the draft or even after the draft, where they can truly pick and choose where they want. And it might fall into that category, kind of like along the lines of Kyle Van Noy and those. Does it feel like that more to you, or is it more of, wow, this guy's clearly much more on the decline than we may have even thought he was?
No, I think it's more the former, Ryan. And I think that, in particular, pass rush is a bit stronger in this draft. May not be kind of as top heavy as it was last year, but I think depth and quality in the mid to late rounds exists. And so I think that a lot of teams are sort of assessing their options and saying, who can we go get in the draft to fill our needs? And if we kind of strike out on some of the guys on our board in rounds 5 through 7, then that's where the Leonard Floyd market really opens up for us. And I think vice versa for Floyd as well. I think he wants to see where things kind of net out with some of these teams and then go kind of use his agent and use his team to sort of target particular teams. So it makes a lot of sense. I think there's still plenty in the tank for Leonard Floyd. I think, the right situation, he can be an impact player. But I think the Rams are correct in moving on at that particular price tag.
Yeah, I know the NFL salary cap goes up every year, but it definitely is feeling in today's NFL with these crazy lucrative quarterback contracts. I mean, it was not that long ago when the premier QBs were making $18 million a year, $20 million a year. And now you're looking at 50 is that's like the baseline now for the Herberts, the Burrows, the new guys. Lamar Jackson's asking for that. So it's more than doubled in a matter of less than a decade, really. And so I think that the fact that we're seeing that happen outside of what the Rams were able to do in that, 2021 offseason you really only have enough money for like 3 to 4 marquee players. Your three pillars like the Rams have currently with Kupp, Donald, and Stafford. And so players like Leonard Floyd that were making $16 million a year when the Rams brought him in. Obviously, he's aged a little bit since then, but even players at his stature at that time back when it was in 2018 or 2019, those are going to be guys that are going to be making under 10 now, because unless you're the top 3 or 4 at your position, and unless you're willing to go to a team that is a bottom 5 team, top 5 in cap space, there's really just not the money to spread out currently, unless you get really creative or go really all in like the Rams did, just 2 years prior. So I think it's just a shift in the way these contracts are and with how much the top players are getting, that we're either going to see the league salary cap go up exponentially in the coming years, or we're just going to see a lot of what we saw this current offseason where, I remember free agency frenzy, Jamal, being wild just 5 years ago. And it was still like a lot happening this year. But it was literally, when you really think about it, it was about 20 names. They are like, oh, here's these big names. And after those 20, it was like very middling contracts, or it slowed down a lot. So I think we're just in a not weird, but just a very different free agency period than we've seen.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, Ryan. I think the economics of the NFL have really changed with the rise of these quarterback contracts outpacing the increase of the salary cap, right? Like when you're sort of outpacing inflation, if you will.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. And to your point, 2 things are happening. One is, yes, if I'm paying $50 million, for a quarterback and $30 million for another marquee player, there's only 3 or 4 of those I have in my monopoly money budget before I'm out of money. That's one phenomena that's certainly taking place right now. The other phenomena is this isn't additive, because spending $50 million on a quarterback is not the same thing as spending $20 million on a linebacker, $15 million on a corner, and $15 million on a receiver. Those $50 million don't go together. One $50 million can make you a contender. The other $50 million can still make you a cellar dweller, right? So the point here is that not only are these contracts bigger, but the fact of the matter is there's only a handful of guys, 5 to 8 guys at any point, that can play this position at an elite level. And it's the most important position on the field. And if you don't have one of those 5 guys, should you really be spending a ton of money at all? Because if you don't have a quarterback, I could have 4 $20 million wide receivers. I could have 3, $20 million defensive tackles and ends and linebackers. I could have 2 or 3 of everything. But if I don't have a quarterback, I'm at best going to be a fringe playoff team or not be in the playoffs. So you're also seeing that, where just because I have the money doesn't mean I need to spend it. It's the same kind of phenomena with the startup. Just because you have money in the bank doesn't mean you should be spending it if it's not getting you real value and strategic outcomes. And I think that's also what we're seeing.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And last point I'll say in that is, unless you decide, if you have a middling quarterback that can save you money and you go all in on defense and you try to build the 85 Bears or one of these elite defenses, you may have a shot. And we've seen it happen sometimes. The 2015 Broncos had, aging Peyton Manning, who missed half the year. He's still Peyton Manning, though. But yes, talent-wise, he was a huge drop off a cliff. And that defense absolutely carried. That's how they won that Super Bowl, was that defense. But it's much more likely that a top-tier quarterback is going to beat that defense. We've seen it just this past Super Bowl. Philly had an elite defense. Mahomes and the Chiefs put up 38 points on them. Didn't really matter much. So at the end of the day, absolutely much more stock is in the quarterback, and that's why we're seeing these huge contracts. And that's, I think, why we'll start seeing these guys not named Aaron Donald really not getting a lion's share of the pay, just because people are starting to realize, like, all that really matters is their quarterback. I think we'll see more better offensive line contracts because they're realizing how important that is. Mahomes lost to Brady when Mahomes didn't have his offensive line. They invested heavily in the offensive line. That shifted, and obviously that offensive line was a big reason why they beat the Eagles, because they were able to neutralize that elite pass rush that the Eagles had all season long. So a lot more we could go into that, but that's all the time we got for our Rams live edition Monday night LAFB live. Thank you all for joining us. If anyone has any interest, we're jumping in the Chargers talk next if you want to hang out, or we'll be back at 7 for USC talk and then back at 7:30 for UCLA talk. So anyone in here that wants to jump in and hang out with us in that, we'd love to see you. We'll be back later in the week for our normally pre-recorded Rams podcast on radio on Fridays, ESPN 1090 at 5 o'clock there. And then obviously next Monday, we'll be back live. So Jamal, thank you for some live Rams chat. Thank you all for jumping in. We'll talk to everyone here in a bit. Enjoy the rest of your Monday evening.
You're listening to the LA Football Podcast.
Hey, what's up, Los Angeles, UCLA Bruins fans? This is the LA Football Show here in the LA Football Network, live on a Monday, your Bruins edition, 7:30 to 8 every Monday on LAFBnetwork.com, on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Thank you always for making us a part of your day. Former alum, my man Jamal Madney. What's up, man? We're here on segment 4. It's been a blast from 6 till now, and now we're going to talk some Bruins. How we doing?
Doing great, Rye. Excited. Segment 4 here, and as our main man Dallas has put it, I guess it's my happy time. Dallas. It's I try to stay balanced, but I don't know. Maybe you see right through me. But our main man Dallas is with us, and always so grateful.
Yeah, I haven't been. I must be more balanced than you, because no one's ever said I go a different way, rhyme or reason. Maybe because I just didn't go to any school and didn't grow up here, so I had it easier. I don't know, but anyway, a lot of fun. UCLA wrapped up their first week of spring practices. We talked briefly about them last week. They had their final one on Saturday, I believe. Our good buddy Dirty Chai, Will Decker, was there. Maybe if he's in here, he'll jump in with us. I'm sure he'll pop in maybe for a few and say something. We'll see if he wants to join us. But I thought there's a lot of good to come out of it. Dante Moore, as advertised, throwing the ball, and also in terms of at the podium, and had a fun picture come out today with, we've talked about a lot. I mean, all the stars practice at UCLA. I mean, that Wasserman Center in Westwood, maybe just the best, not one of the best, the best in all of college football, or the pros for that matters, in terms of facilities, in terms of location, in terms of view, weather. And so all the stars in the NFL come out, and he had a fun picture with Trey Lance, who has a 45-year-old hairline already, and the great Pat Mahomes. But Dante Moore was at the center of it all. So with all that being said, Jamal, just your initial thoughts of week 1 of spring ball for our Bruins.
Yeah, Ryan. I mean, I think there's a lot to take away, a lot to like. I think first, just culturally, I think that this is a very different vibe and feel in terms of the spring than in years past of the Chip Kelly era, in the fact that the practices are open to the public. And so you can see Martin Jarman's influence on this program, and allowing the public and the fans to really engage and be part of the process and part of the evolution of this team from April all the way until December. And so there's just a different vibrancy and energy over the course of spring practice. And that really culminated on Saturday, where you had over 100 former players in attendance for the first Saturday spring practice. So I mean, it was just an incredible vibe there. Martin Jarman kind of working the field, working the room, and it was very impressive to see just that energy level, just culturally. I think that's one piece. I think the second piece that really sort of, sticks out. Yeah, go for it.
Before you get into second piece, is there anyone in college football that works the room better than Martin Jarman? I mean, if that guy needs to start teaching TED Talks on how to work the room.
No, I think that it's going to be, it's insane. He's so personable. He's so charming. He's so energetic. And, just he is really, you can tell, an athletic director of the people. And he wants to get in there. He's in the campus. He's doing Instagram reels with students. He's on social media. He loves taking selfies with fans. And now, kind of opening up. He's really sort of a community-oriented AD. I think Mike Bohn is a very effective AD, done amazing things, got Lincoln Riley. But Mike Bohn seems to be a little bit more like, I'm in my ivory tower, I'm in my office. And, there's sort of a gap there between him and the fans. Jarman is sort of in there, in the crowd, and really you can see him, feel him, touch him, talk to him and all of that. So he's done wonders for UCLA.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I just wanted to dive in there because I've loved Martin Jarman since the hire, and I think what he's done for the program, and had some rollover, obviously keeping Chip Kelly, keeping McCrone. Obviously, that's an easy one because how great he is, but kind of walked into a situation that coaching wise was good, but he trusted it. But then also in terms of sponsorship, advertising, brand partnerships, he did a lot of his own fingerprint, and then also just bringing the brand of UCLA in general kind of back to where it should be in the confines of not just LA, but in terms of national athletics, obviously in basketball, but then in football too. He's done such a tremendous job of that. And that just piggybacks on what you talked about him doing with spring ball, making it open to the public, really letting the fans see the Wasserman Center, letting the media really portray, and still not a lot of media, but some media able to portray what the Wasserman Center and how great it is and one of the greatest facilities in all of college athletics. So anyway, on to your point two.
No, I completely agree, Ryan. And so, obviously the cultural piece is point one. Point two is everyone wants to see Dante, right? And so, what has Dante Moore been like? And I think this first week, he's been really strong, solid. He missed a couple throws from time to time, but he's every bit as advertised in terms of arm talent and just in terms of being able to make every throw and just kind of the poise and the command that he has. And I think he was even more impressive in his first ever interview on Saturday. And just, he walked in, he shook every media member's hand. Yeah. He answered every question. He sort of commanded the audience. There was a poise, there was an aura, there was a charisma, there was a confidence, there was a swagger. And I swear to you, Ryan, you close your eyes and you just listen to him. It reminded me the same reaction you and I had with Caleb Williams last year in his first interview. Dante Moore gave us the same feels this year in that regard. And so the guy that just sort of looks the part, he is going to be the future of UCLA football. And I firmly believe he will be the starting quarterback come early September, come season opener against Coastal Carolina. And the Dante Moore era will begin much sooner rather than later. And I think the third point, Ryan, is it's not going to come without competition. Mm-hmm. And I think that, the go in position, with the quarterback and the running back position was that Dante Moore and TJ Harden are kind of the future of this backfield. And I think what you are seeing, it's only been 3 practices. It's only been 1 week. But Ethan Garbers has put in a lot of work in the gym. He's put in a lot of work with his quarterback and his positional coaches. And he is making every throw effectively. And I think just throw for throw, play to play, if you sort of go head to head with him and Dante Moore, I would say if it's sort of the front 9 of Thursday in the Masters, I think Ethan Garbers is the leader right now. I think that will change over time. You've got, the 17, 18-year-old kid who's just getting used to college life, who's just in this system for the first time. Garbers has been in the system for 3 years, and you can just see that seamlessness early. Garbers is making every throw. There's a lot of zip on his ball, a lot of velocity, tight spirals. He's pinpoint with his accuracy. He just looks very comfortable. And some of the things that Garbers has also said, not only on the field, but filling that leadership void that now has been departed with DTR. I think Garbers is really salivating in that role as kind of the elder statesman of that quarterback room and the running back room, and trying to really be that leader and be QB1 at the start of the season. So Garbers has really separated from some of the Colin Schlees and the Justin Martins, even though they have had their moments, Martin in particular. But Garbers has really looked like the guy that's going to push more, and it's going to be kind of a Garbers more situation moving forward. And then I think the other stud that has really looked every bit the part has been Carson Steele, the transfer from Ball State. He, Chip Kelly has called him a beast. Deshaun Foster has put sort of a beast emoji on Twitter the other day of just describing him. Every rep he's had, every time he's touched the ball, you can feel a physicality. You can feel him looking for contact, falling forward, finishing runs, and he's always moving forward. He's always keeping the legs running. In terms of style, he does run. He's got that nastiness of Charbonnet to him. Yep. And I think just physically, when you look at him, I mean, the guy is absolutely jacked. And in terms of arms, in terms of he's jacked the way Christian McCaffrey is jacked. You look at his body and he looks like Christian McCaffrey. He doesn't run like him. He doesn't have that explosiveness. He doesn't have that gear. But just looks-wise, he looks like CMC, and he's got that nastiness of Charbonnet. So Garbers and Steele are going to push the heck out of Moore and Harden for these two positions. And we're only in week 1. We've got another 4 weeks of spring to go, and then obviously everything going on in the summer. So I think it's going to be a very compelling next 4 weeks. So Bruin fans, get out there, especially on Saturdays at 8:45 at the Wasserman Center. Get out there and make an assessment for yourself.
Yeah, the state of the program is in a very, very good place right now in terms of hype, in terms of talent, and in terms of early production, and in terms of battles going on in these practices at some of the most important positions. Going back to your second point about Moore, luckily for him, he only had to shake about 3 hands because that's all the media that UCLA allows in their practice and games. But I love that he did that. I think that's super cool. And Yaps immediately just thought of Caleb. And I don't know if UCLA fans would like to hear that or not like to hear that. I think you would like to hear that, considering Caleb is the best quarterback in college football and won the Heisman Trophy. Anytime you can be compared to that guy, that's a good thing. And that was the immediate thing, Jamal. I remember we were at Pac-12 Media Day, and that was our first true glimpse of Caleb. And it was just, we've talked about this a bunch, but if you don't know, we were sitting down for lunch break. So it was outside of the media realm. This was just like, okay, everyone grab lunch, sit as human beings. And Lincoln Riley and Caleb and Shane Lee happened to sit at our table with us while we ate lunch. And even just talking to him and then seeing him in interviews, you could just tell Caleb had this very well, whether it was groomed or trained or just his personality in general, which I think now we see it more as a personality, then it seemed more groomed, was just so ready for that moment. And Dante Moore at 17 already seems ready for the moment. Even if it was only in front of 3 reporters, it's still impressive when you're on the big stage at a big Division I school as the arguable number 1 quarterback recruit in the nation, with a lot of hype to live up to, having to win the job and all this, and answered every question, answered so eloquently and so well. And, I don't think I spoke that well at 17. I don't think I could answer those kind of questions at 17, regardless of if my parents were asking me questions. So I think it's a step in the right direction. Now, obviously, we need to see on the field, but one of the big things when you make that leap from high school and then college to the pros is professionalism. And I know college guys aren't professionals. They do make money from NIL now, but they're still not professionals. They're still college athletes, but you still have to carry yourself with professionalism. And this early on in his career, the fact that he's able to do that is very impressive and should just get fans excited that, okay, this is a kid that, yeah, this dude's for real. He's going to take things over. And then obviously we've talked about the arm talent, the throws you've been able to make in such an early go in the system. So that's on that. On Garbers, I mean, I think that's the best news Bruins fans could have. You want Garbers to be pushing for the 1 spot. You don't want Dante Moore to get the spot by default just because he's the number 1 recruit. You want him to be challenged. And we've said before, even if he doesn't win it, if it is a Garbers, that's not a bad thing or a bad necessarily saying that Dante Moore is going to be this bust of a recruit. That's saying they just have a really good, deep quarterback room, which is what you want. And Garbers has been in the system, like you said, for 3 years. There were people last year that wanted Garbers to start over DTR because he's shown a lot of things. In his first year with UCLA, he had to come in cold against Oregon and almost let a game-winning drive that would have really made things interesting for UCLA in that season when DTR got hurt before that last drive. So here's a kid with a lot of talent, played at Corona Del Mar, was a very, very good recruit and a very good high school product here in Orange County, went up to Washington, transferred down, and has had some success in spot play. And I think it's showing his patience and is willing to be here and compete. And is, as you alluded to, has really looked well so far early in camp. Again, it's super early, but has the early lead on the front nine at Augusta, which is a perfect analogy as we just ended Augusta week. Hats off to John Rahm for that win. So if Ethan Garbers is Brooks Koepka, then I guess we're assuming Dante Moore will be John Rahm here in the coming months. So last point, or jump in.
Please.
No, jump in.
No, I think the issue here, Ryan, is I think that the shift that I've seen this year is just how locked in everybody is in terms of this program and how in tune they are with the reality of the program. And I think that if you look at Chip said something very profound at the Sun Bowl, at the end of last season, where he said, for those who think that this isn't going to be a quarterback competition, don't sleep on Garbers. Garbers is going to make this every bit of a competition, and it's going to be kind of a photo finish until the end to see who's going to be the starting quarterback. Chip knew this back in December, January. And so he's completely right in that regard of how Garbers has taken that step. Garbers is so locked in on not just performing on the field, but being that leader off the field and in the locker room that DTR was. Then when you look at just the depth of quarterback room, there's 5 quarterbacks out there right now. We talk about Dante, we talk about Garbers, we got Justin Martin, we got Colin Shalee, and we've got Chase Griffin. We got 5 guys who are out there who all have started a college game, or in line to start a college game. So you're 5 deep at quarterback, you're 5 deep at running back. When you look at Carson Steele and you look at Harden and you look at Anthony Atkins, the kid out of Army, 6'1", 235, who looks gigantic himself. Atkins reminds me of a sort of cutter version of Lendale White. He's kind of got that stocky build, that low to the gravity build. He looks every bit the part. And then, of course, we haven't even talked about Yankoff, and we haven't even talked about Keegan Jones. So you're 5 deep at running back. You're 5 deep at quarterback. There is just a lock-in and focus already in April in this sort of process that we just haven't seen in years past. And so the fruits of Chip's labor are really coming to fruition here. This program is looking more serious. They're feeling more serious. And I think year over year now, the expectations are going to be higher of 8-9 wins being the baseline. And that's where our season really begins. And there's really no reason why UCLA football can't have those expectations.
Yeah, as it should be. And thanks, Ruben, for tuning in from Watsonville. Appreciate you. Appreciate everyone in here for hanging out with us, talking Bruins. All these competitions going on, and Chase Griffin, who, he's not necessarily competing for a starting quarterback role, but he might be competing with you, Jamal, for your job at Boeing, because this is maybe one of the smartest kids in LA, and he's going to be on and be such a great leader and mentor. And he's another kid that came in on some spot starts during the COVID year and played some good football. The former Gatorade Player of the Year out of Texas. So the talent they have at quarterback, we've said it before, but I think it's the deepest quarterback room in all of college football when you go from top to bottom. And considering Chase Griffin's your bottom guy, and he has some collegiate start wins under his belt. So I'm excited to see where he ends up in his career. Obviously, he's definitely set his path forward outside of football and will be very, very successful. But what's been your thoughts on what we can see from the defense? It's hard to really surmise defensive play from, spring practices are all about, 7-on-7 drills, 11-on-11. They're not hitting. There's really not a lot you can take other than maybe some fundamentals and footwork and culture stuff. But stuff that we've heard from Will or that you've seen or heard from others, you can take away from the defense. Because as we've said before, and I think we said it last episode, on paper, this is a talented defense. I don't care what anyone says. This is a talented group of 11 players. It's not the most talented. It might not even be the most talented in the Pac-12, but they're not lacking talent in terms of being a solid defense. And even you see all the guys coming back from last year, and then you add the addition of the defensive coordinator and DeAnton Lynn. They add some Cody Whitfield there in the secondary as well at a Sac State, another young defensive mind kind of coming to the fold. So there should be, in my opinion, a lot of hype around this defense. We're talking quarterback, we're talking running back, we're talking chip, but this defense to me should be hyped. And maybe it's good they're flying under the radar, but it's a defense that should be very good this year, I think.
No, I completely agree, Ryan. And, the one thing that I think we can observe here just through 3 practices and through week 1, even though these drills are more offensively inclined and sort of are more advantageous to the offense, you can see the competitive spirit in the defense. Because, whether you look at the secondary in particular, that has been a weak spot of this team in terms of being able to play quality situational football down over down and being consistent. And so when I look at the secondary play of Kirkwood, of Davies, and the fact that they've been going after J. Michael Sturdivant, the transfer from Cal, who has really separated himself in these first 3 practices as the true wide receiver number 1. I mean, he is catching 5 to 7 balls consistently across the 7-on-7 and 11-on-11 drills. Sturdivant is going to bring a dimension to this offense that we have not seen in the Chip Kelly era. A true wide receiver number 1 that has the vertical deep threat and the verticality to stretch a defense. In years past, we've had the Phillipses, we've had the Bobos, we've had the number 1 wide receivers be possession guys. Sturdivant is a guy who can absolutely stretch the field, blow the top off a defense. Now, having said that, given the success that Sturdivant has had the first couple of days, the fact that Kirkwood, the fact that Davies, the fact that the secondary has gone in there and sort of competed with him play over play, it's been really they've really enjoyed having those one-on-one matchups. And you can tell this defense really just enjoys the act of competing. And I think, DeAnton Lynn's emphasis on that is already being felt. Another really great example is Kamari Ramsey, the decorated recruit that UCLA beat Stanford out for last year. He came up and really has had some really nice kind of mano-a-mano moments with the likes of Carson Steele, with the likes of Anthony Atkins, and sort of has gone in there situationally and really matched up very nicely with them. So in these sort of pockets and moments, you can tell that the defense is getting really excited to compete. Now, the question for DeAnton Lynn is, how do you maintain that enthusiasm without losing gap integrity, without losing the discipline? And I think that's going to be kind of that next step in that evolution that I want to see week over week. But this is a defense, Ryan, on paper that really has a little bit of everything. Whether you talk about the Murphy twins and the pass rush, you talk about Latu coming off of the edge, you talk about Moasau being the ball-hawking linebacker that he is, you talk about John Vaughns being that hybrid linebacker / safety type of player a la a Derwin James. And then you look at the talent on the back end, there's really no reason this team can't be top 50, top 60, top 65 defense. It really isn't. And the Dairud equation for USC is, 4 stops a game, and they're going to be okay. UCLA, if this is a top 55, 60, 65 defense, absolutely no reason this can't be a double-digit win team and is playing into December for a chance to win the Pac-12 and have even more. So I love the enthusiasm of the defense. Let's see it kind of be consistent and those habits be built in.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's all they need, top 60. And you're looking great. Reuben Russ played with John Vaughns in high school. Going to be a baller this year. Yeah. Where are you playing at, Reuben?
I mean, John is such a stud. And then, he's absolutely crushing it on the baseball field right now. And, with that lefty swing of his and just sweet stroke.
Yeah, absolutely. Ruben, if you're playing anymore still, let us know where you're playing at if you guys played in high school. Teresa, thanks for hanging out with us, tuning in. We are hyped on this UCLA team because for those that haven't listened, after last year, it seemed like maybe not nationally just because they're not UCLA is not really talked a lot about. But certainly maybe locally, it was kind of like, oh, this was the year. This was the year. Talking about last year, it was first year of Lincoln Riley, so it was like we still kind of had the edge where Chip was going into year 5. We could have that year against USC, and we had DTR coming back for year 5. Zach Charbonnet came back. We had the transfer of Bobo. We had all these great transfers on the defensive side of the ball. And so it was like, this was the year. And when you lost Arizona and then you end up losing the SC and then you lose the bowl game, there was like this deflation, like, well, that was it. Now we have one more year in the pack. We're going to go to the Big Ten. We'll probably just be mediocre. And Jamal and I we disagree. I think this program is better right now even than it was last year. And that's hard to say. And that's no disrespect to DTR and Charbonnet and Bobo. And obviously some of the great offensive linemen that are leaving as well. And Mafi and some of the others, but and John Gaines. But I just think the state of this program as a whole, the culture, as you keep alluding to, the additions on the defensive coaching staff, and then this depth they've added on offense, if they can add a few more pieces to the offensive line, there's no reason this team can't compete with SC every single year. And that's what they should strive for. I know we've talked before, and I don't know if you still feel this way, but it's kind of, there's one of those thoughts of like, well, should UCLA just go all in on basketball and kind of feel like they're going to be a decently competitive football team? USC should just go all in on football, be a decently competitive basketball team. Well, I think in this day and age of NIL, social media, the different types of kids that they are personality wise than they were just 10 years ago, you can have both. I believe that. And I think UCLA is showing that this offseason, and there is no reason why UCLA can't compete every single year with USC. If UCLA was in the Big Ten West last year, they would have finished second, right behind USC in the Big Ten West. So there's no reason why they can't finish 1, 2, 3, or 4 every single year in the Big Ten, and there's going to be a lot more recruiting and NIL money coming in when they're there. So, there's a lot to be excited about this UCLA team.
No doubt, Ryan. And I think you said it best. Thought there was sort of a window of opportunity. And now what Chip has been able to do consistently with the transfer portal. And now, every once in a while when he gels with the right recruit, with the right prospect like Dante Moore, he can reel him in as well as anyone with the gravitas that he still has given his NFL experience. And I think there's a strategy in place for UCLA football for the first time since I can remember, a sustaining strategy. The Mora era was a bubble. It wasn't something that was going to sustain. And Chip has found an ingredient. And we haven't even really talked, Ryan, about the hiring of Ken Niumatalolo from Navy, as the director of leadership. Think about that. The director of leadership for the football program. Chip is really all invested in building great men. He talks about the 4 legs of a chair: academic, social, spiritual, and athletic, as being the 4 legs of a chair, that the 4 dimensions that makes a great UCLA football player. He's all in on that. You can see that these players have bought in of that football is going to be an enabler for them to be even greater individuals. And that has now become the identity of this team and the culture. And so now when you sort of factor in, now the type of player that you're trying to identify. There's a very clear strategy, and now you're building depth along it. Ryan, I think in terms of front 7 depth, I think this is the deepest they've been since 2006, the year that they upset SC 13-9 and denied SC a chance at a 4th consecutive national championship game appearance. I think in terms of overall just depth at the skill positions, and on both sides of the ball, this is probably as deep as they've been since 2014, which was Brett Hundley's junior year, when they had the likes of Anthony Barr and Eric Kendricks and Miles Jack and Paul Perkins. And just, the list sort of went on in terms of who they had. So, we really thought that potentially the window had closed. Frankly, the window is wide open now and will be for the foreseeable future. So I'm very excited to see how the dynamic plays out. I'm looking for Kyle Ford to emerge a little bit more in spring ball here the next couple of weeks. I'm looking to see how TJ Harden responds to sort of the initial punch by Carson Steele. I'm looking at how Dante is going to respond, how Justin Martin is going to respond to Garber sort of setting a tone. I'm also going to see how the guys on the defense are going to continue to want to compete as these offensive players start finding their own and finding their rhythm. So tons of storylines there. Obviously, you can hear Martin Jarman work in the room. You can hear the booming voice of Ken Norton Jr. You've got the tactical Chip Kelly, and then you've got the voices of DeAnton Lynn and Deshaun Foster in practice. So there's a vibrancy, there's a seriousness, and there's just sort of an aura around this program that we really hope to see for many years to come.
Yeah. A lot of excitement. And Dallas says LA will own the big SC in football, UCLA men's basketball. I know we're biased here. This is the LA Football Network, but I honestly believe LA can own the Big Ten in football, period. I mean, especially if they keep it East and West, SC and UCLA are going to be 1 and 2 every single year. I mean, Wisconsin is the biggest threat, and that's it. After that, what, Iowa State? Like, not Iowa State. Iowa State's in the Big 10, the Big 12. But Minnesota, maybe? I mean, it's going to be SC and UCLA 1 and 2, however you want to argue it, every single year, and they will battle for the likes of playing either Michigan, Ohio State, or Penn State for the Big Ten title. And I have no doubt that UCLA is fully capable of doing that. And last year, UCLA would have been first in the Big West. If both SC and UCLA were there, UCLA would have been second. USC would have been first. So these teams are going to be very, very good in the Big. And I love that LA will dominate the Midwest and the football conference that is. And we can finally throw that hard-hitting football moniker that the Pac-12 has against them out, I think, because I think the SC and UCLA will prove themselves. So a lot of excitement, and I can't wait till we get to see some hitting and some action and stuff like that. But I think there's a lot of good things to take away from the spring practices thus far. And obviously we'll have plenty more coverage for you here on the LA Football Network. Real quick before we close, our buddy Ruben Rust here. Look at this list you got to play with. Play with Clark Phillips, Chris Hutton, DJU, John, a lot of great players. Even got to play with Malachi Nelson at Los Sal.
That's
Truly
wild.
Yeah.
That's an insane list, Ruben. You should be very proud that you were talented enough. I mean, it's testament to you and the type of athlete you were to be at Bosco and play with these guys. Incredible. And Ruben mentioned earlier that he's decided to go straight to work and work with Edison, which is Edison Southern California is a flagship company here in this area. So, sounds like it's been a great career so far, Ruben. And thanks so much for listening and hope to see and hear more of you in the weeks to come.
Yeah, if Edison wants to throw some sponsorship dollars at LAFB, you send them our way. We'd be happy to accept that. As I've said many times, I live in Pasadena now, but I lived for college. I went to Long Beach State. I lived for our 4 years right on El Dorado Park, which was, a mile from Los Al. So super close to that high school campus. And so cool that you went there, Ruben, and got to play with Malachi and some other greats. So, but anyway, this has been a blast of a show as always. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us. Bruins fans, we'll be back later in the week. Our pre-recorded show will come out, on Friday. We'll be live on 1090 ESPN, the radio, from 5 to 7. And then obviously next Monday, back again live at 7:30 right here on LFBnetwork.com, on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. For Jamal Madney, I'm Ryan Dyrud. Thank you all so much. Have a blessed week, and go Bruins.
You're listening to the LA Football Podcast.
This is Donald Parham. You're listening to Chargers Unleashed, part of the LA Football Network. Stay jiggy.
Hey, this is Chris from the second, Chargers outside linebacker, and make sure you check out Chargers Unleashed. Shout out to Chargers Unleashed, Sebastian Joseph. They know the vibes. We outside.
You checking in with Mike Williams from the LA Chargers, and you're tuning in to Chargers Unleashed.
You're listening to the Chargers Unleashed podcast with your host, Dan Wolkenstein and Jake Hefner.
Welcome to another edition of Chargers Unleashed. Jake Hefner and Dale Wolkenstein from the LA Football Network. Today's show, of course, being brought to you by BetOnline, Charger Bolt Family, and Rock Solid Sports Memorabilia. If this is your first time tuning in to the show, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. Dan Wolkenstein. It was 17 yesterday. It's 16 today.
16 candles on that cake. We are so close, Jake. How are you feeling, my friend?
I feel like crap. Like I told you, the days are just going by way too slow, my friend. It needs to be April 27th today.
Well, the good news is we are going to be doing a mock draft 3.0. We're going to keep this one standard, stick and pick, Jake versus Dan. Jake, would you say you won the last one? Is it 1-1?
You know, I never really got the consensus feeling.
I'm going to give it to you. We're 1-1. I don't want game 3.
I don't want a petty vote. I mean, come on. Let's. I tried to keep it as different from my version 1 as possible. I think I did a good job in doing that.
Yep. You redeemed yourself for sure. We're tied 1-1. Best of 7 series.
Fair enough.
Here we are. Game 3. We got the playoffs for the NBA starting soon. So on brand. Game 3 of our mock draft dueling status. Number 21, 54. And then rounds 3, 4, 5, we're going to stick and pick. No trades in this one. We'll keep it as realistic as possible. Jake will be on the right side. If you're watching, I'll be on the left. Jake, can you believe that we are now in our 4th season covering the Los Angeles Chargers? 3 for Chargers Unleashed with LAFB, but 4 total. Where has the time gone? You don't look a day older than you did 4 years ago.
Well, thank you for that compliment. I feel only 25. I didn't know at what point that my name changed to Dan Wolkenstein, considering what sides of the screens that we're on. But we're back. We're good. Okay.
You're welcome.
Now I feel just like myself.
I can't. Okay, I take it back. You look a little different now.
Oh, okay. Now I look a little bit older.
A little bit.
Now I look like someone that's about to turn 38. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Speaking of numbers, Dan, I want to remind everybody that our friends over at BetOnline remain your number one source for all of your sports betting needs this season. Always the fastest and easiest way to bet on all your favorite sports and events, whether that's NFL, NBA, NHL, MMA, tennis, boxing, or even golf. So head on over to betonline.ag to join and receive your 50% welcome bonus with your first deposit. Make sure to use that promo code BELIEVE, that's BLEAV, to receive your rewards. BetOnline, where the game starts. Dan, one more thing that we want to talk about, obviously, before we jump into this dueling mock draft. Mm-hmm. Last night, if you guys were watching the show or if you happened to listen on Twitter, we are officially doing a Keenan Allen signed jersey giveaway. Go to the tweet, follow the rules. In order to enter to win this jersey, the winner will be announced on April 26th, the day before the draft. So keep your eyes peeled for that, but make sure to follow the rules, get yourself entered to win, and have some fun.
Custom Keenan Allen signed jersey, powder blues, looks beautiful. May the odds be forever in your favor. You got 15 days left before we announce the winner there. Good luck. Jake, are you ready?
I'm ready, sir. 5 rounds.
Would you like the honors of going first? I leave it up to you.
No, I'm always a gentleman, so.
Always a gentleman. Listen to
always
this guy.
A gentleman. Go ahead.
All right. I am on the clock. Guys like Jackson Smith-Njigba, Bijan Robinson, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers, Dalton Kincaid. Again, we're sticking and picking. We're not moving. I'm going to go a little bit different route this time. Bijan Robinson being there. It's funny. People say Bijan Robinson, there's no way he's going to be there. And I genuinely believe there's a better chance he is there than he's not there. Just because you see so many mock drafts. And it's not a slight to Bijan Robinson. It's just running back needs are lower for a lot of these teams above 21. And people don't value running backs as high as they do. People are kind of low on the running back position in general. They have other needs for other premium positions like offensive tackle, or wide receiver, or corner, edge. So like, it's not a slight to him. It's just people are looking at premium positions. They don't see running back as a premium position. That said, I'm going to shy away from Bijan Robinson in this one just to have some fun. I'm going to go a different route. Let's look at the edge position. We got Will McDonald, Felix Abduki-Uzoma, Adetomi Adebaware is there. I think it's a little early for those guys. Cam Smith, Keely Ringo are there. Keely Ringo, we just talked about the cornerback class. Love him. I think this is too rich for 21. Defensive line, Brian Breezy's there, which would be interesting. I'm going to look at the running backs, Jahmyr Gibbs, Zach Charbonnet. Those guys are all available. I'm hoping Jahmyr Gibbs is there in round 2. If he's there, I'm calling right now. That's what I'm going for. Because of that, I'm going to look at the edge position. I think I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to go a different direction here. I'm going to look at...
You got some good players that fell to you at 21 there.
I know this is tough. Man. You know what? I'm going to go a different route. I'm going to try. I don't want to go wide receiver in round 1. I pounded the table for weeks. I don't want to do it. Okay. God, this is tough. All right. I'm going to go Darnell Washington. A little bit different archetype than Dalton Kincaid. But you look at how important the tight end position is, specifically run blocking. Look at Darnell Washington. The guy's an absolute alien specimen, if you will. Darnell Washington, I think, helps the offensive line, helps the running game, helps the tight end position, and helps Justin Herbert. Darnell Washington, my first pick. Jake, you're on the board.
All right, let's see what we got. Once again, Bijan Robinson, Ryan Branch is here. Zay Flowers is here. Dan, very interesting. Another quick shout out to our friends
Banks is there.
Another quick shout out to our friends over at Bet Online. I'm not sure if you saw it, but they had some NFL draft position over-unders that were released today. 3 players that are basically right in the wheelhouse of where the Chargers are drafting at 21. So they had Bijan Robinson at 21.5, Zay Flowers at 22.5, and Jordan Addison 23.5.
They had Bijan Robinson at 21.5?
21.5. Basically,
yeah, see, that's a smart line. I'm telling you, that's
an over-under. So... I mean, you may be onto something. Again, I still kept thinking to myself a couple weeks back that it just made so much sense for the Eagles to pull that trigger. It doesn't really sound like it's that big of a possibility for them anymore. So depending on where he falls in between 10 and 21, who knows? Dan, let me get that board again. Because again, I'm going to try to do something different that I have done in the last 2 drafts. Obviously, last week I stayed where I was, picked Bijan Robinson. I know that makes a hell of a lot of sense to do that again, but I want to try not to repeat myself. The first draft we did, I traded back and I took Will McDonald. So, you know what? I'm going to go a different position that I have not gone before. I'm going to go
snapper. Long snapper?
I'm going to go the wide receiver on this one, Dan.
You're doing it. Okay.
I am. And it's because Zay Flowers is on the board right here. And I think that his draft stock is severely on the rise. I personally, when it comes down to it, don't believe that he's going to be there at 21. I think he is going to be selected before that. But he just fits everything that this Chargers team is lacking in terms of explosion, speed, the juice that you want to add to this team. I think that would be great if he was to fall there. Again, very different type of receiver from the Jackson Smith and Jigbas, the Jordan Addisons, the Quentin Johnsons. As far as just what this team needs right now, as far as that extra gear that Brandon Staley's been talking about, I think this would be a solid pick if he happened to drop there.
Speaking of extra gear, Jake, I called my shot. If Jahmyr Gibbs was there at 54, I'm picking him. And wouldn't you know it, Jahmyr Gibbs has fallen to me, the running back, speedster, offensive weapon. This guy can be the Alvin Kamara type in this Chargers offense. Legit speed. Imagine the dynamic of having a Darnell Washington paired with a Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, I'm loving this. Jahmyr Gibbs.
One's definitely helping the other. That's for sure.
Easy pick for me. Jahmyr Gibbs, running back Alabama. If you have not seen why I'm so high on him, go watch some Jahmyr Gibbs and tell me what you think he would look like in powder blues next to Justin Herbert and presumably Austin Eckler. Jahmyr Gibbs, easy pick, done. 54, sold for me. Jake, on to you.
So let's see. Now sitting at 54, already took care of the wide receiver need. What are we dealing with here? Let's see. Tell me why
for you.
Again, I'm going to try to keep this as realistic as possible. I love Adibare. I just can't see him slipping to 54 given his skill set.
Okay, so on that, Jake, I think I agree with you, but the general premise of that, like there are only 31 players.
I understand that. They're
going to make it to round 1. So he could be there. Never know. So if he's there, take him.
Foskey, I know, is a name that's been popular with you your last couple of drafts. Same with Derek Hall. Let's see. We're looking at the edge here. Show me the tight end group where it currently stands right now.
Tucker Kraft, Zach Kuntz, Luke Shoemaker. There's a couple corners we just talked about.
Indeed.
See, it
is funny that they still list Adibare in the edge group where I don't think where he's going to be playing at the next level.
You can go the UCLA kid, Zach Charbonnet, if you want to go running back early. You can double dip at receiver if you want to, which they wouldn't do, but your boy Marvin Mims just chilling there.
Well, Marvin Mims has been a favorite of mine my last 2 drafts. I can't help it. I can't get away from the playmaking ability that he brings to the table and position versatility. Okay, so let's see here. What do I want to address? Show me that edge group one more time, Dan. Sorry.
You got to go out of worry. I don't know how. There's no way you pass him up. Maybe you do.
Okay, so considering that if I went this route, I probably would come back to edge again. Based off of where I would insert Adibare in the system, he would be more of an interior defensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, give me Adibare. I think that would be a good value pick if he happened to drop to 54.
Adibare out of Northwestern, great hybrid edge / interior defensive line. I think you do both. All right, Jake, I am on the clock now at pick 85, round 3. I have gone offense back-to-back. Darnell Washington, I got an A+ rating, by the way, for Jahmyr Gibbs at 54. Provides both kind of the running game juice as well as passing game juice. Wide receivers available. I still got Marvin Mims and Tank Dell. I can go Herbie fully loaded and just go to the moon. I don't know if that's realistic, though. I think the Chargers are probably going to look at defense at this point. Oh, Darius Rush and Eli Ricks are both there. I like both of them. They're both in my top 10 list, I should say. Darius Rush was in our top 10, wasn't he? You talked about Darius Rush, right?
Yes.
Eli Ricks was in mine. Whew. Jordan Battle, the safety from Alabama, is there. I think that might be a little redundant given the fact that you have Derwin James. I'm kind of thinking Eli Ricks right here, but that might be a stretch if I'm being honest. Gervin Dexter. I've already gone tight end. I feel like the Chargers, if I'm being the Chargers, I'm sure they would probably go defensive line or edge. But see, this is where I kind of go back to BPA, and I could go Gervon Dexter, but I just, for the guys that I think would make the most impact for this Chargers team and bring the most, I think I might. This is insane, but I think I'm gonna go offense back to back here and give the fans what they want. I'm torn between Marvin Mims and Tank Dell. Jahmyr Gibbs is a little on the lighter side, although look,
I don't see Cedric Tillman lasting to the.
I was gonna say Cedric Tillman, it's a different archetype. Folks aren't going to be very excited to get him, I think, if you think of him compared to a Mims or Tank Dell. But think about kind of the safety valve. Think about the insurance succession plan for one of those two receivers that are probably not going to be here between Keenan Allen and Michael Williams after this coming season.
Man, I think Marvin Mims would be this home run for you if you were to pair him with what you already have.
But see, the reason I'm kind of shying away from him is that there are more archetypes like a Marvin Mims, in later rounds. Like in the next round, I'm banking on Mims being there, or Mims won't be there, obviously, but Dell, Tyler Scott. I got probably A.T. Perry, Trey Palmer, Parker Washington, Jaden Reed. Like, are those guys as good as Marvin Mims? No, but are they in like that same mold ish? Yes. I'm gonna go a different route here. I'm gonna go Cedric Tillman. Give us wide receiver core. I think BPA. I think that's the guy.
Okay.
Jake, you have gone Zay Flowers, Adetomi Adebaware, wide receiver and edge. Where you looking this round?
Well, let's see what the board has laid out for me here.
Ooh, we got Brian Young. See, yeah, I would have gone edge if I got your pick, if I got the way it fell, but that's okay.
Okay, so scroll up. Let me see what the tight end group has given me. That's it right there, baby. That's it right there, baby. Now, honestly, do I think that Tucker Kraft or Zach Kuntz is going to be there in round 3? Is it possible maybe that one of them is still remaining? I'm not sure. I think that especially the way that Zach Kuntz tested for his tight end position, very gifted athletic tight end. Tucker Kraft, I've just been becoming a much bigger fan of if the Chargers choose to address the tight end later in the draft outside of the first round. I think both of these would be solid options. I would probably say better fit.
I like Tucker Kraft.
Fit would
like
probably
Tucker
be
Kraft.
Tucker Kraft. Yeah. So give me Tucker Kraft there.
Wow. I think both Cedric Tillman and Tucker Kraft, our last two round 3s, probably wouldn't be there. But again, we're just taking what they give us. Oh, and wouldn't you know it, Jake? See, man, the way the board fell, I just want to go offense this entire draft. Like, I know there's no way. Oh, but Eli Ricks, the corner is there. Imagine the Chargers coming out of this with Darnell Washington, Jahmyr Gibbs, Cedric Tillman, and then someone like a Trey Palmer or Jaden Reed.
And then everybody's going to be like, so who the hell is going to, which one of those guys is going to get
Play
after
edge.
Patrick Mahomes? Yeah, exactly.
It's unrealistic. All right, I gotta go defense. It's either going to be edge or corner. Eli Ricks. Oh, Corey Trice is there too. Okay. I'm banking on Corey Trice being there next round. Okay, giving you a peek behind the curtain. If Corey Trice is there next round, in round five, I'm picking Corey Trice.
Okay.
Please fall. I think I'm going to go Isaiah McGuire here, the edge out of Missouri. It's got to be selected. I think they got to get that position at some point. They need depth behind the two, obviously. You're on the board, Jake.
Okay.
By the way, Zach Kuntz is still there, which means he could have gotten somewhere else and come back around.
Him going to round 4 now on lasting till day 3, I don't see that.
Oh, Jake, you got one of my top picks.
I know.
Oh, you got 2 of my top picks for the Chargers. At corner.
So let me cycle through a number of different positions here. So yeah, give me that edge group again. Yeah, edge went really, really early in my particular scenario.
Yeah, round 3 is when they all went.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I've got my eye on one there. Show me the DBs.
This looks pretty.
Scroll down for me a bit. Take me back to the edge.
Slim pickings here, sir.
Dilton Horton comes out to me a little bit. Yaya Diaby opens my eyes a little bit there. Damn. I already feel like I failed in this mock draft, to be perfectly honest.
Just because of the edge?
Yeah.
It just really did not. But again,
really did not. I don't see him I mean, who knows? I think his better fit is inside, which is probably where it's going to go. In this circumstance, yeah, I have to address the edge position in one form or fashion. So give me Yaya Diaby. I like his fit for this team.
Okay. Jake goes edge, gets his backup depth piece. Dan, his final offer. I already called it. If he's available, I'm going to take him. Corey Trice is there, sprinting. Very easy pick for me. Corey Trice, the corner out of Purdue. If you have not seen tape on him, go listen to or watch our latest cornerback breakdown. We talk about in depth how good Corey Trice is. Corey Trice, previous Boilermaker, newest Los Angeles Charger, going to the Chargers.
It's easy enough for you.
Up. This has been easy. I've had a pretty. Oh, by the way, they've given me flowers on my draft picks.
Straight A's, baby. Straight A's. Okay, so let me see what I got.
You are up you got Riley Moss. You got some corners available. Ivan Pace. They do need linebacker depth too. Yep.
Yeah.
Got the receivers. Rakim Jarrett still there. You got the track star from Princeton still there.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Tucker's still there. A little bit of a reach for them, probably.
Show me the DBs again. Man, oh man, mine was a very defensive heavy draft as far as when they were selected. That is for sure. God, I love the D+ grade that they just gave me next to Yaya Diaby. That's great. Yeah. Like I said, I think my whole mock draft got fucked, which again is perspective here. If you want to think about what it's possibly going to be.
This is what happens. Like sometimes boards fall a certain way and you have to kind of pivot. I was in no world was I expecting to not have one of those receivers that I mentioned before, like those speedster, smaller gadget guys. I don't have one of them. But I kind of like what I got, though.
Show me all. See if I can give myself any redeeming qualities here.
I got Dorian Williams there.
That is one. I mean, again, I don't think that he's lasting till the 5th, but he's a great pick. I've selected him before in our previous mock drafts. I would probably go back to all, Dan. Sorry.
You could go offensive line depth here too.
I'd probably select Riley Moss here.
Corner out of Iowa.
Especially after our talk yesterday about DBs and Brandon Staley's mentality as far as going after DBs. Definitely.
Oof. Okay, so let's pull this up big screen. Final hauls. For Jake Hefner, you've got Zay Flowers, Adetomi Adebawari, Tucker Kraft, Yaya Diaby, and Riley Moss. So basically you go wide receiver, edge, tight end, edge, but again, you're not really going edge. It's more like an interior defensive line hybrid, followed by corner. I hauled in Darnell Washington, the tight end, Jahmyr Gibbs, the Kamara archetype, Cedric Tillman.
That's a solid one, Dan. I actually don't even know why I showed up today.
Isaiah McGuire and Corey Trice. I think I hit this one out of the park. It's a little different than I would have expected. I honestly think I'm going to get some backlash on this just because I think some folks are going to ask, like, all right, well, why didn't we help Justin Herbert with the receiver? Like, they're not paying attention to Jahmyr Gibbs. So I think the fact, in my opinion, having a Jahmyr Gibbs, I think, helps when you can have an offensive weapon who can line up everywhere on the field. So in a sense, that is a running back. That is a receiver. That is someone like a swing back offensive weapon. All right. I know it's early. We haven't gotten the votes out, but in the comments, let us know what you think of these, who you would have picked if you were at the positions that we were in. Do you like, do you dislike?
Oh, I already dislike mine. I wish I could have actually conceded after my 4th pick. I hate it personally. I hate the way that the draft fell to me. As much as I love Adebawari, obviously the draft did not fall in my favor after that selection. No. So not a fan of this draft. at all. So I will concede. Everybody can tell Dan that he kicked the living shit out of me today in this one, and we'll see if I can make up for it next week.
So we're already given Dan's going to be up 2-1 in the best of 7 series. But again, who knows? Time will tell. This has been fun. Jake, mock draft 3.0 in the books. Anything else you want to tell the great friends other than please go and be sure to hit that like and subscribe. Go into the giveaway that we have provided. Get your Keenan Allen signed custom jersey. Anything else?
Again, sir, these days are going by way too slow. Let's just get us to the draft already. I think you're feeling it. I'm feeling it. Everybody else is feeling that urge to spend that weekend with our asses glued to the couch and watching nothing but the NFL draft.
Yes. And we got some fun stuff planned ahead for Chargers Unleashed and for LAFB for draft coverage. So stay tuned there. For Jake Hefner, you can find him at Jake D. Hefner, myself at Dan W. Sports. It's been a great time. We're excited for draft season. We're so close. By the time you hear us next, we'll probably be within day number 15, maybe 14. We'll see. Until then, have a great morning, afternoon, evening, and we'll see you next time on Chargers Unleashed.
Hey, what's going on? Los Angeles, City of Angels, beautiful people. What's up? I'm your co-host, Ryan Dyer, joined as always by the madman, Jamal Madney. This is the LA Football Show. We're here on the LA Football Network. We are live on the Mightier 1090 ESPN Radio. Have a super fun Friday show coming out for you. We're going to talk Rams and Chargers a little bit combined for the first 40 minutes or so. So if you're on podcast, you're going to have a little interweaving of the teams here. And the bottom back nine, if you will, we're going to interweave some Trojans and Bruins talk, quarterbacks, and what they can learn from. So if you're on podcast listening to Bruins and Trojans, sorry, you're going to hear a little bit of the other teams and other teams' players, but it's all in good fun and should be a blast. Madman, what's up, brother? I thought we were past this rain, but here we are back in sweater weather in April.
Sweater weather indeed, Rye. Rain, go away, come again another day is the slogan that I'm living the last couple of days. But thrilled to be at the end of the week, TGIF, and excited to be doing this with you. I'm super excited about this weekend as well, Rye. Obviously, you're going to be at the USC spring game. I'm going to be at UCLA spring practice, and then I'm going to be attending the evening event with the UCLA Quarterback Club. It's going to have the last 22 UCLA Bruin quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks, all in one room together. So really going to be a fun weekend for you and I and for LAFB, and excited to kick it off with our great show.
Yes, a lot of exciting things happening in general with the LA Football Network. We'll have plenty more updates for you coming soon. I always people probably get annoyed when people tease things, but it's still in the works. So we'll let everyone know as things kind of unfold. But a lot of inner workings and the grinding at the network is continuing on, and we're excited to share it all with you. Show is always brought to you by our friends at BetOnline. Head to betonline.ag today. Use our promo code BELIEVE. That's BLEAV. Gets you a 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. free money for you. NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, rock and roll. Lakers are in the playoffs. Clippers are in the playoffs. Jamal, I know you know this, but it's the first time since maybe just ever, or the merger, or I can't remember what the stat said, but that all 4 California NBA teams are in the playoffs at the same time, being the Kings, the Warriors, Clippers, and Lakers. So exciting times for California basketball, LA basketball more specifically, and obviously hockey. We got the Kings in the playoffs, and a lot of excitement there as well. So all of that you can bet on at BetOnline. Head to betonline.ag. Promo code BELIEVE. Tell them the guys at the LA Football Network sent you. So Rams and Chargers talk. We are going to have some fun here. We are exactly 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. And so it's coming up, but we're going to put a little bow on draft talk because I'm sure everyone's maybe not tired of it, but we'll put a little bow and we'll get back into it next week, maybe on our Monday Night Live, do another mock draft or something like that. But we want to talk current rosters between these teams, Jamal, and we are going to build the perfect LA football team based on current rosters, pulling Chargers and Rams players together. So it should be a lot of fun. We'll see how this team built together, how they would stack up against the rest of the NFL, if they would win it all or whatnot. But should be a lot of fun. So anything you want to add before we just kind of dive right in?
I'm excited, Ryan. I mean, I'm excited to build this team of the Chargers and 3 Los Angeles Rams and see how it all shakes out. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, that probably will be the case. And we probably know that, well, maybe not even 3, maybe just 2, based on position awareness. So, yeah, let's just jump right into it. So should we start defense or offense?
Oh, we always got to start offense in the modern NFL.
Okay. Well, we're obviously, I should probably get like a notebook so we don't like skip over a position here and realize we end up having like 24 players instead of 22. So let's do this. Or should I pull up like a spreadsheet that we can like have people actually follow along with? Would that be a wise thing to do? You think?
Spreadsheet's the way to go. I think you got to go spreadsheet.
Let me pull that up. You do some distracting here while
my goodness,
we probably should have prepped this, but
the notepad, my goodness, Ryan, 1994 called, they want their methodology back, so here we go. Oh, but when you got a notepad that looks that good, then okay, I retract all of my previous statements of the last 11 seconds. That's a gorgeous looking LAFB notebook right there. Oh man, LAFB, it's so clean. I love our black and white logo. It's just so clean. It's sort of, oh yeah, I love it.
Get your LAFB merch at LAFBnetwork.com/locker room. LAFB locker room, excuse me. All right, so I think we can do this.
I'm excited about this, Ryan, because I think this team, there's this super LA team, the LA Dream Team, could be something really, really fun here. So let's kick it off. We got the spreadsheet for those following along on the network, and here we go.
LA Dream Team. Okay, so
the LA Dream Team, baby.
Quarterback. I'll make it look pretty afterwards, but quarterback, it shouldn't be difficult, I don't think, but I do want to pay some respects to Matthew Stafford. He does have the only Super Bowl in the entire NFC. He came here on a trade from 2 first-round picks and led this Ram squad, albeit it was, a very talented, very stacked Ram squad with a great coaching staff as well, but he was still the QB of that team, threw for over 5,000 yards if you combine the playoffs and the Super Bowl, 41 touchdowns, so had a very stellar year. But I mean, the answer is Justin Herbert, obviously. So I'll let you jump in, but it's got to be Justin Herbert if we're going quarterback, especially for the future.
Oh, it's Turbo Herbo, no doubt about that. Obviously, Stafford, great career. And, actually, if there was, back in the earlier iterations of the Pro Bowl, Ryan, if you actually had a throwing competition like you did before, I mean, are there 2 better guys than Stafford and Herbert to kind of have a throwing competition? That would be really something with those 2 live arms. Throw in a Mahomes, throw in a Rodgers, a Josh Allen. It could be, unbelievable what that would look like. But yes, I don't think there's any question. I think peak Matthew Stafford was obviously that Super Bowl run and one of those earlier seasons that he had with the Lions when he threw for over 40 touchdowns. But the answer here is is Justin Herbert with a significant amount of distance here, no doubt about it. So that one was easy. Let's go on to running back, Ryan. What are you thinking over here in terms of your RB1? Are we doing RB1 and RB2 or just RB1 here?
Well, okay, I guess we should have specified that. Should we do 2 running backs and 3 receivers? Or excuse me, 1 running back and 3 receivers, or 2 running backs and 2 receivers?
I think we'll go. Well, it's an easier game, I feel like, if it's 1 running back and 3 receivers. Let's go 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a tight end.
Oh, okay. So we're going to go 21 personnel here.
21 personnel.
All right. So then let's change this to 2 running backs. Okay. And so just so we're on the same page, this is strictly for 2023 season, right? Like not building a franchise. Like, so it doesn't matter if like we want to go youth or age. It's strictly for who's the best team for this coming up year.
Yes.
All right. So running back, I mean, looking at who's available between these teams, and as of today, he is still currently employed by the Los Angeles Chargers. You got to go Austin Eckler. I think both these teams have some decent depth. I wouldn't say they have a superstar running back. If they do, Austin Eckler is absolutely that compared to the Cam Akers or any of the backups after that. So, Eckler obviously gives you a lot of versatility. We talk a lot about him all the time. We don't think he's necessarily worth, which really no running back is, over $10 million, but where he is right now, $6-7 million, I think that's very fair. And he does give you a lot of juice and the ability to do things. And it's going to be really fun to watch him in Kellen Moore's offense. But to start, RB1, I think, has got to be Austin Eckler.
Yeah, I completely agree, Ryan, for all the reasons that you said, just in terms of his incredible productivity over the years, his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, all the numerous touchdowns that he's had, both receiving in the red zone, and just everything that he kind of brings to the table, running, receiving, blocking. I think it's pretty clear Austin Eckler's RB1. I'll be honest with you, though, Ryan. I think for RB2, I'm gonna go against the grain here a little bit and throw a curveball. To me, it's Kyren Williams. I think that's the second best running back in Los Angeles when you factor in, I think, the youth and just the spry legs, everything that he did at Notre Dame in college. We just got a taste of him with the Rams. But I would take Kyren Williams over the likes of a Cam Akers, a Joshua Kelly, just for the upside and everything that he can bring to the table as a very nice compliment to Austin Eckler.
Yeah, it's going with Kyren as a pure talent and upside play. And it's not necessarily a bad play, especially because you have your RB1 in Eckler. I think with the tough thing with Cam, if we're going on at this point, just production, obviously it would be Cam, but I think we've kind of seen the ceiling of Cam Akers, and it might be unfair to say just 3 years in, but running backs have such a short shelf life. And the fact that it's been 3 years and we haven't seen like a true breakout or any dominance from Cam Akers, I still think, obviously at this point, he has a spot on this team. And I think he can get better if he truly buys in and also gets used the right way. And also if, the offensive line is better than it was last year. I don't think anyone could have run behind that offensive line. But I agree. I think Kyren Williams just gives you so much upside. And we didn't get to see him at all last year. I still don't really understand why. I don't know if they were just trying to preserve him, knowing the shelf life of running backs, saying, you know what, this is a lost cause of a year. We don't have a good offensive line. We don't want you were injured in OTAs. We don't want to get you more injured by just putting you behind a embattled offensive line. So maybe it was that kind of thing where they were saving him, and now we'll see him unleashed. Because when he was drafted out of Notre Dame, I remember how excited we were being in Vegas when the draft pick came in. We're like, man, this is a hell of a draft pick for the Rams, because here's a kid that can absolutely start from day one, has versatility, has some breakaway speed, has, didn't get injured in college. Obviously that bucked that trend in OTAs, unfortunately. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that we'll go with Kyren Williams as RB2.
I love that. No, I completely agree here, Ryan, for all the reasons that you mentioned. And I just love that versatility of the two of them in the backfield. Ooh, now it gets a little interessante at receiver. I think this is worth a conversation.
Yes, and real quick, before we even go to receiver, just to wrap up Austin Eckler, obviously there's been all the news swirling around. He requested a trade. He was granted his request to seek a trade. He was on the Green Lights podcast with former Ram Chris Long talking about, what he thinks he's worth, how he wants to be in LA, but he wants to get paid what he's worth. And then it comes out that he's felt disrespected by the Chargers. Does that surprise you at all that he's felt disrespected, or is it, obviously respected a trade? That's probably how he felt all along.
I think that, Ryan, I think he's probably felt disrespected in the sense that he wasn't offered a contract just, as a default type of situation with his home incumbent team. I actually think that Eckler and Lamar Jackson are kind of both in the same boat a little bit. I think they both feel a little bit disrespected by their home team, but I don't think it's warranted. I think that, where they stack relative to either their position or their place in that position, I think in both cases, the teams are doing the right thing. And so for Eckler, I think it's unfortunate that he feels disrespected, but if that were the case, then he should feel disrespected by the entire NFL because no one has sort of jumped in to give him a contract. So unless he's looking to change careers to a place where he's going to get some respect, I think that the market has spoken, not just the Chargers.
Yeah. Well, now the fact that Saquon Barkley came out and said he's not going to sign his franchise tag, we'll see if the Giants hold firm and basically say take that or you won't be playing, or if they'll give a big contract. Because if Barkley's not getting one, Eckler's not getting one. So it's just a tough market for running backs, for receivers too. And we talked about it last episode about how these just huge contracts for quarterbacks are really kind of hurting the other positions. Because at the end of the day, you really only have enough money to pay 3 premier players. Do you have enough to even fill out a good roster when you're paying your quarterback $50 million? So the Chargers, I think, know that they're about to be paying their quarterback $50+ million a year. And so why are they going to give their running back any more than they already are? Because they're just not going to have the money. And obviously QB1 is most important.
What's interesting about the Eckler level of disrespect, I think there's an interesting rule that sort of happens in the NFL, or there's kind of an almost like correlation that I don't think a lot of people think about. And that is, the more the player feels disrespected about their contract situation, the more the reason you have not to pay them. And here's why I say that, because, and it has nothing to do with attitude or culture or anything like that. Where they're feeling disrespected, they are feeling disrespected based on their past performance. And so the more they feel disrespected, presumably their past performance was greater. They had more statistics. They did more things. But usually that means it took more time. And especially in a position where the shelf life is so low, the fact that he's feeling disrespected for all the things that he did in the past is all the reason why you don't want to give him a contract for the future, because those are two independent events in many ways. And they're only dependent and correlated in the fact that the more he has performed in the past, the less tread he has on his tires to be able to perform to that level in the future. So he's almost shooting himself in the foot in a lot of ways by feeling so disrespected when you're kind of dealing potentially with a management team that is more analytics driven, that's a little bit more data driven, that's a little bit more kind of strategic and thoughtful, like they would be running a company, which the Chargers have started to become. And I think that's the way the entire market is feeling. So it's kind of odd that he's kind of coming out and trying to use this as like a bargaining chip, or, trying to sort of share that maybe the Chargers culture isn't right or their management isn't right because he feels so disrespected. But sometimes you have to think a little bit further. And what he's actually doing is just shooting himself in the foot.
Well, and last thing, and then we'll move on before the break. When you're any job, and this is sports included, you obviously have to use what you've done in the past as some sort of leverage to get that pay raise. But any smart business person, boss, whether it be a GM or whether it be a CEO, whatever, they're going to give you a promotion based on what value you bring in the future. Like your stuff you've done in the past helps. Obviously, they'll say, okay, yes, you've been a good employee. You've done X, Y, and Z. You've reached these goals, but we're not giving you a raise because of those goals. Then you just stay stagnant. Like you have to then elevate and do more goals. So if you're a salesman and your boss tells you, hey, we want you to hit X quota, and when you hit that X quota, then we'll talk about a raise. If you hit that quota, then your raise is going to then depend on you hitting more quotas. And so if you're a running back, unfortunately, in today's NFL, he may have hit his greatest quota. And they know from a GM standpoint, you probably have reached your maximum capability, just unfortunately based on the position, the tread, the age, all that being. And so why would we give you a raise? Yes, we love you. We respect what you've brought to this organization, but you're never going to elevate past what you've already done. And as bad as that sounds from a business perspective, that's kind of, I think, the way it's going.
And the other thing, Ryan, will say, not to belabor this point, but in most industries, you can use the past, and the past is actually the best level of evidence for your future behavior. So whether you are a computer programmer or you're a salesperson or you're even a student trying to get into law school or business school or medical school, it's all about what you've done in the past. What were your past grades?
True.
What were your past software development items that you produced? What were your past sales quotas? Because nothing is necessarily going to change moving forward. You've built those habits. Nothing is stopping you from continuing to do that. You're not bounded unless you have a catastrophic arthritic condition in your fingers or your wrist. You're still going to be a computer programmer. Unless you can't, you have some debilitating condition, you're still going to be a great salesperson. But what is happening here with Austin Eckler is, if you take that analogy to the next level, you would probably be more hesitant to hire someone who's 65 years old to be a salesperson, or someone who's 65 or 70 years old to be your CEO, for instance, because they're sort of towards the end of retirement, and then energy level comes into play, stamina comes into play, and just, you need to be a little bit more youthful. The problem with Austin Eckler is he's 25 years old, but 25 in his world, in his industry, at his position, is the equivalent of being 70 in your and my position. And so that's why it's not like a 70-year-old walks in and says, make me CEO because I have done all of these things for the last 45 years. It's almost looked at as, well, you had a great run. We got to get younger. That's what's happening with Austin Eckler. He's using his past performance, but then everyone's like, oh, yeah, the past performance was great. That's why we need to get younger. So he's using the logic of like an everyday person in an everyday industry at 25 years old, when in reality, he's in a very different industry, and it's the equivalent of him being 70 years old.
Well, I agree even more with you, because he's actually 27, so he's even closer to the end of that.
He's 80 years old. I mean,
yeah, 80 years. Well, and to belabor the point anymore, and then we'll be right up against the break, so we'll just end it here, is at 27, he has 1 year left on his deal, so he'll be 28 at the end of this current contract. So any extension past that, I mean, everyone really think, if we're being honest, I know that fans love Eckler, and we love Eckler, and I love him as a person. He's been on the show before, so we're not at all trying to bring him down. But truly think about, in this modern era, or even the last decade, what great running back there's been that's older than 29 or 30 years old. There really isn't any. We'll talk more about it after the break. We'll be right back. This is the LA Football Show. And welcome back to the LA Football Show here on the LA Football Network, live on the Mightier 1090 ESPN Radio. I'm your co-host, Ryan Dyer, joined as always by Jamal Madney. We are having a fun, spirited conversation building out the best possible 2023 LA football team using Rams and Chargers players. And, so far of course, the first 20 minutes, we've made it through three positions. Our quarterback is Justin Herbert. Our two running backs are Austin Eckler and Kyren Williams, Rams' current backup running back, but a very, very high ceiling, high potential. So, Jamal, now we had a lot of conversation about Austin Eckler, obviously a lot of news swirling him and uncertainty coming back into the fold. But I think we're ready to move on to the wide receiver position. And this should be interesting because there's a lot of good wide receivers currently in Los Angeles. Who are you starting with?
So, Ryan, I want to go. I think we have to say this as a duo. And I think that together, my two receivers are Cooper Kupp and Mike Williams. And the reason I say that is I think Cooper Kupp is the best wide receiver in Los Angeles. I think he's sort of forgotten this year because of the injury.
Yeah, crazy.
He's arguably the best receiver still in the NFL. And I think he's going to prove that to a lot of people once again in 2023. But then when you're trying to build out a team and you're saying who's going to complement Cooper Kupp the best, to me, it's Mike Williams with his physicality, his ability to make tough catches, his size. And I know people are probably screaming about Keenan Allen, what's going on there. But I just think that Cooper Kupp is a better version of Keenan Allen. And then I don't need a Keenan Allen when I have a Cooper Kupp. I'm going to go with Cooper Kupp, and then I'm going to go with the best possible complement to Cooper Kupp, and that is Mike Williams, over the likes of not just Allen, but Van Jefferson and Tutu Atwell, Guyton, and the list goes on. But I'm feeling firm about those two.
I mean, Cooper Kupp's a no-brainer. It is shocking. I mean, I guess it's not shocking because this happens every year in the NFL, but it's shocking to me a little bit, the disrespect that Cooper Kupp is getting. I mean, I think everyone just forgets he was the most recent Triple Crown winner. Before he got injured, Jamal, he was on pace to break his 2021 season totals. In this downtrodden year, he was on pace to break those totals. That's how good he was. He was literally the entire Rams offense. Every defense knew the ball was going to him, every passing play, because that's all Stafford would target, and yet still they couldn't stop him. I mean, the dude was averaging like 13 catches a game before he got injured with the ankle injury. So the fact I've seen lists out there where he's not even in the top 10, it's unbelievable. I mean, how quick are we to forget? I understand that culture nowadays is what have you done for me lately? But man, I didn't think 10 months was not lately anymore. I mean, that was very short time ago. He was a Super Bowl MVP just a year ago and one of the greatest wide receiver seasons we've ever seen. So Cooper Kupp, absolutely. Sorry, I got a little spirited there, but Cooper Kupp, absolutely number one on this list. I cannot wait for him to prove, I guess, doubters, we can call them wrong. And I think he's a huge candidate for comeback player of the year. We have a debate article up on LFBnetwork.com about just that. So head there. You can vote if you think he will win debate player of the year. You can also text Rams House to 31032. Get involved in that conversation there. And then I'm going to agree with you also, Jamal. I think Keenan Allen is as good as he is, as much as we both love Keenan Allen, as great as a receiver. I think he's honestly still a top 15 receiver in the NFL as a whole. I think if you're going him versus Mike Williams specifically, I think Keenan Allen's a better overall receiver. But because he is so similar to Cooper Kupp, I agree Mike Williams brings a very different aspect to the field in terms of height, size, stretching the field, jump ball capability if you're in goal line situations. If Cooper Kupp's going to be your route tactician, he's going to make people miss. Mike Williams is a guy that if you just need to throw a jump ball, he's going to go up and get it. And we obviously know the connection he has with Justin Herbert. So I will agree with you and pencil him in. I think Joshua Palmer is very coming in nicely. I think he's going to be a guy that maybe next year we're having this conversation. Whoever gets drafted this year is going to be involved in that as well. Van Jefferson, after being injured all last year, I think will be a candidate next year, as well as he arguably will be wide receiver 2, because we both don't think Allen Robinson will be back next year once the draft is over. But yeah, I think Cooper Kupp and Mike Williams. Let me ask you this before I move on. How much better, because it's probably fairly slim, how much better is the duo of Cooper Kupp and Mike Williams than Keenan Allen and Mike Williams?
A lot better. It's not even close. I think that there's a gap. There's a significant gap between Cooper Kupp and Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen is a top 10 receiver, top 12 receiver, top 15 receiver, somewhere in that ballpark. Cooper Kupp is arguably the best receiver in football, and certainly for my money in the top 3. And so there is a significant gap between Cooper Kupp and Keenan Allen in terms of just not you talked about the route running, the ability to get open, the hands, the intellect, I think is just significantly different. And Cooper Kupp just brings a level of attention and strain on a defense that I've yet to see Keenan Allen have in my career, in over the course of his career in watching him. And so I think it's a massive difference. And I think when you look at the likes of a Justin Herbert, I think Justin Herbert will just do different things with Cooper Kupp and sort of unleash Cooper Kupp's ability in kind of a new dimensional way that even the likes of a Matt Stafford wasn't able to do. So I just think it's a significant upgrade.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch those two together. So cannot wait to watch Cooper Kupp prove people wrong this year and become wide receiver 1 yet again. All right, on a tight end. Who you taking at tight end? Obviously, not obviously, but most likely the Chargers will probably draft a tight end at some point in this year's draft. The Rams may as well. They're pretty thin at that position with their 11 picks. I would not be shocked with them taking a tight end late with this being a deep class. But whoever's currently on the roster, who are you taking?
I'm going, Ryan, this is going to be a little bit of a curveball here and maybe not quite the letter of the law or the purity or what have you, but I'm going with Ben Skro because I think that, that to me is sort of, in a truly kind of tight end way, that's sort of the fit more than really anyone else the Rams have on their roster. Gerald Everett and Herbert, I think, they're trying to make it work. I don't think there's a chemistry quite there to some of our earlier conversations. And obviously the Chargers need to draft. They got a couple other prospects. I'm going to go Ben Skro at this sort of weird tight end hybrid position.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of cheating, but I'll allow it. He is
more than like a Higbee, more than, I'm going to go Ben Skro.
I mean, he is 6'3", 230, so it's not. He does have the size. They used him as like a fullback inline hybrid player last year, so he did kind of play in that role a little bit. So, I mean, if I had to pick a guy with TE next to his name, I was going to go Higbee. But based on what we've seen this last year, I think Benny Skro would be a better candidate if we can do that. Or if we'll allow it, I think I would take him over Higbee.
Let's do it. I think it's our show. I think it's our rules. Let's do it.
Okay, Benny Skro it is, and I think Gerald Everett, former Ram, current Charger, is going to have a breakout year this year with Kellen Moore. But based on what we've seen, and Benny Skro's had some big catches. He had kind of a drop issue in his rookie year, and certainly I think fixed that last season and was much more sure-handed. And like we mentioned, he was used as a fullback many times. He was used in line as a tight end many times. So very versatile. So. Sure, call it cheating. Let us know if you hate it. Hit us up on Twitter at Ryan Dyer LAFB, at LAFB Jams. You can text us Rams House to 31032, or Chargers fans want to jump in, text Bolts to 31032. But all right, Benny Skro, we'll go with that. Right tackle. Who are we going here? And so this would be
Ryan here at the aggregate. I think we got to look a little bit and say, is this the Chargers offensive line right now? I mean, like, Who in the Rams are going to crash the party here? I think we kind of have to look at it that way. I mean, when you look at the likes of Slater and others, I mean, it's a pretty clear cut, sort of Chargers being the incumbents at this position. Who on the Rams do we think can make some noise here and interject themselves in this line?
Well, yeah, and I think it's right at right tackle. I think that's where the actual conversation probably starts and ends on the offensive line. And Rob Havenstein being the longest tenured Ram on this team, dating all the way back. He's the staple of the offense at this point, the old wise man. I know that Trey Pipkins came into his own, kind of finally moved past the developmental stage into a true NFL starter. The Chargers obviously re-signed him to a 3-year deal. I really like the output that Trey Pipkins. I think he does have potential to get even better. But in this position, I would take Rob Havenstein. I think he's proven more. I think he still is a stalwart as right tackles come. And he's obviously the leader of that offensive line for the Rams right now. And I would just take him over Trey Pipkins. So for me, it would be Rob Havenstein.
I completely agree, Ryan. And I think it's a couple of the points that you touched on. One is consistency in terms of body of work year over year, which is something we just haven't seen from Trey Pipkins. And I think the other piece of it for me is the leadership in terms of, how this person would be in the locker room as a leader, galvanizing the rest of his teammates to produce at a high level. And then I think the third is, even with Havenstein, I think there's a level of trust, there's a level of versatility, and I think there's a level of durability. All of those elements for me make Havenstein the choice here.
Yeah, I agree. And okay, so let's move on. So right guard, this would be with the anticipation. I'm mixing up teams right now. So the didn't Staley come out and say that they are they keeping Zion at right guard, or are they planning on moving Salyer over to right guard and Zion over to left guard? Do you remember?
I think it's the latter.
I mean, either way, we're probably taking both those two guys at the guard
I think
positions.
we're taking Salyer on one side and Zion on one side. So I think both those guys showed an incredible amount of not just potential, but just productivity, especially Zion. And Ryan, I mean, you and I kind of talked about this last year during the draft. I mean, folks were kind of excited, but they were asleep, and we just thought this was going to be a grand slam in terms of everything that we saw on tape with him at Boston College. It felt sort of premeditated that he was going to be really a rising star as early as the rookie year, and that's how it played out.
Yep, absolutely. Most likely one of the starting guards for the Rams will be Logan Bruss this year, but we haven't seen him at all, being injured so early on last year. And Coleman Shelton, who was re-signed, will most likely play guard, who I think is a solid starting NFL guard. But Zion and Salyer have just proven. I mean, Salyer slid into left tackle last year when Slater went down and played so good, and now he will play guard most likely. So, yes, those are the two choices. So let's go. Someone's gonna kill me in the comments, I'm sure, but Zion played right guard last year, so we'll just put him there for now. Zion, and then left guard we'll go
Salyer,
and then center
tackle. While we're at it, I mean, it's
let's just we don't need to talk about it.
Yeah, there's nothing to talk about there, Mr. All Pro.
Mr. Slater.
I think that's an easy one. Yep.
Who, in your opinion, is going to start at left tackle for the Rams? Because I'd be shocked if they trot what's his name out there, because I think that it should be probably someone different at the left tackle because of how poorly Noteboom played. But do you think they'll keep Noteboom at tackle? Or do you think he'll slide him in and play the likes of Alaric Jackson at left tackle?
I think it depends on who they.
I know our guy Skinny T wants Alaric Jackson at left tackle and Noteboom at guard.
Yeah. I think it's a really good question. I also think it depends on who they draft, because I think that could sort of impact what happens there. I don't know if that position is quite solidified. I mean, obviously it's names that we know and we like, who have been around for just a little bit. But, I think in the spirit of Sean McVay's rebirth here a little bit, I might go Jackson. Noteboom just didn't show me enough of anything really last year to sort of justify him starting at such a critical position. I mean, Noteboom kind of reminds me of, you remember the guy who looked like Gilligan in Gone in 60 Seconds, that great Nicolas Cage, movie, and everyone went around.
Is there not a great Nick Cage movie?
I mean, Nick Cage. I mean, and everyone went around and said what their skills were. And Nicolas Cage, obviously, the great car thief. And Angelina Jolie, this sort of seductive schemer. And then they had the guy who was incredible with electronics. And then they had the great software guy. And then they got to this guy. And they said, and, one of the guys says, who is Gilligan and what does he do? And, they said, well, Gilligan actually orders a pizza like nobody's business. And then he turns around and says, hey, people got to eat, right? Noteboom is kind of the pizza man, on this offensive line. I don't really know what he does, but he's just there, and I don't know if he's great in the locker room. He makes a mean pizza, he's a great bartender in there. I don't know what quite he does, but it sure as hell is an offensive line.
Whew. Well, I mean, he can buy a lot of pizzas with that contract extension he signed last year, so he's got to play somewhere probably. But if it was me, if I was Sean McVay, if I was Coach Wendell on the offensive line, I would put Alaric Jackson on left tackle and slide Noteboom in to guard. But either way, neither of them are starting on our all LA 23 team.
No, sir. No, sir.
Center. I like Brian Allen more than Minnie. I think he's a fairly good center, but I don't think you're topping Corey Linsley here. I don't think there's much debate there. You?
Nope, not at all. I mean, we said it was going to be, Havenstein is the one who's crashing the party here, but I really like this 11 right now, Ryan. I mean, it's coming together in a nice way.
So we got Justin Herbert, quarterback, 2 running backs, Austin Eckler and Kyron Williams, our 2 receivers, Cooper Kupp and Mike Williams. We did a curveball and put Benny Sko as our tight end, Rob Havenstein right tackle, Zion as right guard, Corey Lindsley as center, Jeremiah Salyer, at left guard, and Rashawn Slater at left tackle. This is a solid squad. Solid squad. All right, moving to defense. We got a few minutes before breaks. We'll get through a few defenders. We'll finish it at the top of the hour, and then we can get into some college talk. So, should we start on the line or the back end?
Well, let's start talking front seven here. And again, I think, what are the Rams that are crashing the party here? I mean, obviously there's one very obvious one in terms of, who's going to be playing defensive line. But who else? Maybe we start with the line here. And what are we assuming here? Are we going 4-3? What's our scheme?
We'll go with 3-4. Staley and Morris both are running 3-4 base. So 3 linemen, 4 backers, or you can call it 3 linemen, 2 backers, and 2 edge, however you want to look about it.
So who are our 3 linemen?
3 linemen. So we got D end, D tackle, D end. So one of our D ends is obviously Aaron Donald. I mean, we don't gotta spar about that, right?
Too much there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's just not pencil him in. We'll ink him in there.
Yes.
D tackle. Now the Rams, remember, lost Greg Gaines.
Yep.
So their current nose tackle is Bobby Brown, who I think has a lot of potential, but hasn't shown anything yet. And the Chargers have some nice depth at tackle because you got Austin Johnson and you have Sebastian Joseph Day, who can play as the nose or as the end. He played nose for the Rams. So I guess that's probably the bigger question is, who are we going with, Joseph Day or Austin Johnson? On the Chargers?
I really like Sebastian Joseph Day, and I think that he sort of really was a bit under the radar, a little underutilized, I think, at the start of the season last year. And as his utilization went up, the level of defensive play also went up. And so I think that he's someone who still hasn't quite reached his full potential, but I think there's a ceiling there with SJD that really makes him a very high impact nose tackle moving forward. I'm going SJD.
I agree. Austin Johnson would be a solid choice as well. I just think the fact that you can get a little bit more versatility with SJD, maybe I just like him more as a fan since he's played for both organizations. He's very fun, vocal. Let's go as SJD here as our nose tackle. And then our other D end. So we have the options. We got Jonah Williams that's about it for the Rams. Unless you want to go Marquise Copeland, or Ernest Brown. Chargers, we have Morgan Fox, who just signed an extension. That's kind of probably what we're looking at in terms of the true DN position is probably unless we go ahead.
No, I was waiting on the unless.
I was saying unless we decide to use Austin Johnson as our D tackle and put SJD as our other D end.
That's interesting. I kind
of like Morgan Fox
here. I like Morgan Fox here because I think just kind of going more traditional. I think especially going opposite Aaron Donald, and I think just the opportunities that presents. I think having just a more traditional D end, I think makes a lot of sense. Morgan Fox, obviously, he's a bruiser. He's a guy who's built for the trenches. I really like Morgan Fox in this spot.
I love Morgan Fox. I completely agree. For those Charger fans that don't know, Morgan Fox did, in fact, line up opposite side Aaron Donald and had a career-high 6.5 sacks when he did that. So it's a lot easier to have career highs when you play on the other side of Aaron Donald, but he proved last year for the Chargers that he's very formidable as well. And obviously, play with the likes of Khalil Mack and a few games with Joey Bosa when he came back, but showed enough where the Chargers gave him an extension. And so I agree. I think that's a solid, very solid. I mean, what's really funny, Jamal, is this defensive line was literally the 2021 Rams defensive line.
Yeah.
Literally. SJD, Aaron Donald, and Morgan Fox. This was the Rams defensive line.
And that ended up in a pretty decent season. So
yeah, ended up pretty swell. And now two of those guys are on the Chargers on the other side. Now we just brought them all back together in unison. So, all right, well, that's all the time we got. Got to take another quick break, and we will finish this up at the top of the hour. So this is the LA Football Show. Keep it right here. Hey, Los Angeles. Welcome back to the LA Football Show here on the LA Football Network, live on the Mightier 1090 ESPN Radio. I'm your co-host, Ryan Dyer, joined as always by Jamal Madney. We are selecting our all LA 2023 team using Rams and Chargers players. We finished the offense. We've gotten through the defensive line of the defense. To recap really quickly for those that are just joining us, QB, Justin Herbert. Running backs, Austin Eckler and Kyron Williams. Wide receivers, Cooper Kupp and Mike Williams. Tight end, we went with a curveball, Benny Sko. Right tackle, Rob Havenstein. Guard, Zion. Center, Lindsley. Left guard, Salyer. Left tackle, Slater. Defensive end, Aaron Donald. Defensive tackle, Sebastian Joseph Day. Defensive end, Morgan Fox. And so now, Jamal, we are on to the edge positions, 2 edge positions, and this should be probably the quickest one we will get through.
no question about it, Ryan. Let's start with Mr. Bosa.
Real quick, if you just look at who the options would be for the Rams, you have Michael Holt, who's not even a true edge. They moved him out there last year, played admirably, had some trouble setting the edge, but would not consider a credible threat at the edge, although at this point he is their starting edge. And Kyer Thomas, most likely, or Daniel Hardy, who did not play at all last year due to injury. So slim pickings if you're the Rams. So I think it's pretty easy to say we're going Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. Not much debate there.
No, sir.
Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. And I'm sure both of these teams will certainly add more depth in the draft. The Rams may need to call the Chargers to add depth because the Chargers technically actually have 6 edge players. Well, the Rams have about 3, and none of them outside of Hoek had even any playing time last year, really. So anyway, Bosa and Mack,
Ryan,
both obviously very good.
Who do you think needs to have a better year in 23 for the Chargers to be better and for the Chargers to sort of max out on their ceiling and their potential? I think most people would assume that Bosa will have a better year, but who needs to have a better year in your estimation?
I would say Bosa. And here's why. We talked actually, I think last episode about Khalil Mack, if he could really harness those few games where he was elite Khalil Mack, it would mean exponential things for the Chargers. And I still stand by that. And that's absolutely true. But I think at this point in their careers, if both players are playing at peak based on ages, everyone would say Joey Bosa is the better edge rusher at this point, at this age, at this station in their careers. And yet Bosa, even when healthy last year, did not look like that. You could even argue the year before had some struggles. I'm not saying he's a bad player by any means, but didn't live up to that like top 5 edge rushing profile, which we've come to know as Joey Bosa. Khalil Mack had that at one point in his career. I think we all agree now he is, probably dropped out of the top 10. And if he can be in that top 15 category, fantastic. Bosa needs to be in that top 5 category for this to be a true dominant pass rushing unit. Because if Mack's say 15 and Bosa's 13, that's going to leave a lot to be desired based on what they're paying these two guys and based on the names on the back of their jerseys. So I would say Bosa. What about yourself?
No, I completely agree, Ryan. And it's sort of an interesting thought exercise where would you rather have both of these guys in the top 10 and Mack kind of, gets a real boost from the fountain of youth and all of that? Or would you rather have Bosa be kind of top 3 and Mack be in kind of the 15 to 20 range, how would that sort of play out? And I think given the nature of pass rush and what that means, I think you'd much rather have Bosa reach his true ceiling and his potential this year as a top 3, top 5 kind of guy. And even if you get Mac in the 15-20 range, I think it's a significantly greater upside for the Chargers defense than just having 2 top 10, top 12 guys.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm literally just thinking about this on the spot, so I'm sure I'm going to forget someone. So everyone out there listening, feel free to correct me. But to my memory, the last time a team had, when you look historically, the last time a team had 2 true elite pass rushers, not just by name recognition, but in terms of actual statistical seasons, would be the 2015 Broncos with Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware, who Von Miller obviously had an MVP level season. His playoff run is still arguably one of the greatest, I think, defensive playoff runs we've seen in quite some time. And DeMarcus Ware kind of found the fountain of youth and was a true force that entire year and really competent Von Miller. Outside of that, historically, we see you have one dominant pass rusher, and then you have a top 20 guy that kind of cleans up some of the scraps. When you look at those great Aaron Donald years, and Leonard Floyd kind of cleaned up in that top 16, top 17 range, and Donald was the guy getting the 19, 20 sacks. Leonard Floyd would maybe get the likes of, 11 or 12 or something like that. So, I mean, if they can get that where Bosa's that 20 sack guy and Max getting 10 to 12, great, because it's so rare that you're going to have 2 guys that are going to be in that 18 sacks each kind of range. It just doesn't happen. So historically, you want to see that Bosa in that top 5, Khalil Mack in the top 20 outside, because you're just not going to see both in the top 10, I don't think.
No, that's absolutely right, Ryan. And it's actually a great lesson for our listeners in terms of just kind of that insight of having those 2 top pass rushers. And I think another great insight is anytime Ryan Dyrud says the last time this happened, 94.8% of the time he's referring to the 2015 Denver Broncos. So, if you hear that from Ryan Dyrud, go double down on Vegas, okay, that it's going to be a reference to those 15 Broncos. So, I love that. But, I mean, completely accurate in this situation and in the past.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm sure I'll have a few comments of like, no, you've read about this team. You've read about this team. But more likely, and I think that either way, the Chargers are in a good spot, and I think they'll draft probably an edge guy to add depth to. You have Rumpf who's there, and the Rams certainly are going to – the exciting thing about the Rams, quickly before we move on, is because there's literally no one at the position, is we're going to see a lot of different packages. We're going to see a lot of young guys get a lot of playing time, and we're probably going to potentially uncover a new future budding star on this defense. And it might not be a guy with a big name, but whether they take an edge guy, a Will McDonald out of Iowa State at pick 36, or whether a guy like Daniel Hardy, who they took last year out of Montana State, just kind of all of a sudden becomes this bolstering edge rusher that we didn't get to see last year because of injury. But I think there's a lot of fun promise there. There's just not a lot of expectation. So you got to go with the name brand guys. So, all right, moving on to inside linebacker, the position that for these 2 defensive minds in Raheem Morris and Brandon Staley is sometimes seen as the least important, but still definitely have value and play a role and will lead your team in tackles. And obviously the Chargers put a premium on it this year by going out and signing UCLA legend Eric Kendricks. So let me know if you need me to list any names, but who are you starting with as your inside backer?
Kendricks, that's my guy, and obviously a lot of conversation you and I have had earlier about Drew Tranquill and what he meant to this team. I would have still taken Tranquill over Kendricks at this stage in their career because I think Tranquill is on the way up and Kendricks is, as much as it pains me, I think it's a little bit in the slide. Obviously, what he's been able to do earlier in his career with the likes of Minnesota is significant in terms of being an all-pro. But regardless, I think what Kendricks brings to the table is just a physicality. When healthy, you're talking about 130-plus tackles. You're talking about a nose for the football, an opportunity to create turnovers, create pressure, get folks off of their spot, and get defenses to be behind schedule, behind station, and behind the chain. So for me, it's Kendricks is a very obvious choice here.
Yep, absolutely. Again, super bummed about Tranquill. I would have liked to have seen him back, but I absolutely love Kendricks. When he became available, my hope was that they were going to be able to get both, re-sign Tranquil and have Kendricks, and you have a really, really dynamic duo, even though they do kind of similar things. That's probably why that line of thinking didn't happen. But yeah, love Kendricks. That's the obvious one, that the leadership, what he's done throughout his career, but still, I think still has some tread. And, when we talk to some Viking insiders, a guy that wasn't utilized maybe even correctly in the scheme last year with their defensive coordinator. And, they ran a somewhat similar defensive scheme to what Staley runs. So I'll be really interested to see if Staley uses him differently and doesn't use him as much like in zone packages, uses him more kind of those fun twisting blitzes up the middle, different man-to-man concepts. So it'll be fun to see how he's used, but just purely on what he's done and talent, Kendricks is the obvious choice. The other inside linebacker, I think, is, in my opinion, is obvious. I know Kenneth Murray is a bright young star who's improved year over year, but to me, Ernest Jones with the Rams has actually proven a lot. And the fact that I know the Rams are remodeling anyway, and so Bobby Wagner was probably not going to be in that plan once they made a decision that this was going to be a remodel year. But I think it also shows they have so much confidence in who Ernest Jones is, being only going into his third year, kind of being a similar player and a similar archetype of Bobby Wagner, and learning from Bobby Wagner for a year. True nose for the football, great tackler, and has improved. I won't say great, but has improved in pass coverage. So if you can have the likes of Kendricks and Ernest Jones, I think you have a pretty solid linebacking pair there.
No, completely agree, Ryan. And I love, again, we've talked about this when you're mishmashing rosters here. I actually think that the Jones-Kendricks combination is the best possible combination you can have of any sequence of LA linebackers, just in terms of range, in terms of closing speed on the ball, in terms of versatility of hanging in the box versus kind of dropping back in coverage. I think it just gives you a lot to work with there and in your ability to kind of disrupt an offense. So love Kendricks and Jones. Now that we move to the secondary here, Ryan, let's sort of simplify this, because I'd love to kind of look at this roster in totality and kind of analyze how they would do. Out of the four, I mean, are there any Rams crashing the party here in terms of secondary?
Yeah, it's a great question. So me personally, actually, I would have Jordan Fuller as a safety paired with Derwin James. I think as of right now, Nasir Adderley retired. You have some question marks in terms of, most likely Alohi Gilman will be the starter. He spot started last year and played, I think, very well. I think he's actually, there's a lot of excitement in that organization around Alohi Gilman being the true starter. Obviously, they'll add depth that in the draft. They drafted JT Woods last year. But I think Jordan Fuller, when healthy, proved that he can be a very, very, very good safety in this league. Obviously, just got injured at the end of last season and then was injured or the end of the Super Bowl run, and got injured last year, unfortunately, as well. So now there's some injury concern, but when healthy, Derwin James and Jordan Fuller, that's a pretty damn good safety pairing. But outside of that, you're going 3 Chargers and him, in my opinion. You anything to add?
No, I agree. I agree, Ryan. And I think the point about Fuller, in a lot of ways, to a lesser extent, Fuller is the defensive version of Cooper Kupp on the Rams. A little bit forgotten given some of the injuries over the past 15 months. And, when he was out there, you just saw kind of the impact that he made, just situationally in terms of, his ability to tackle, his ability to really be that thumper, his ability to drop back and be pretty decent in terms of pass coverage, and also just his ability to read the eyes of the quarterback and have kind of great anticipatory skills. So I'm very high on Fuller moving forward. And then obviously pairing him with, L superstar number 3 on this roster of Derwin James is sort of a no-brainer there.
Yeah.
And then we got ASJ.
It would have been ASJ, obviously, and then I'm assuming, JC Jackson, name-wise, but we don't know.
We're assuming positive vibes there, and we're assuming good health for JC moving forward. It's an absolute no-brainer there.
Yeah, we'll put him, but even if he is injured, I think still Michael Davis would be your other starter over any of the Rams choices. So
yeah,
I'll just put
Durant came on a little bit, over the course of the season. There's an argument I think to be made there a little bit, but when it comes to JC Jackson, I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, if healthy, and it's real unfortunate that we couldn't have Derwin James and Jalen Ramsey on the same squad together. But obviously, Rams had other ideas and really wanted that 3rd round pick or 5th round pick and a tight end. So able to get it done. But all right. So there you have it. Should I read through it for those on radio and podcast that can't see the screen?
16 Chargers and 6 Rams, Ryan. And truthfully, that's maybe a few more Rams than maybe folks would have thought at the beginning. But I like the mix.
Yeah. So quarterback, well, not obviously, but quarterback Justin Herbert. Running backs, we got Austin Eckler and Kyron Williams. Wide receivers, we got Cooper Kupp and Mike Williams. Tight end, debate with the wall if you want, but we went Benny Sko, as he was very versatile for the Rams last year and did line up as tight end sometimes just because they were so thin, but played very well in it. Right tackle, Rob Havenstein, the stalwart on the Rams offensive line. And then we go all Chargers from there. Zion and Salyer as your guards, Lindsley as your center, and Slater as your left tackle. Defensive line, obviously the great Aaron Donald. And then we got Sebastian Joseph Day at tackle and Morgan Fox as D end. For those just tuning in, that was actually the 2021 Rams defensive line. But now 2 of them happen to play for the Los Angeles Chargers. Your edge players, you got Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. At linebacker, Eric Kendricks and Ernest Jones. And your corners, Asante Samuel Jr. and either J.C. Jackson. If not healthy, we would still go Michael Davis. And at safeties, Derwin James and Jordan Fuller. So 6 Rams and the rest Chargers. What do you think, Jamal, of this 2023 squad?
Look, Ryan, I think it's a formidable squad. I think if we sort of break it down, you're adding to a team that went 10-7, with guys on a team that went 5-12. But I think when you sort of look at it holistically, what really prevented the Chargers from making that next step and going from 10-7 to maybe 12-5, 13-4, and making some noise in the playoffs? I think there were 2 areas. I think the first area was clarity in the downfield passing game to a certain extent. And, the ability of constantly kind of checking it down with Eckler and not necessarily being very spry with him, opposite to him in the backfield. I think Kyron Williams brings an explosiveness to this backfield that they didn't have. And then I think Cooper Kupp just brings a precision to this offense that at times looked a little sloppy, a little casual from time to time in terms of how they ran routes, how they called plays, how they executed. So I think there's an enhancement there in a significant way. And then what was the other kind of piece was the physicality of the defense. And now when you bring in Aaron Donald to this unit and you have the likes of Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack as part of this front 7, and then the likes of Kendricks and Ernest Jones with a really nice combination there, you're talking about a significant enhancement to this defense. And so I think that you're looking at a team that's probably 13-4 with very strong aspirations of going to the Super Bowl with this group. And I think it's actually really a testament, Ryan, to how close the Chargers are, truthfully, because at the end of the day, like we talked about, this is 16 Chargers and 6 Rams, and we cheated a little bit with Ben Skro and all of that. You could argue, and if we went 11 personnel, it might be even fewer Rams, right? If we kind of went traditional 11 personnel, maybe it's 4 Rams. So it kind of tells you how close the Chargers are. And with the right move and the right draft picks, and then following that up with the right level of free agency, this could really be a very special year.
Yeah, very well said. And I think that's what makes this exercise fun. And, this isn't also to show how far the Rams are, even though it may look that way, but it just shows how youthful and unproven they are. And obviously they have a lot of holes to fill, but they have, some still, even with how rebuilding they are, they did still get 6 players on this roster. And so that still has a testament to them as well. And man, Jamal, I just can't even imagine a front 7 with Donald, Bosa, Mack, and Kendricks is a hell of a lot of fun to think about what they would do. And then your second tier players are Ernest Jones, SJD, and Morgan Fox. You're looking at a nasty front seven. Jordan Fuller and Derwin James would be a ton of fun together. You remember Jordan Fuller's breakout rookie season. He was with John Johnson as his running mate. John Johnson had a great year with him, and he obviously helped Jordan Fuller become the player he was. Now you put Jordan Fuller with the likes of Derwin James. Like, man, that is quite the back end. And we have 45 seconds. So here's what I'll ask you as the final question. Let's say we get rid of one of the running backs and we go to 3 receivers. Is that third receiver, is Keenan Allen a lock, or is Van Jefferson maybe an interesting player because he adds the vertical threat that maybe is lacking currently with this offensive roster?
Yeah, no, you said it best. If we went 11 personnel, the one thing that's sort of missing from this roster is speed. It's verticality. So I would go with Van Jefferson in a heartbeat there. I mean, and that I think trio brings an incredible element. So it's hard to believe that Keenan Allen might be the best receiver on the Chargers, is by all indications, but wouldn't crack the top 3 of a joint team in LA. And it just goes to show you how important chemistry is and complements to a roster are. It's not, fantasy football is a different game than what's actually being played on the field. And I think this Keenan Allen exercise illustrates that in a really significant way.
Yeah, complimentary football. So, well, there you have it. Let us know what you guys think. Let us know on Twitter at Ryan Dowd, LAFB, at LAFB Jams, at LAFB Network is the main channel. You can text us either Rams House if you're a Rams fan, Bolts if you're a Chargers fan, to the number 31032. You can send us hate mail. You can applaud us, whatever you want. We want to hear from you. On radio, we got to take a quick break. We'll get into some college football as our final segment. For podcast, everyone have a blessed weekend. We'll be back for Monday Night Live. Rams at 6, Chargers at 6:30. We'll talk to you all then.
listening to the Bruin Bible. This is your host, Will Decker, bringing you UCLA football content all throughout the year for LA Football Network.
What is up, Bruin Bible listeners? This is your host, Will Decker. We've got a very special sponsor to lead us off. We got Bet Online. Bet Online remains your number one source for all your baseball betting needs this season, as is officially opening day. Get analysis of every play, prop, and point at Bet Online. You'll find the latest odds, bracket contests, team matchups, and game trends at Bet Online as a whole. Bet Online is your baseball, basketball, football headquarters this season. Head to our website today and use our mobile device to sign up and receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. Be sure to use your promo code BELIEVE to receive your bonus pay. Bet Online, where the game starts. Now to the Bruin Bible.
What is up, Bruin Bible listeners? Is your host, Will Decker. Spring practice number 5 officially in the books. I was out at the Wasserman Football Center watching everything unfolding for UCLA. A lot of good things going on, a lot of great things going for the defensive side of the ball too, which is encouraging. Let's dive into it just from the start. 2 best quarterbacks today, and it was close. Justin Martin had a phenomenal second day of practice this week, matching his Tuesday practice. He was more accurate in today's session and Tuesday's session than he really was the first week. The first week, there's a couple throws he would miss. You could see the talent. You could see the raw ability. But now he's starting to stack up these great days, man. And it's just the accuracy. And the offense transitioned to more of a red zone setting today. So we got to kind of see how they would interact. He had just a great, time down there. He had a beautiful touch pass to Jack Peterson. He had a touchdown pass to, I believe, Kyle Ford. That went for about 30 yards. It was a masterful performance. And, I mean, if this was your first day watching spring ball, you're going, this guy's got a real shot at taking the starting QB spot from, Garbers and Moore and all these other guys. Garbers had another great day too. And I think both of these guys, Justin Martin and Ethan Garbers, the great thing that Chip Kelly does is he gives each quarterback, whether it's Chase Griffin, whether it's College Lee, Moore, whoever it may be, they give these guys a lot of reps to prove themselves in practice. It's not like the old school mentality where you've got to, practice with the scout team to get reps. Every quarterback gets reps. A lot of these quarterbacks threw for probably 25 to 30 times a day with all the drills included in 7-on-7 and 11-on-11 drills. And, Martin and Garbers, they were probably upwards of 65% on their passes. Very fluid, making plays, doing big things. Ethan Garbers, I would still peg as the number one guy. So he very consistent, very accurate. He just knows where everything is at all times. He has the highest awareness of any of these quarterbacks, being in the system for 3 years. And, I mean, we were watching the target drill where they've got three kind of buckets. You got to put the football into a very tight window. And Garbers was nailing those things. I think he had 5 or 6 bullseyes where the ball went into the small portion of the net that it can go to. He was unbelievable again, moving the offense down the field, always making the right reads, it felt like. He had a beautiful, cutback route to Braden Pagan, who we'll be talking about in a little bit. So Garbers looked great. Dante Moore, I know everyone wants to talk about Dante. Dante, he was good. I mean, the thing that I keep telling people is his quarterback room is so loaded, and we have to give Dante some time to work up to speed. I would rather have Dante looking great in fall camp with, the job really on the line in fall camp, because this competition is going to extend to that point, then learning it now, because he's 17 years old. He's still learning the offense. He had some missed throws, but the elite flashes were there. There was some red zone plays where he just fit the ball in some tight windows that it's just like 17-year-old isn't supposed to do that. The accuracy, the decision-making, some of the rollout decisions he made, he rolled out to his left, kind of faked the defense. The whole defense kind of had to shift and adjust. This kid's advanced, man, and it's just it's so difficult to predict where this quarterback battle can go if all these guys are humming, because we've been talking about it all offseason. This is the deepest quarterback room UCLA may ever have had, when it comes to, the 2000s and whatever it may be. So keep your eye out. But today's winners in the quarterback room were Garbers and Justin Martin. Justin Martin turned another solid day. Moore, not too far behind, but he still was behind those two guys. So a lot of great things going on in the quarterback room. Running back room, two main guys stood out again, Carson Steele and TJ Harden. But I've kind of found something that may give Harden the edge. Harden reeled in 3 passes today, and his pure pass catching ability, I think, is a plus from that of Carson Steele. And I do think that may give him an edge to get, more snaps on offense than that of Carson Steele, just because I think he is more of a hybrid running back where he can run between the tackles, get you 8 yards, and then catch a swing pass, a screen pass, whatever it may be, wheel route, for 10 more yards. Carson Steele looks great running the football. I think he can catch the ball if it does come down to it, but I just think Harden has another gear as a pass catcher that Carson Steele does not have right now. So that is something to watch. We got to see a little bit more of Anthony Adkins, who I'm very, very high on. Big tailback, 6'3", 250. He had a couple nice runs in practice today. Colson Yankoff was out there as well. He did some nice things that flashed. So I would say, once again, I said this on Tuesday, I would have TJ Harden as RB1. And I'm contributing that factor more so to the pass catching, what he can do in the receiving room, just adding another threat that might just give him the threat over 1A as opposed to Carson Steele's 1B right now. So all great things out of the running back room. Receiving room, we've talked about it too. Deepest room we've had in a while. The two main receivers that stood out today were Kyle Ford and Braden Pagan. Kyle Ford, like I mentioned, that 30-yard touchdown catch he made a couple other really nice catches on the outside. He looked very, very solid, and it's very encouraging that Ford is coming along in a nice manner for UCLA. He, is a big-time transfer coming from USC to crosstown rival, and he had an excellent tweet the other day. I want to make sure I can pull it up for you guys, where it just tells you how much he's loving being a part of the UCLA lifestyle. It came up, and it was basically, I'm telling y'all, ... And it was just one of those tweets where, he's clearly referring to what UCLA has in the bag, and it was right after practice. Kyle Ford's excited to be a UCLA Bruin, and I think there's a lot of great things to look forward to with this guy. I think he's going to have a really solid season for UCLA, and these practices, he continually just makes big plays in practice every time. So Kyle Ford is a guy that's standing out. Braden Pagan. Initially, I thought, Sturdivant, we're going to get to him in a second. He was fantastic again today. Sturdivant and our guy Kyle Ford on the outside, those are the two guys that we really believe are going to be kind of the 1 and 2 options right there. But it's going to be really hard to keep Pagan off the field, man. Pagan, 3 or 4 more catches today throughout practice, consistently getting separation, huge frame. I mean, is this going to be a quarterback's best friend? If it doesn't happen this year, this is going to be Dante Moore's main target moving forward. So a lot to like with that. Logan Loya looked good today. There was a bunch of others. And then the pass catchers, Jack Peterson really had a solid day. 3 or 4 catches for Jack Peterson in his now second season for UCLA. This was his best practice today. Caught a touchdown pass on a beautiful touch feed, from Justin Martin. I think he had a nice catch in the red zone from Dante Moore. He was doing good things today. So Jack Peterson is a name to kind of watch out for on that front. Maliki Matavo caught a touchdown pass today in the red zone as well. So tight end room is as advertised. So a lot of good things going on there. Offensive line, it's looking solid. I think they still need to add some bodies, and fingers crossed, the spring transfer portal is opening up for college football May 1st, football fans. So we got to keep a sharp eye on that. We just need to add a couple more depth pieces, in my opinion. If we can do that, there's no reason this UCLA team should not win double-digit games this year. I'm being completely confident. This team is deep across the board. The O-line, I'm very confident about Duke Clemens, the center. I'm very confident about Holstige, the guard coming from Purdue. He's looked very solid. DeGiorgio, I've even liked what I've seen from him at right tackle. I just need a couple more pieces, especially because injuries are a part of the game in football. We would never wish for anybody to get injured, but this is a violent game. People are going to come in and out of the lineup. We need to have depth there, and that's what I'm worried about most. So if we can add just a couple more depth pieces to the offensive line, sky is the limit for these UCLA Bruins on offense. I'm very, very excited. Defensive side of the ball. So Grayson Murphy went down today. He was down on the ground. Looked like he may have been injured. Was able to get back up, though, run back to the sideline. Doesn't look like anything too serious, so we're very, very thrilled that our boy Grayson is doing well and fine. I think he's going to have a stellar year for UCLA, so really looking forward to that. Jake Heimlicher, he was lining on the outside, the Pennsylvania transfer, lining on the outside, went into the inside a little bit. So they're moving him from defensive end and maybe to the interior. Maybe that's a sign to how weak the interior of the offense or the defensive line is, but some good things going on there. Liatu Latu just looks the part, man. That guy's going to be a defensive player of the year, candidate for the Pac-12. A lot to really like with that. Best player I saw on defense today was Darius Muasau. Interception in the 7-on-7 drill. Had a pass tipped. Unfortunately, it was caught by Cam Brown, but still made the play on the football. Brown just reacted quicker with that. And there was a play where Colson Yankoff was running an outside run to the right-hand side, and Muasau sniffed it out, and it would have been a clear tackle for a loss had this been some live football. So Muasau, trying to tell you guys, he got comfortable last year, or he was trying to find his footing last year. He's now comfortable for UCLA. This guy is going to turn a major corner for UCLA, and you pair him next to Olufemi Oladejo, who had a big play today himself. That might be just something special that UCLA fans can really hang their hat on, as we're good at linebacker, especially with Ken Norton Jr. guiding these two guys in what they could potentially be. We're seeing a tangible jump from these guys. So I'm thrilled with the linebacking room, especially with John Vaughn's coming back, especially with Carl Jones coming back, Kane Madrano, you name it. All these guys coming back. Pass defense. John Humphrey made some plays. William Nimmo, I think, is a sleeper for the safety spot, especially if Jordan Anderson, it takes some time for him to kind of develop. Nimmo is quick out there, man. I really like what I've seen from Nimmo in spring practice. Former Mater Dei product, safety on the back end. He brings a lot of great things for UCLA. He's really performed well in practice. So that's a name to watch out for. Davies had a nice breakup. Alex Johnson continues to be very, very consistent out there. Kirkwood, he's been inconsistent at times, but the talent is there. I'm really excited to see him get a full offseason in with Whitfield and DeAnton Lynn. So a little inconsistent, but man, the good flashes are very, very good. So if we can get Kirkwood, onto a consistent basis, I kind of compare him to, and this is an NBA reference for me, Jordan Poole for the Warriors. The highs are amazing. Like, you're thrilled with what Jordan Poole can do, but the lows, they drive you crazy as a fan. I'm from the Bay Area. I'm sorry. I know this is Lakers country, but I got to compare it to my team. And I think Kirkwood's that. I think Kirkwood, if he could just find that middle ground like Poole can, we all think Jordan Poole can be an all-star, an NBA all-star. I think Kirkwood can be an all Pac-12 guy if he could just find that middle ground. So that's what I've got for today from practice number 5. I'm going to be out there on Saturday. I want to see people cheering loud, cheering proud for our UCLA Bruins, guys. There's so much to be excited about. I know I am one of the more positive people, I feel like, in my opinion, when it comes to UCLA every year. This year's going to be special. I'm really, really excited, whether it's Dante, whether it's the transfers, whether it's just every, position group really feeling deep. I just think this is the year that UCLA, has their best shot at breaking the all-time wins record for the program of 10 and maybe getting to 11, maybe even going to a Pac-12 championship game as they don't have to play the likes of Washington or Oregon in the regular season. Just a lot to look forward to, guys. So stay tuned. We got everything coming your way. Bruin Bible, we are officially out. Is up, Bruin Bible listeners. We have another advertisement for you. We are so lucky to be sponsored by the great people at Athletic Greens. I started taking Athletic Greens specifically because I was lacking energy, lacking focus throughout the day, and needed some special pick-me-up ingredients to make things happen in my life. Athletic Greens has done just that. I've become absolutely addicted to the process. It has over 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source ingredients, probiotics, adaptogens to make your life easier by doing this during the day. I like to take it to start my mornings off. I like to do it before a workout. Makes you feel energized, focused, and just have a lot more energy throughout the day than I typically expected. Right now it's the time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every single day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/LAFB. Again, that is athleticgreens.com/LAFB to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Athletic Greens, a game changer when it comes to your health and your focus and your mindset.
This is Donald Parham. You're listening to Chargers Unleashed, part of the LA Football Network. Stay jiggy.
And this is from the second Chargers outside linebacker. And make sure you check out Chargers Unleashed. Shout out to Chargers Unleashed. Sebastian Joseph Day, you know the vibes. We outside.
You checking in with Mike Williams from the LA Chargers, and you're tuning in to Chargers Unleashed.
You're listening to the Chargers Unleashed podcast with your host, Dan Wolkenstein and Jake Hefner.
Welcome to another edition of Chargers Unleashed. Jake Hefner on the LA Football Network. Today's show, of course, being brought to you by BetOnline, Charger Bolt Family, and Rock Solid Sports Memorabilia. And if this is your first time tuning into the show, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. Dan Wolkenstein, as Kevin Costner once famously said in Draft Day, say it with me.
It's been two bare naked ladies.
In 2 weeks.
Two bare naked ladies. Two bare naked ladies. Right? Is that how it works? Do you get the reference?
Yes, I get it what it is. Yes. You said that same thing last year.
And the year before, and the year before, and the year
which is why I remember, when you first mentioned that 3 years ago, I didn't have one fucking clue what you said.
It's been one. Yeah. Anyways, Jake, how are you, my friend?
I'm just trying to pass the time.
All right, well, we're going to try to pass the time well today. Fun episode. We're going to kind of shift gears a little bit, although I'll stay a little bit on brand for NFL Draft. But this time, we're going to focus on the 2022 NFL Draft and look at which sophomore Los Angeles Chargers need to step up the most in order for this Chargers team to succeed in 2023. Lots to get into. This is a fun episode. Before we get into that, Jake, over or under? Let's pick. I'm going to go over under 3.5 games played by a one JT Woods in 2023.
Let's just say for Tom Telesco's sake, it better be over 3.5. Let's say that much.
What are you taking?
I'll say that I'll be optimistic and I'll say the over.
All right. Good season for JT Woods coming, or at least improved season, I should say.
Hopefully.
Okay.
But anyways, before we get into things, I want to remind you guys real quick that BetOnline remains your number one source for all of your sports betting needs this season. Always find the latest odds, team matchup info, player news, and game trends over at BetOnline. So head on over to betonline.ag to join and receive your 50% welcome bonus with your first deposit. Make sure to use that promo code BELIEVE, that's BLEAV, to receive your rewards. BetOnline, where the game starts.
So I think, Jake, we got to start this thing off before we even talk about the players, before we go any further. For folks who have not seen it, go check out social media on Chargers Unleashed. You can see it on Instagram, Facebook, as well as on Twitter. We've got a giveaway coming up here the day before the draft. The Slayer himself, Keenan Allen, powder blue, signed custom Los Angeles Chargers jersey. All you got to do is follow us on social and subscribe on YouTube, and then show a screenshot. That's all you got to do to win or to earn a chance to win a signed Keenan Allen custom jersey, powder blue. Jake, so who steps up in year two? This is an interesting discussion. When you go back and look at this 2022 draft class, remember, in your round one, you went and got Zion Johnson. Round two, you got Khalil Mack, i.e. basically traded for Khalil Mack. Round three, JT Woods. Round four, Isaiah Spiller. Round five, Otillo Ogbonnia. Then Jamari Sawyer, Jazir Taylor, Dean Leonard, and Xander Horvath. Now, again, I want to preface this, and we're going to be specific here. Which sophomore Chargers need to step up the most in order for this team to be successful in 2023? Step up is the key word. So I would say there's a few here that I think are not necessarily as important as others, but we're going to get into it. I think, for example, Xander Horvath. I think he can improve year over year. I don't necessarily think that they need him to step up for this team to succeed in 2023. In my opinion, Jamari Sawyer, now in his essential rookie year as a guard in the NFL, we haven't seen that gonna need to step up. So as we go through these, just kind of use that as a, I don't know, as a what's the word I'm looking for, Jake? Use it as a parameter. Barometer. There you go. Parameter, barometer. Jake, so 2 years for these players now. What are your thoughts on this draft class last year? They hit on Zion Johnson.
I expected more. And the best way to probably describe this draft class right now is kind of as an incomplete, because we all loved the round 1 selection of Zion Johnson leading up to the draft, probably at that 2-week mark before everything went down. This is where the biggest focus to really hone in on that became for the Chargers, that really kind of got the sense like, okay, if he's there, because of the tackles that were probably going to be off the board at that point in time, it felt realistic that the Chargers were going to go Zion Johnson. And thankfully they did, because there was that right tackle that nobody wanted from the Chargers standpoint.
Rhymes with Schmever Schmenning.
Yes. And it was between him and Zion Johnson. And I know that we were at my draft party last year, and there was a whole slew of us just kind of like, oh,
our heart skipped a beat.
Please just do the right thing.
We were all doing like the Ricky Bobby, just like, dear Jesus.
I'm sure myself, as well as collective Chargers fans everywhere, were doing the exact same thing. And thankfully, they made the right selection. And then you really had to wait. And like, this is why, Dan, I hate trading picks. I don't even care for the fact that it was for Khalil Mack last year, because to watch the talent that went off the board in the second round, and then ultimately what you ended up selecting in the third round, felt pretty damn sour.
Were any of them as good as Khalil Mack? Any? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
You could have found somebody in round 2 that could have contributed to the level of Khalil Mack, in my opinion. How about draft a damn receiver so you weren't in the mess that you're currently in right now?
But again, all the receivers early on, we saw, remember, but that was the year that like all the receivers went. But regardless, hindsight 2020.
I get
Khalil Mack was a stud. He literally, if we didn't have him last year, there was no edge presence at all.
I'm not taking away the contributions of Khalil Mack. I'm just saying in general, I get it.
Jake's coming out with hot takes, man. This is wild.
Khalil Mack probably could have had a better year had Joey Bosa been able to stay healthy last year.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's admit that. But Khalil Mack was really the only edge rushing presence that you had for a good majority of the year. But yes, this is why I hate trading away draft capital, because you have to sit, and then when you don't end up capitalizing on round 3, you look at day 2 of the draft for the Chargers, and it really felt like a swing and a miss initially with the selection of JT Woods, because he was barely utilized, and people knew that when he was selected that he was going to be a project, a common term in the Tom Telesco area, project. So that felt kind of sour. And then you went to day 3, and the Chargers start that off by selecting Isaiah Spiller. And a lot of people, because of where Isaiah Spiller was rated last year, they felt like, okay, we know that the need that Austin Eckler needed the year before that he really needed someone to step up in that running back stable. You thought for sure that Isaiah Spiller was going to be slotted as your number 2 back.
Crickets.
Long pause for effect there for that very reason, because for some reason or another, Sony Michel, Larry Roundtree, Joshua Kelly, apparently, according to coaches, were beating out Isaiah Spiller in practice, enough for the standpoint that we barely saw Isaiah Spiller on the field last year. So that was a little bit of a disappointment. And it heads into this year with the Chargers now having questions again about their running back stable. Tom Telesco has now spent the last 3 years in selecting a running back. Roundtree, Kelly, Spiller. Is he about to make it number 4 in a row that he is going to select a running back? Then you move on to round 5. One of the better value picks that the Chargers were able to get in UCLA's Otito Aguiniga. Unfortunately went down with a torn ACL that he suffered at the midpoint of the year. And again, the Chargers' run defense was pretty much already not performing well out of the gate, but it didn't help matters when Tito ended up going down, because he was I thought he performed very admirably for a rotational rookie along that defensive line with that talent that they had. And I'm excited to see what year 2 is going to be, and we'll get into that in a second. And then talk about value once again. You come around with Jamari Sawyer, who pretty much let's not sugarcoat it, saved your season as far as the protection for Justin Herbert goes, and for what he was able to do and stepping in after Rashawn Slater goes down with a season-ending injury. Come back again, round 6, Jasir Taylor, who came on late in the year. You didn't see too much of him early in the season. Dean Leonard was pretty much relegated to special teams. And then finally in round 7, Xander Horvath, because they needed a fullback in that system. Everybody thought, hey, this was great in the first 2 weeks because he put touchdowns in the end zone the first 2 weeks. And then virtually, poof, was never heard from again. So it kind of does feel incomplete. And they're, like you said, Dan, the need necessity for stepping up in year 2 is how we're grading this. In a way, you could feel like a lot of these guys, because of the performance in 2022 or lack of playing time in 2022, that every single one of them could step up. But we're talking about the ones that really need to step up. So we could start in cascading order here, going all the way back to Zion Johnson. And I think this is important to bring this one up because obviously we're not saying that Zion Johnson by any means played poorly in his rookie season, because that's not true. But now from the standpoint that he is going to be switching from right guard to left guard, pairing him with Rashawn Slater can only make him better. Rashawn Slater on his left, Corey Linsley's to his right. That's pretty nice to be a middleman in that part of the offensive line. But even how he scored, Dan, scored very well as a run blocker in his rookie season. I thought even his pass rushing grade wasn't bad. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't terrible. And I think just from him coming out the way he looked as a rookie and now inserting him next to Rashawn Slater is only going to make him better. But as much turnaround as there has been on this offensive line, you finally feel like you have a stable of 5 as your best guys moving forward that are going to be able to keep your quarterback upright.
Which, sidebar, I hope it turns into like stable of 7. Like they need to keep it more than 5. But I digress. I define as step up as someone who you either did not see much of or at all last year that needs to wildly improve, or someone who maybe switched positions or something. So when I think of like who needs to step up, I think there's like 2, I don't know, classes, if you will. Like there's a Zion Jamari Sawyer. Jamari Sawyer, in my opinion, needs to step up more in the sense that he's playing a whole new position. We have no clue. We think he's going to be a great guard. He should be a great guard. We haven't seen it in the NFL. If he isn't a great guard, things come off the rail pretty quick. So I think that's a need there. Then the other one, in my opinion, I'm torn between which one's more important. Jasir Taylor and Isaiah Spiller, I think, are the 2, in my opinion, that need to step up the most. Ones that we did not see much last year in Isaiah Spiller. Jasir Taylor, we saw in spurts, but let's say he takes over for Bryce Callahan full-time and becomes your starting slot corner. That's a huge role in today's NFL. And if he underwhelms as your starting slot corner, this story looks very different than it did a year ago. And then with Isaiah Spiller, again, we don't know what's happening with Austin Eckler. We don't know what's happening with the draft. But regardless, I think he's going to be important. And most likely he's going to be a part of the 3 running backs on this team. Austin Eckler gets traded, so they draft another running back, he's still on the team. Austin Eckler stays, they don't draft a running back, he's still on the team. They draft a running back and Austin Eckler stays, he's battling for probably running back 3 with Joshua Kelly. And I think he might win that. Who knows? But he needs to step up. And I like Isaiah Spiller. And I think his improvement will be key to this team's success, especially given who the new offensive coordinator is and how important the run game is to this new offense. Between those two, Jake, Isaiah Spiller and Jazir Taylor, which one of those do you think is more important to the success of this team in 2023?
I mean, I think as it stands right now, because we don't know if Bryce Callahan is going to be returning to this team.
Yeah, there's variables on both sides for sure.
Right. And I would still expect the Chargers to address the secondary in some form or fashion. But do you really know if Jazir Taylor is ready for that next step? I would say that one is probably more important because the Chargers have been a running back by committee, and however you want to slice it, I felt that Joshua Kelly actually put in the work last offseason and stepped up. And for whatever reason or another, held a pretty consistent grip of that running back 2 position. So, and again, I say this just from the standpoint of we really just don't know because we haven't seen enough of Isaiah Spiller yet. We would expect with his running style that he would be able to come in and make an impact. I would assume that if the season were to start today, that he would be slotted in as RB3. So I'm not really sure what to expect from him. And of course, this again weighs into the whole aspect of if Bijan Robinson ends up falling to the Chargers at 21 and the Chargers pounce on that, what does this make this running back stable look like now? And this is even with Austin Eckler on the team. Dan, remember when Matt Millen drafted 3 wide receivers in consecutive drafts? Remember when he did that when he was the Lions GM way back when?
Honestly, I don't, but I believe you.
You know, it's okay. I know I'm old as shit, and I probably just aged myself by even talking about that. But Tom Telesco is basically, pardon me.
Jake's got like a frog in his throat. He's muted. I'm going to put some sound on this. That way Jake can go ahead. Jake, you made it. You're back. Ooh, I got nervous for a second.
What I was trying to
say.
Lose you. Look, that's how
got flustered,
disgusted what I was about to say has made me. Tom Telesco to me is the modern day Matt Millen, just trying to draft a running back that is going to be able to produce consistently for himself. Last 3 years, he's drafted running backs in every one of these drafts. Are you really going to draft number 4? Now, I'm not saying by any means that Bijan Robinson is not worth it. Bucks the trend of drafting a running back in the first round, no doubt about it. But Dan, at some point, you got to get this crap right. And there are so many, I guess, I don't want to say consequences because obviously a talent like Bijan Robinson and drafting him is not necessarily a bad thing. But again, for what the Chargers need, you're going to have to maneuver that now because running back isn't necessarily the biggest need that you have on this team. And it's virtually a luxury. And if you choose to go a BPA route like that, what does that turn the rest of your draft into? So between the two, I would say as it relates to who has the better chance to get more playing reps in 2023 right now, today, I'd say it's going to be Jazir Taylor.
I think you're right. And again, if we're being honest, the offensive run game in 2022 was garbage. And this team still was a playoff team. And aside from the horrific second half of the Jaguars playoff game, like they'd be in the second round. The defense, though, if they don't have that slot corner part figured out, like with who they have to go up against next year with their schedule, like that's tough. But okay. So then if you ask that same question between Jazir Taylor and Jamari Sawyer, I think it's Sawyer in a landslide.
Yeah. I don't think that there's any question about that. And again, you move Jamari Sawyer, who thankfully for his versatility coming out of Georgia has played right guard before, played left guard, played left tackle, obviously last year. And everybody was expecting that you're going to have the 2 behemoths in Rashawn Slater and Jamari Sawyer be next to one another, which was it was a great thing to just sit and think about for a while. But
Jake's face was just like
it looks like the coaches have now made that decision that they're going to flip him over to the right side, which I think is good for being next to someone in Trey Pipkins and having Corey Linsley now on the immediate side of him. So, and again, from a draft value like that, for the fact that you were able to get him in the 6th round, last year.
You have to have those kinds of things, though.
But see, these are some of the things that these are some of the situations that almost feel like is the saving grace for Tom Telesco when it comes
100%, 100%.
Because we know his reputation in the first round hits on a majority of those picks. It's day 2 where people really get terrified. And he had his moment this past year, no doubt about it. But then it's like you get to the later rounds, and somehow or another in one of these picks, he's able to pull a rabbit out of his hat, find tremendous value, and then it ends up finding a guy who can actually be a fantastic rotational starter and is inserted on a whim at the left tackle spot to take over for one of the best in the league, performs extremely admirably, and ends up becoming your starting right guard the very next year. I mean, that's value. That's your scouting department working. That's your coaches understanding what to do properly. So for Jamari Sawyer, yes, if you're now comparing Jamari Sawyer to Jasir Taylor, yeah, like you said, it's Jamari Sawyer in a damn landslide, because anything that relates to keeping Justin Herbert healthy and upright is going to be of the utmost importance.
Now, you switch over to the defensive line, which we know had its share of issues. Let's just be vague and say issues last year, especially against the run. And given he was a rookie, Atito came on pretty strong after a while. And Brandon Staley, I think, was talking about how he was just getting his feet under him, and he was just kind of making that next kind of level step where things were starting to click. And then he goes down with an injury, and kind of God dang it, we just were about to see the best of him. Now with his new rotation, interior defensive line, Austin Johnson coming back from injury, Atito coming back from injury, Sebastian Joseph Day coming back, and then you have Morgan Fox. Well, although there are 4 guys in that rotation currently, I think they're really depending on Atito. Because they could go interior defensive line this year in the draft. And if they do, I don't know if that's a good thing for Atito. I almost feel like they're at a place they don't have to, because they have 4 guys in that rotation, unless they were to do it day 3, maybe. But as a rotational piece for the defensive line, for what Brandon Staley wants to do with his defense, he's got to step up too. Now, is it as important as maybe a starting role like Jasir Taylor possibly? Maybe not, but it's damn important. And we've seen what happens when we lose how many guys to injury or poor play or get let go last year on the defensive line. It was brutal. So Jamari Sawyer, Atito, you've got Isaiah Spiller, you got Jasir Taylor. All 4 of those guys, I think, are going to have to contribute. And Jake, you've mentioned this in the past. It's incredible how teams like the Chiefs are able to hit on so many of their rookies that they select, and how vital that is when you have a contract like a Patrick Mahomes. The Chargers haven't gotten many of those, and they have a ton of top-end talent on this team that are taking up a boatload of money. They're not going to be able to keep that long-term when you have Justin Herbert about to get paid. And so guys like the ones we're talking about now on cheap relative contracts are going to be so important and are going to be vital to Tom Telesco being able to stay a GM for the Chargers. Because if they keep missing, they're going to keep failing when times get tough. And that's just simple math. They can't have it both ways. They can't have a $50 million quarterback and then pay $5 to $10 million for a whole bunch of guys when your rookie contracts are all busts. And I'm not saying they're all busts. I'm just saying, that's the model you have to follow.
To a certain extent, yes. Because unless the Chargers end up giving Justin Herbert a similar contract to what they gave to Patrick Mahomes, which seems completely unlikely, then you're not going to have that type of flexibility. Look, there is a reason why the Chiefs have won 7 straight AFC titles, because they are built top to bottom as an organization and personnel as one of the best in the entire league. And when we're talking about an organization, we're talking about ownership, GM, scouts, coaching. And they know for the luxury of having a head coach like Andy Reid and a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes that you can let go of players and get high draft capital for it. You can trade back. I mean, what was it? Last year, the Chiefs still had 12 picks total, which gives them more flexibility to miss on draft picks if need be. Chargers don't have that luxury because they never end up having compensatory picks. None of their guys get signed elsewhere to big-time contracts for the most part. And the Chargers do not work the draft board value chart, essentially, or just the way that the board falls to them, specifically on day 2, very well. So,
AFC, and again, we're talking 7 straight AFC West titles.
Correct. Sorry. And 2 Super Bowls out of it.
And how many AFC Championship games? Like, come on.
Actually, I'm done counting. I don't want to talk about it.
That's so sad.
But let me flip it back to Tito for a second, because you were saying if the Chargers ended up addressing the defensive line, that it's a bad thing for him. And I don't fully agree with that. I think that the first thing that Jay Rodgers should be putting up when the Chargers end up returning back to camp is basically a sizzle reel of all the 40-yard rips that opposing offenses were going off against them. I would have to think that collectively between Sebastian Joseph Day, Austin Johnson, Morgan Fox, Tito, that you got to spark some type of reaction to say, look, we were shit last year against the run. We have to do better. And I'm sure that they know that. But I do expect the Chargers to address the defensive line. And I don't think it's a bad thing for Tito, because Tito, his strong suit always has been, since coming out of UCLA, was as a run stuffer. So you're going to need that moving forward. And remember, you released Jerry Tillery last year. You lose Fehoko. You lose Joe Gaziano. You've already lost a lot of depth inside that interior defensive line room. So Tito becomes even more valuable, given the fact that his best trait is run stuffing, that you're going to need that moving forward. Now, as far as when the Chargers could possibly address the interior defensive line position, I think there's maybe one exception that you would do that in the first round. Highly unlikely. Maybe even a couple players in the second round. I really don't see them addressing that need until maybe starting in the third, if anything. But I think Tito's position is safe. I think the coaching staff values him a lot.
I agree.
And Dan, we cannot get out of here, obviously, without taking a deeper dive into the Chargers' 3rd round pick of last year in JT Woods. So I think the main reason, outside of him having blazing speed last year, this was one of those moves by Tom Telesco to kind of get 1 year ahead of the game. I think that they knew that they were not going to be bringing Nasir Adderley back the following year. And we all kind of said that. It's like, okay, that's the move, to kind of just get ahead of things and have JT Woods develop a little bit. Unfortunately, from a tackling perspective, there was a lot of work to do for JT Woods. And it doesn't, I don't even know how you could slot him in as possibly being in contention for the starting spot this year based on what he performed as. Alohi Gilman, as of right now, has that role. But do you?
And then if you get John Johnson, he's definitely not.
Right. We haven't even talked about that. Or the Chargers could address the safety position in the draft. Who knows? So again, if we're looking at this from a step up standpoint, are you telling me right now that you just spent a 3rd round pick on a guy who's just going to contribute for you next year on special teams?
I mean, so I go back to, like, personally, for his career, does he need to step up?
Sure.
Absolutely.
100%.
For this Chargers team, I don't necessarily know if it's as vital this year for him to step up, given who's on the roster, possibly drafting, possible John Johnson, like a whole bunch of different options. But, like, he seems kind of similar to the Trey Pipkins type of pick, when, like, they saw it as a project type. They saw the traits, they saw the production, they know it's going to take development. Now, do you do that in round 3? It's a whole different discussion. I'm saying, like, that's what it looks like. You sure hope they're right. I mean, look, the guy was productive. I think he had the most interceptions at Baylor that year. Blazing speed, like super athletic. Like you see it there. I think it's between the ears. He's got to figure out instincts. I think it's a part that is the biggest downfall to him right now. And I think that goes along with tackling because he kind of gets out of position. Dean Leonard, though, I mean, look, he and Jazir Taylor both were pretty stellar special teamers. And that's usually how rookies kind of make their pay early on, especially late drafts. So I guess what we're saying is like this second year season for these guys, more of them than not need to step up. How confident are you in that?
It's hard, Dan, because literally you go through this list and 3 guys at most are the ones that really saw the most play time. That's between Zion Johnson, Jamari Sawyer, Tito. They were the ones that made the most impact. And you could say Xander Horvath for just the fact like, okay, he's the only fullback on the roster. He played those starting. That's fine. And yeah, he'll still need to improve. But as far as what we saw and what was still remaining for what you expected that they were going to be coming in last year and to not necessarily have that pan out for you, Dan, there's a damn good reason why Charger fans hold their collective breath when the Chargers are on the clock in the 3rd round. Dan, let me read this off to you real quick, just in case anybody forgot. JT Woods in the 3rd. Year before that, it was Josh Palmer, Trey McKitty. I think one of those was a good selection. One. The year before that, Chargers didn't have a 3rd pick. Why? Because they packaged their 2nd and their 3rd rounders to move up, to trade up to get Kenneth Murray. So you didn't pick until the 4th round that year. The year before that is when you selected Trey Pipkins. The year before that was Justin Jones. The year before that was Dan Feeney, which at the time, when you had Forrest Lamp and Dan Feeney back-to-back picks, at the time that sounded good. But that didn't end up panning out for you either.
So what you're saying is the impact players that the Chargers have been able to secure in the 3rd round have yielded very, very little results. And picking in the 3rd round, you should still be able to find starting contributors year 1 for yourself. Those are top 100 players.
So you got to buck this trend, man. You really do. You have to figure this out. And look, the one time that the Chargers had 2 picks in the 3rd round, at least they got looks like they, at least for now, it looks like they got 1 right.
But that's why you want to have more at-bats. You can get stacked picks, more opportunity to hit on selections. Yeah. Which is why Jake has been clamoring for 20 years now for the Chargers to trade down. Jake, clearly it's going to be interesting to see how important or how much these guys contribute in year 2. So of the guys we talked about, let's do top 2. Who will contribute the most?
Who will and who should?
Who will, and take out Zion Johnson. Because I think like he's moving to the other side, but he's still playing his position. Who will? Today, before the draft, without knowing anything, I would say that it would have to be Jamari Sawyer and Tito. Yeah. I don't think that there's any argument around that. I'm more confident in Tito than I am Jazir Taylor stepping in full time for the slot corner. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's those 2. This is why the draft is so important. And we are 14 days away from the Chargers 2023 selections beginning. Now, Dan, let me ask this question. Now that we just recapped this, considering what the Chargers did last year in the draft, does that make you feel I knew you're gonna
Does
rain
that
on
make
my
you
parade.
feel-
I was all excited about this draft. Now I'm like,
No, hang on. I'm not even done. Does that make you
I know where you're
feel?
going.
Does that make you feel better or a clear picture as far as what the Chargers need to do? Like, and even if you factor in all of the restructures of the contract and the all-in mentality, does this feel like the Chargers have now backed themselves into a corner where they know that they have to draft well? Like, I mean, that's obviously known to everybody. It's like, you really need to hit this draft out of the park for a multitude of different reasons. But does it make you feel better about the situation? Or does it make you feel a little bit more nervous?
Hey, I gotta apologize. I thought you were gonna say, does that make you feel good about this draft, knowing how bad they were last year? I thought that's where you were going.
I mean, that's kind of it. I mean, that is kind of in there. That is kind of in there a little bit.
I think like the way that the Chargers team is set up now, I think they're pretty flexible with how they can draft and the philosophy in which they should draft. I.e., like they literally could probably go one of 4 or 5 positions in rounds 1 and 2.
Yep, because you're not necessarily looking for top end starters at any of these positions. There's probably some that could develop into that down the line, sure. But wherever if the wide receiver is drafted, whenever he's drafted, it's coming in as wide receiver 3 or 4 to start. Edge player would be obviously coming in as edge 3. Defensive line, interior rotation, whatever you want to call it. None of these guys, I think, would end up being starters from this year. But moving forward, you would hope that they would be able to develop into that. But the biggest thing that the Chargers obviously has affected them over the last several years has been depth and talent.
Yeah, they've missed on day 2 and 3 more than they've hit.
Yes,
in terms of long-term success of these players.
Correct.
Now, Jacob, let's put this out there. You know who would love to see Bijan Robinson? The Dallas Cowboys. Do I think he falls that far? No. But do I see them possibly trading up if he falls to, let's say, 21? That would be ideal for me. Let the Chargers trade back, add an additional second and third, whatever pick you tell me. Go back to 28.
They picked 26, so
trade back 5 spots.
I'm not sure that nets you a second round pick. I think definitely a third. It probably would get you.
If it's for Bijan Robinson, I think you might be able to get it.
I mean, I may be wrong. 5 spots, and we're not talking in the top 10 or anything like that. If we're measuring, maybe what GMs would do.
Maybe a third and a fourth is probably what it's more likely if you were to be able to do it. But yeah, I would do that. Okay, would you do that, or would you rather pick Bijan? Let's say a third and a fourth.
Daniel Popper talked about this in his latest article when he did his mock draft, which he had the Chargers selecting Bijan Robinson, which I understand every reason in the book why the Chargers would go that route. But there is a flip side of that. Because of the fact that technically running back as it stands right now, expecting Austin Eckler to be back with this team, it is more of a luxury pick. And if you did that, you're now having to take those needs in a first round position that you had coming into this year that you will now have to address with different talent in round 2 and round 3 and round 4. It's going to push those priorities down a little bit, and the talent pool is not going to be as good depending on which order you draft them in. So if the Chargers did that, Dan, I'd have to say that they would have to execute a trade back on day 2, because I would feel a hell of a lot better if you got Bijan and you had one extra pick on day 2 or even day 3 to do
I'm
that.
saying, would you rather have them pick Bijan at 21 or trade back, let's say, for a third and a fourth?
It's tough, man. I think that Bijan would be like the one exception where it's like if he was on the board and they didn't trade back, you would understand it. You would understand it. So he would be like the one player exception, considering the type of value that you're getting, really, as far as arguably the best offensive player in this.
But imagine if you can. Let's just say instead of him, you get I'm making up a name. Let's say, I don't know, Michael Mayer's gone. Let's say Kincaid's gone. Let's say you go Darnell Washington, and then you get 2 more top 110 players. So let's just say you can then pick a Marvin Mims type. So this is an additional player that you're now having on your team, a Marvin Mims type. Let's say you can get like I don't know. Let's say you can get you can go Corey Trice for a corner. You can go like a Derek Hall type. Like, I'm not saying 1 for 1. These guys are going to be as good as Bijan. I'm not saying that at all. But 3 for 1? Like, that's where it gets tough. Jake, the draft is important. The draft is also in 14 days. Can't wait. What's going to be our first drink of choice while we're there?
It's going to be a plethora of libations to choose from, my friend. You know I always stock up on the whiskey.
Yep.
We may even have a beer sponsor for it. We're still trying to lock that down, which would be awesome. But there definitely is going to be beer there of the Corona and the Modelo variety. That is damn sure.
I'm probably going to start with one of those. I'm probably going to start with a Corona.
You start
Dos Equis Amber, maybe.
Start easy. You get a little bit of a warm up. I guarantee you, when it gets closer to the Chargers pick, I probably will be switching from beer to hard liquor at that point in time, because the adrenaline will be going, the nerves will start to be hitting, the thought process of Tom Telesco, are you really going to do this again? Type of situation.
Can't freaking wait.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, Jake, let's get out of here. I think folks are done listening to our stupid voices for the day. Go get to the giveaway. Enter for your chance to win the jersey. Subscribe, like, do all the fun things. Guys, gals, pets, good afternoon, good evening, good night. For Jake Hefner, you can find him at Jake D. Hefner, myself at Dan W. Sports. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll talk to you next time on Chargers Unleashed.
And we're back. This is the LA Football Show. What's up, Los Angeles? Live on the Mightier 1090 ESPN Radio. We are on LAFBnetwork.com, the Los Angeles Football Network. Joined as always by my good friend, co-owner of the network, Jamal Madney. I'm your co-host, Ryan Dyrud. We're doing a little joint final segment here on radio. So if you're on podcast, I'm sorry, Bruins fans. I'm sorry, Trojans fans. We're going to talk about both teams. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're comparing kind of players who they're hanging out with, who they're kind of how they can improve. So I think it's going to be a good college discussion in general, and hopefully you guys enjoy it. But Jamal, final segment here. How we doing? Excited to talk some college ball with you.
Oh, you know I'm always ready to talk college ball, and with the men of Troy and the Bruins of UCLA.
Yes, sir. Show is always brought to you by our friends at BetOnline. Head to betonline.ag today. Use our promo code BELIEVE. That's BLEAV. Gets you a 50% welcome bonus on your first time deposit. Tell them the guys at the LA Football Network sent you and use that free money to win some more money this weekend. All right, so let's start with this. Jalen Hurts, NFC, you could call him quarterback of the year, went to the Super Bowl, formerly played with Lincoln Riley down in Oklahoma after transferring from the great school of Alabama, was on USC's campus hanging out with Lincoln, hanging out with Caleb. What do you like about that kind of, whenever pro quarterbacks come and hang out with future pro quarterbacks, it's always a kind of fun assimilation, fun conversation, I'm sure. So what do you make of it?
No, Ryan, I think, it's obviously Lincoln's pulling out all the stops here to come and talk to Caleb. And ironically enough, for as much as of Lincoln being the quarterback guru, I think Jalen Hurts is the only guy that he's coached that is better than Caleb Williams right now. Think about where Baker is right now. Think about where Kyler is right now. And on the list we go. I think the only guy he could really call that would really have any gravitas with this team was Jalen Hurts, ironically enough. It's actually a testament to how great Caleb Williams is. And I think it was probably a great conversation that was centered around how to transition into kind of the next level of adopting Lincoln Riley's offense. Obviously Hurts with this famous transition from Nick Saban to Lincoln Riley. Now Caleb going from year 1 to year 2. I think a lot of conversation probably centered around nuance. And I think one of the areas where Caleb could really learn from Jalen Hurts coming into this 23 season is instincts. I think Jalen Hurts did a remarkable job with the Eagles of knowing exactly when to throw and when to run in broken play situations. And he was very decisive this year. And I think that decisiveness is ultimately one of the major linchpins of why the Philadelphia Eagles made it all the way to the Super Bowl and arguably should have won the Super Bowl if not for a phantom pass interference call. And I think the one area where Caleb can make the biggest jump year over year, I think there are two areas. One which Jalen Hurts I don't think can help him, but one in which he can. The one area I think we've talked about is down the field accuracy. And I think Caleb just needs to be better about setting his feet, cleaning up his mechanics, and just following through. But I think the other area is clearly in decisiveness. I think there were a lot of times, especially in the second half of last year, where Caleb spent a lot of time just sort of dancing in the pocket, evading the rush enough to buy himself more time. But oftentimes it just sort of delayed the inevitable of either an incomplete pass or a very short scramble or getting put into harm's way. I think really looking at the holes in the defense and really calibrating into that internal clock in your head and trusting your natural instincts to go, I think is something he could really learn from Hurts, because I think it was that decisiveness that really separated Jalen Hurts this year.
I agree with all that. And I'm going to say something that might be viewed a bit controversial. And I don't think in a bad way, but I just think with the hype that Caleb has garnered, and rightfully so, once you get that hype, you only want to compare to the best, and anything less is seen as a downfall, if you will. So let me kind of build this up a little bit. The first time, Jamal, you joined me before you were my co-host, you joined me as a guest. And I threw out that watching the other school, UCLA, watching DTR and the way he played reminded me a lot of Jalen Hurts. It was a comp that I hadn't really seen before, but their athleticism, their style, their swagger, their throwing style, there's a lot of similarities there. Later on, you were my co-host, and we were actually the first network, to my knowledge, that compared Caleb Williams to Patrick Mahomes. Fair or not fair, he had the magic man mantra. He could escape anything. He could make all the throws, had the, as you've said many times, the gravitas, the leadership, just that mantra that has the ability to become the greatest at his position. But based on everything you said, and when you look at the so far weaknesses of Caleb, which there aren't many, so we're pulling at straws here, so I don't want anyone to jump that. I'm saying this guy's still the greatest college football quarterback right now and is going to be the number one overall pick, bar anything crazy. But he's actually much closer to Jalen Hurts in comparison, because the thing he at this point, as great as he doesn't have the arm talent that Pat Mahomes has, let's be honest. He has great arm talent. It's not the strength and the deep ball accuracy that Pat Mahomes has. He has the rushing ability, probably better than Pat Mahomes, but more like Jalen Hurts. So in reality, this is probably a very synergy-like meeting between these two because no one's comparing them because Caleb's seen as the number 1 overall pick, the savior of USC, the magic man like Pat Mahomes. Jalen Hurts was a transfer like Caleb, but into Lincoln Riley's, not with Lincoln Riley. He was a second-round pick. He got given the job after some questionable stuff happening, a firing of the coach. But when you look at pure playing style, these guys are actually a lot more similar than probably a lot of people are talking about. Am I crazy?
No, it's an incredible point there, Ryan. And I think Lincoln is kind of getting Caleb ready for not just this college season, because Caleb could be exactly who he is and put together another Heisman campaign. But I think he's really starting to get Caleb ready from now for the draft and what the NFL is looking for. Because the one thing I will say, and people may roast me about this, if Caleb Williams does not get better, Caleb Williams is going to be a bust in the NFL. And the reason I say that, because what works in college does not work in the NFL, specifically when it comes to his skill set right now. And the down the field accuracy needs to get better. But if he thinks he can just sort of dance around for 12, 14 seconds with an NFL pass rush, with the horizontal closing speed at that next level, he's got another thing coming. And so I think that Lincoln really wants to emphasize you have to get more decisive. You have to have a faster clock in your head. I think he's got it. He sort of chose not to use it because the game was almost maybe too slow or too easy at times for him. But that can also lead to some negative habits that you want to break. And so to me, this is all about setting the right behaviors. So he's got enough on film that really shows that he can play at a much quicker pace. Because if he just plays at the pace that he's playing, Ryan, he's going to be a bust in the NFL. And you can take that to the bank, and that's not something I'm going to back off on. He's got to get better in terms of these habits. He can still win the Heisman. Look, Tim Tebow almost won 2 Heismans. Tim Tebow almost won 3 Heismans. But Tim Tebow didn't do anything in the NFL short of that one playoff game with your Denver Broncos against the Steelers in overtime. So being great in college and getting to the NFL are independent events. So I think Jalen Hurts coming in, to your point, Ryan, is the perfect mentor given where they are in terms of skill sets. A, but also B, the thing that Caleb Williams needs to get better at is the thing that Jalen Hurts was really good at over the last 12 months.
Yep. And it's, last part of that, and then we'll move on and talk some Dante more and what he's coming. Speaking of Pat Mahomes, going over to see him, but again, we're nitpicking here because Caleb Williams, we both agree, is the best current college football quarterback and has so much talent and skill. But the one thing that, as you alluded to, and maybe we can call this superhero syndrome, we can call this trust, we can call this just being so much better than your peers, you can get away with this. But when we saw Addison go down, Williams go down, Dye go down, some of these other players go down during the season last year, Williams was so good that he could say, all right, I can do it all on my own and get past that. What he's going to have to prove this year is trusting his guys, trusting the system, because in order to be a good pro quarterback, you have to trust your guys and trust your system. You can't just be running for your life everywhere, making these magic plays. It might make for great highlights here and there, but eventually it's going to catch up with you, and either guys are going to know you're trigger happy and you don't make the quick decisions, and you're going to have to do it. But when we see these great quarterbacks that get drafted high and don't work out, that's usually the reason. It's not because they don't have the talent. It's because the decision-making, they don't either trust their teammates, trust the play at hand, and they're just trying to do too much on their own with that Superman syndrome, if you will. And we saw this even in the Super Bowl run with the Rams, with Matthew Stafford. We talk about it a lot on our show. As great as Stafford was, a lot of times in that season, he reverted back to his days in Detroit where he had to do everything outside of the years when Calvin Johnson was there were years when there was slim pickings on offense, and he had to do as much as he could just to make that team competitive. And then comes to the Rams and things got a little bit awry, and he would revert back to that and not trust the fact that he had Cooper Kupp, had these other great players around him, had a coach like Sean McVay calling these great shots. So Caleb next year's going to have to say, okay, I have the deepest wide receiver room in all of college football. Even if I lose my top guy, it's deeper this year than it was last year. I have the number one tight end recruit, maybe ever, certainly this year. I have some great running backs in my stable. I have arguably the greatest college offensive mind in Lincoln Riley. As great as I am, the way I'm going to become better and more prepared is to trust that. And I want to see Caleb 3-step drop out of his hand. No more of these 15 scramble crazy. Like, they're fun. I love watching. I'm sitting in the press box like, this guy is magic. But in order to make that next step, it's going to be those quick, like, snap, boom, snap, boom. When you look at Mahomes, as great as some of his scrambles are, which he can still do that, and that's what will make Caleb better at the next level if he can go to that if necessary. But what makes Pat Mahomes great is some of the throws are so easy because it's boom, 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 done. Decision made, done. He makes a decision before he even snaps the football. That's made Tom Brady so great. Decision was made before he was snapped. So that's the next step in the maturation of Caleb Williams, which I believe he will do. And if so, then we're looking at not a bust. But if he doesn't, to your point, yeah, you can't just rely on talent in the NFL.
Absolutely. And so I think, if the first year was about the physical, to your point, Ryan, at USC, this year is going to be about the mental and the neurological and the understanding of the game. I think Lincoln wants him to look at the game more like Brady has and Peyton Manning has and Drew Brees has and to a certain extent even Aaron Rodgers has, and less like just being a great athlete. And so I think it's going to be a fun maturation to see. And I actually think there's an inverse correlation that may take place. I actually think if Caleb's stats are even better than last year's, I actually have a feeling he's going to be in a worse predicament from a level of preparation for the NFL. I actually think that if his numbers drop off a little bit, that means that he's really getting prepared for the NFL. And what I mean by that is, to your point, if he actually does kind of change his style a bit and gets a little bit more NFL friendly, there's going to be a little bit of friction there, especially in terms of a learning curve, changing some habits. The numbers aren't going to maybe be as pristine as they were last year. Whereas if he kind of builds on his numbers from last year, he's just kind of doubling down on the thing that makes him great, and they're just kind of milking the system. And, that was kind of the Tebow phenomena, right? Like, he had numbers that were even better in some cases from a passing standpoint than his Heisman year. But he never got any better in terms of being closer to being a true viable NFL prospect because he never fixed the release problem. He never fixed the windup problem. And had he really spent some time doing that in college, it would have been a struggle. He would have had some errant throws. He would have had interceptions. He would have gotten sacked. He would have had strip sacks. So there's an interesting play here. There's a difference between trying for another Heisman versus trying to be NFL ready day one as a number one pick. And those two things aren't always going to be the same. Now, the question is there enough overlap there to be able to win a national championship or go to a college football playoff and not have to sort of sacrifice winning a close game here or there for that? And I think that's where kind of the mystery and the intrigue of the season will really take place.
Yeah, just to be clear for everyone, Jamal is not comparing Caleb Williams to Tim Tebow. I don't want anyone to get that misconstrued. So, because I know you're not. It's just your point is spot on. It's just saying like collegiately great is different than NFL great. And so if Caleb can make these few little tweaks, he's going to be not only collegiately great, but arguably one of the best NFL quarterbacks as well. And it'll be exciting to see. And the last point I'll say, and then we'll wrap up with Dante, is I agree with you about statistically, depending how they come about, because you can still put up huge stats if it's done differently. If he's quick decision-making and he's just getting receivers with yak, if, we're seeing Brendan Rice pop off like he did the last two games where, you can give him a nice quick slant and he's taken to the house. And so his stats are still 350, 400 yards a game, but it's decision-making pop. And then that's different. Those are stats, but they're not empty stats. They're full on like, okay, he's mastered the system, mastered the stuff he needed to do, and his teammate bought into the teammates who are elevating him as well, besides him just elevating his teammates. And that will, I think, lead to a national championship as well, because if they're all playing collectively, bettering each other, that's what you want. That's what a coach wants. That's what a program needs to get to that natty, which I think they do. So, yeah, it'll be fun to watch. Cannot wait. I will be at the spring game on Saturday at noon. Trojans fans, if you're there, hit me up at Ryan Dowd, LAFB. Would love to come say hi and say what up, as it's going to be a blast out there at the Collie. Hopefully we'll have a great turnout and see these guys, and a lot of transfers come in and show some stuff. So final 4.5 or so minutes, Jamal, let's talk some Bruins, since we're doing a combo show here. So Trojans fans, you can log off if you want. Bruins fans, welcome to the party. Dante Moore, we talked about a little bit on the Monday Night Live, was pictured with Trey Lance and the great Pat Mahomes in Westwood, training together, hanging out. Your thoughts on, obviously all the greats go to Westwood because of the facility there. It's Tom Brady's trained there many times. A-Rod's been there many times. But yeah, your just thoughts of the current NFL GOAT in Mahomes hanging out with the great future.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, just to sort of segue it to the last conversation, I think Mahomes is sort of an ideal mentor for Dante Moore. He's an ideal mentor for anyone that is playing the quarterback position at any level, because he's the best quarterback there is today. But I think more specifically, I think where he can really instill values and behaviors and instincts the right way with Dante is to not try and do too much early. And I think the great lesson for me of Patrick Mahomes in 2022 was his ability to be able to win the Super Bowl without Tyreek Hill, because he didn't feel like he had to do too much. Let's go back another year, Ryan. Let's go back to 2021. There was a book that was sort of emerging with Mahomes a little bit over the course of that season. You go too high safety, you play everything, you shade over to Tyreek, you sort of double Kelsey, you play deep, and Mahomes didn't have the discipline, didn't have the willingness to kind of check down and dink and dump and quick throw his way to 13-play drives, 15-play drives, 7-minute drives, and work his way down the field. There was sort of a book there that was emerging, and he was struggling with some of these more Tampa 2-like defenses and the too high safety look over the course of the season. And once he realized that he did not have to be Superman every week, and he didn't need to have that as his mantra, he actually won the Super Bowl with less in 22 than he had in 21. And I think that's what he needs to tell Dante Moore, a guy who's coming in, most decorated quarterback recruit since Josh Rosen, the highest ever rated recruit UCLA has ever had, already preordained as the savior of the program, the guy that's going to put UCLA on the map, put them into the college football playoff. You walk in there as a true freshman. You've come early. Chip is gushing about you. You're gushing about him. Everybody's sort of in love with you. There is a natural tendency to feel like you have to be Superman, you have to be the savior, you have to do everything. And now here is Mahomes coming and saying, look, just be who you are, stay within the confines of the offense, and on a particular play, on a particular drive, in a particular circumstance, if you have to put the cape on, you have to put the cape on. But that doesn't have to be or should be your default position in the way you play football, because it's actually going to hurt you. And so as long as you trust your coaches, one guy's got Andy Reid, the other guy's got Chip Kelly, two very similar minds in terms of offensive pedigree. If you trust your coaches, you trust what's around you, you can actually accomplish more by doing less. And I think if I'm Chip Kelly, that's the message I want Patrick Mahomes to really shower Dante Moore with, because if you look at this team with the UCLA Bruins, this is the most talented team top to bottom UCLA has had since 2014, the better part of a decade. And at certain key positions, this is the most talented team they've had since 2006. And overall, in terms of depth, this might be the most talented team they've had since the late 80s with Aikman. So there's so much around him that as long as he just plays within the confines of the system and plays algebra and doesn't have to play calculus, this team is going to be set up for success.
Yes. If you're on radio, that's all the time we got. I'm going to finish some conversation on podcasts. So make sure to check us out on LAFBnetwork.com. Everyone have a blessed weekend on the Mightier 1090 ESPN. We'll talk to you all next Friday. So a lot to take in there, Jamal, and I completely agree with all of it, because the biggest thing when you are a young Superman athlete that has all the talent in the world, and I'm not saying Dante Moore's like this, but just in general, I mean, we were both young men before. We've both been, I haven't really been told I've been elite at anything, but, especially someone like Dante, he's told he's elite at everything, and that's how he's recruited. You're the best at this. We want you here. And so you can get in your mind that, all right, I have all this talent. I was the best in middle school. I was the best in high school. I'm the top recruit in the nation. I'm the best in LA, all these different things. And you can start to be like, I can do it all. Even at 18 years old, even at a young age, I can do it all and win these games on my own. Kind of like what Caleb did last year that we were just talking about earlier, in a sense. And Caleb did do it all, in a sense. But the biggest thing for Dante Moore this year as a freshman is, and you alluded to it, how much will he trust in Chip Kelly? Because if he does less, he will achieve more this season. There will come a time when we will have to put the cape on and he will have to achieve more, or we will have to compete more to achieve more. But early on, with this running game, as you alluded to, the talent, with the receiving room they have now, with the defense that is going to absolutely be better than it was last year, could arguably be one of the best we've seen in quite some time. All Dante Moore has to do is truly trust Chip Kelly and the scheme and his teammates, and this Bruins team is going to go and Dante Moore is going to have a very, very bountiful season. And that is what I would take from this, and you were alluding to it too, but with this Pat Mahomes year is Pat Mahomes, who knows if they talked film, they may have just literally worked out, like said some highs and congratulations. But if they did sit down at all, I would not be shocked at all if Pat Mahomes said, look at what this last year did. I mean, look at how quick I made my decisions pre-snap. If you look at 2 years ago, the 13-second game against Buffalo, was that 2 years ago?
Yep.
Everyone talks about the greatness of Mahomes winning that game, or tying that game and then winning it overtime, which obviously Mahomes is the one that did it. But this wasn't some drop back, Doug Flutie like scramble, hair melody throw. It was a snap and throw within less than a second to Kelsey to get you in field goal range. It was decision making. It was trusting either the play call or trusting your teammates to change the play call. And so for Dante Moore, what's going to be this freshman year is like, how much does he trust Chip Kelly and his system to say, okay, he knows what he's doing. I'm going to use my talents to trust that system. I'm not going to try to do too much, because in reality, that's going to hurt me. As I said before, do less to achieve more. And this is going to be a solid season for Dante Moore and these Bruins.
Absolutely, Ryan. And I think that's, what a great lesson that is for him. And there's a lot of parallels here between Mahomes and Dante in terms of the situation. We alluded to the strong leadership. When you got an Andy Reid, you got a Chip Kelly, two offensive minds, guys that are more cerebral, more calm. There's a calming influence. And I actually think that Ethan Garbers is Dante Moore's Alex Smith. I think he's pushing him the right way, much in the way that Alex Smith, I think, pushed Mahomes his rookie year. Look, let's not forget, Mahomes didn't start right away. He came in towards the end of that season when the Chiefs were actually out of contention, and was able to sort of observe Alex Smith and see how he was able to play in that system, utilize the good there, and then, of course, rely on his natural abilities. And I think Dante watching Ethan Garbers and executing in practice and doing so well, I think he's realizing that, hey, as long as I make the decisive play, the simple decisive play, the clean play, I'm going to be successful in this offense. So I think Garbers is sort of pushing him the right way. And then he's seeing all the talent on the back end in the backfield. He's seeing Sturdivant run wild in these 7-on-7, 11-on-11 drills. He's seeing the specimen that Kyle Ford is. He's seeing the level of experience that's coming back at the receiver slot with the likes of TMA and the likes of Cam Brown. He's seeing what a beast Carson Steele is back there, who's, we talked about him being jacked like Christian McCaffrey and running like Zach Charbonnet. He's seeing the smoothness of TJ Harden. He's seeing the level of energy on this defense and the competitiveness. He's like, listen, this is the first time since I've played probably Pee Wee football when I was 8 or 9 years old where I don't have to be, the de facto best player on the field here. There's a lot of talent and a lot to like. And as long as I trust my system, I trust my progressions, I trust my reads, I trust the coaching staff, I'm going to be very successful. So I think it's all set up for success. And I think that continuity and the stability is going to be key. And I think that it's going to be very interesting to see how Chip plays it. I think you and I believe that he's going to start day one. And I think that's the way you do it. You sort of do trial by fire, given who this young man is, his level of competitiveness, his level of preparation. But there is also a school of thought that says, hey, maybe you start Garbers and you let him kind of see the field a little bit, especially with some of the lighter competition. And then you make the change. When sort of he's kind of seen what good behaviors are, and maybe you give him some spot play early in the season, and then you sort of turn him loose when you need to. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Chip also adopts how much of Andy Reid's philosophy with Mahomes he's going to adopt, and vice versa.
Is that the next LAFB shirt? Do less, achieve more. MOORE.
Yes.
Kinda
my goodness, it happened. Do less, achieve more. Oh my goodness, that is it. Absolutely right there. And we're going to give it to Dante, and we're going to give it to MJ. And, one thing, Ryan, it's a great opportunity to share here. I'm so proud of you and the network, and what a great week it's been for us. And more of this will come in the media in the weeks and months to come. But for us to be recognized by UCLA as a Bruin Business 100 company, one of the most recognizable companies that have been started by a UCLA or UCLA alums. And so for LAFB to be on that list, I think is really incredibly special. And I think the opportunity to sort of continue to grow this in the likes of Westwood, in the likes of downtown Los Angeles, in the likes of Inglewood, we're only kind of scratching the surface here. And I think when we see perhaps Chancellor Block at the Bruin Business 100 event, if we see Martin Jarman there, if we see Dante Moore there, I think we got to have that shirt ready and give it to him and have some fun with it.
Yes, do less, achieve more. Yes, huge honor for us. I'm blushing because it's just, a lot of hard work by a lot of people here at LAFB, and to be recognized by one of the most prestigious universities in the world obviously means a lot to me and a lot to us, and, a lot of hard work from yourself and many others. So thrilled about that and excited. And like you said, we're just scratching the surface. We're just getting started, and hopefully soon be recognized by, USC as well. We'll get on that side, and then working hopefully with the Chargers and Rams more. And so a lot of fun stuff, but good things. I mean, it's wild, Jamal, how great of potential quarterbacks we have here in Los Angeles. Obviously Herbert and Stafford on the pro side, but the Heisman winner in Caleb Williams, and the fresh, huge recruit in Dante Moore, and you alluded to even with Garbers and Justin Martin showing out in spring ball as well. I mean, he's pushing the envelope. So, so much talent here in Los Angeles, as it should be. And it's an honor to be able to cover it. So, and it's an honor to cover it with you. And we thank everyone out there for listening. I guess we apologize that you guys had to listen to crosstalk with Bruins and Trojans, but hopefully maybe you learned something or enjoyed it. Or the goal here, Jamal, is we want to start doing these. Obviously we do Monday Night Live, we do Bruins talk or Trojans talk at 7, Bruins talk at 7:30. But maybe one day we'll just do it from 7 to 8, and we'll get some Trojans and Bruins fans either peacefully communicating or just going at it.
Can you imagine that chat? Can you imagine that StreamYard chat room that'll be taking place if we combine it? Oh my goodness. Get your popcorn ready, get your protective cup on, cover the ears, and let's go at it with the crosstown rivals. It's no beating USC for UCLA is no fun if it's not a rivalry. Beating UCLA for USC is no fun if there's no rivalry. They kind of need each other to sort of inspire the level of passion. And so it's the most unique rivalry in all of college sports because it's truly a cross-town rivalry. No other premier institutions share the same city 12 miles apart. And this is the first time since 1988 that presumably 2 5-star quarterbacks will be captaining the ship of each side. And I think, Caleb and Dante, this thing has all the makings to be an epic year. And I'm very, very excited. You've got kind of the established Heisman winner and the young prodigy. And, it sort of almost reminds me a little bit of that. Could that USC-UCLA game in November take on that 98 Bulls-Lakers game? I mean, if you recall, when you had Jordan and a young Kobe kind of going at it, shot for shot, that was still, to me, for my money, the greatest individual duel I have ever seen in my lifetime. And so could we see, a Jordan-Kobe-esque type of duel in the Collie with Heisman winner Caleb Williams and prodigy Dante? More is more.
And hey, we saw a glimmer of it just this past year with DTR versus Caleb in the Rose Bowl. I mean, the 48-45 thriller. And so if we can build upon that, and we've said since the beginning, Jamal, that our dream was that this rivalry would be restored to the likes of Ohio State versus Michigan, Alabama versus Auburn, these great college football rivalries, and USC and UCLA is one of those great college football rivalries. I don't think it gets the respect that it deserves because it's so different than the other ones. It is literally separated by less than 20 miles. I mean, these are families that not only grow up together, but still live together and go to different schools. You went to both schools. I mean, how many people can say they went to Michigan undergrad and Ohio State postgrad? Like, not many. A lot of people can say they went to either UCLA or USC undergrad and then USC or UCLA postgrad. I mean, that's very common. And so it's such a unique rivalry. The fact that our football teams are both back, it's so exciting. The fact that we have, if Dante Moore lives up to the hype, we could arguably have QB1 and QB2 in all of college football in the confines of Los Angeles playing for these two great coaches. We have two of the greatest offensive minds in college football, both residing in Westwood and Los Angeles, and two of the most historic uniforms, two of the great ADs. I mean, there's so much, and I'm obviously hyped, and I cannot wait for the season to start. This has been a fun conversation. Excited about where LAFB is headed, excited about where these schools and programs are headed, and excited for everyone out there listening to be on this journey with us. So thank you for allowing us to have crosstalk, allowing us to have this platform. Mr. Jamal Madney, thank you, as always, for joining me on this LA football program. And thank you all for tuning in. Everyone have a blessed weekend. We'll talk to you Monday Night Live, Bruins talk or Trojans talk at 7. Bruins talk at 7:30 Pacific time. We will see you all then. Everyone take care.